Oh, anybody else? What? Where's my... I wasn't watching House. Hold on. Wait. What? Did you see your buddy Asmongold talking about you the other day? Asmongold? Asmongold? Fuck. I knocked out the HDMI cable. I should just be able to click deactivate and then reactivate and this should turn on, right? Oh. Oh, sneaky. I see. Nice. 930 or Sotomayor dies this year? Bro, I can print 930s. Are you serious? Wait, one more. Hold on. That was my first one of the day. Hold on! What? Okay, hold on. If I get a 940 plus, she's fine. What is... It's broken! It's broken! What? Fuck this game. We don't need her. Lots of drama today. What's all going on? I'm making quality shit. But it's slow as fuck, right? Is this how people normally do it? You have a thing that makes it, and then if it's too low of a quality, it like reprocesses it. Hopefully this is okay. All right, what do we got?
Hey, deserving listeners. So I was recently in an iDubbbz content cop video, as some of you know, and I wanted to make a follow-up video of my own. But first, I thought we would watch a little clip of the interview that Ian actually pulled from to include in his content cop video.
What about AR-15? Did you get it? Did I get it? Did I get it? It's back there, but I'm waiting for my stuff to come for it, okay? I'm gonna have a whole armory behind me by the end of this year, okay?
Are you in pain? Are you to include in his content cop video? Are you in pain? Are you remembering the pain of what was hurting at that time? What is the pain?
What'd you end up getting? I think it's a 14-inch barrel of the Giesel. Is that how you pronounce the brand? Lower, upper. Have you shot the alien yet? I put 2 full mags through it yesterday without it jamming, and then it started jamming again. I think it's getting better, or something is happening, but oh my god. When it's working, Geisley, not Geasley, sorry, Geisley. When it's working, it's like boom, 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 boom. When it works, whew. When it works, it works.
I think just being like super lost and not feeling like I have any control over anything. But I will say that Anissa was like my only amount of like stability during that, so like that kind of helped me in a way.
Yeah.
Because she was very I mean, she was experiencing it too, but I think she was much more grounded, like leading into it. So, you know, I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Neela. I'm like, fuck, like.
Get a revolver? Maybe. Someday.
It's just really, it's really hard to be, a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them. So I'm seeing Ethan go through a lot of that, Ethan and Neela.
Okay, so I wanted to use that clip as an introduction to this video. I'll show more from that interview later on. So recently,
I would just like to say, I hope one day, this is my dream, okay? This is my dream. This dream will never come true, but I can still dream it, okay? My dream is that one day I have trained you guys so well that there are people that we can look at that we fucking hate, okay? That have just done horrible, stupid shit, like Ian, like iDubbbz, okay? But when they say something true, we can go, oh yeah, that's true. One day, okay? What Ian says here is very true. And funnily enough, even though everybody on his side of the aisle gave him credit for saying it, and they destroyed me for saying it, one of the big issues that I had in the past with people like with Lav, or when there would be people on stream that are getting attacked, is one of the things I would say, especially for women, but really for anybody, is that I can't come out and just defend them from all criticism, because sometimes defending them will make people hate them even more, because they'll go, oh, now you're getting favorable treatment or whatever. Or like, oh, this person's just defending you because they're simping or whatever. And it is actually very frustrating to deal with, because you're not actually sure, like, okay, well, I'm not actually sure how I'm supposed to step in or intervene or whatever in this particular moment. But it is challenging. And I'm sure he had to deal with a lot of this as well, but
I was in an iDubbbz video, a content cop video, the first content cop video that he has published in 7 years. In this video, iDubbbz goes after Ethan Klein.
the issue here isn't if it's right or wrong. It's that he is talking about his situation, which is entirely different than Ethan's situation. It's not either Ethan's shitty situation. Well, we don't know because it sounds like, and I could be wrong. I'm just making an assumption, but well, I'm not wrong. I know I'm not wrong. It sounds like they had a full conversation that wasn't just the 1 minute clip that we saw in the video that ended up in the content cop, right? I'm guessing they had a full on conversation about this stuff.
The video, of course, has millions of views. Everyone is talking about it on the internet right now. And I have heard from a lot of you saying that you're worried about me because you know about the toxicity of these kinds of dramas, and this drama specifically, and the larger drama about the war in Gaza. And along these lines,
I guess this guy probably, the Kirk Honda guy, he just probably doesn't do politics as much, right? Like at all. It's just him describing it that way is fucking wild. The drama in Gaza.
larger drama about the war in Gaza. And along these lines, the online assholes have already showed up in my inbox, of course. I knew that this would happen. And I wasn't planning on doing this, but I thought that I would provide a little video here describing my involvement.
The difference is Ethan is defending Hila because the internet is attacking her for defending Israel. They're both defending Israel. Ian missed the point. I made all about his issues during the situation with Anissa. I would have to see, maybe we'll get into it here, what the longer context is about. But for all of the hating on Ian, of which there is plenty, which is fine, hate away. I hate on Ian a lot, especially since he went ultra woke. There was a lot of like really gross, disgusting bullshit attacks on him and Anissa because Anissa did OnlyFans and because they started dating. There were like abhorrently gross, disgusting comments made about her by people like Sam Hyde and others. So regardless of anything having to do with the situation with Ethan.
Involvement in the video. So first off, if
to most
you're
people,
new
stuff
to
like
this
that doesn't affect them. It's literally just drama, memes, or entertainment. What do you mean?
Describing my involvement in the video. So first off, if you're new to this channel, my name is Dr. Kirk Honda. I have been a therapist and a professor since around 1997, and I started this podcast, Psychology in Seattle, in 2008, 17 years ago. And I have been...
Why include it in the content cop in that case then? I think that was a huge mistake. I think it super undermines whatever message would have been in that, and I think it kind of weaponizes... I really don't like the weaponization of therapy or therapy language. I think it's a huge hallmarker. I think a lot of women do it now. There's probably men that do it too. I just don't interact with men in that way, so it's hard to see it as much. But like the whole like calling people crazy and like using like a psychology term like, oh, my boyfriend gaslit me. No, he didn't. He lied to you. He didn't gaslight you. He just lied to you. Okay. Or like, oh my God, he was being emotionally abusive. No, it sounds like he just didn't agree with you and called you a mean name, and then you called him a mean name. You guys weren't being abusive to each other. You guys were just being mean. Okay.
Making all sorts of content, psychology related. So I thought the best way to explain my involvement in iDubbbz's content cop video was to give a brief summary of the chronology up until this point. So I took some notes here. Back in May of 2023, so 2 years ago, many people were asking me to analyze an apology video by iDubbbz. I only knew iDubbbz from Creator Clash, which was the year prior. So I didn't know what he would be apologizing for because I didn't know what he was known for or what he...
The reason that it is bad is that in the content cop, Ian included that moment crying about it and came off as Ian pretending to care about Ethan and Hila's emotions. No, I 1,000,000,000% agree with that. I'm sorry, let me be clear, okay? Including it in the content cop was really cringe, and the way that they presented it almost did make it seem like Ian was like crying because he cared so much about Ethan and Hila. In my mind, I feel like that had to have come from a different conversation, so I guess I wasn't playing it as much back then. But I mean, it definitely felt that way. I could see how people could feel that, which is gross. They shouldn't have done that. That was definitely not good. But
so I didn't know what he would be apologizing for because I didn't know what he was known for or what he had published prior. So I watched his apology video and analyzed it, and I gave him a B. And to my surprise, he commented on the video.
Why is Ian associated with denims is bad, but you doing it with Sam Hyde is not? Didn't you do the same thing to Ian that Ian did to Ethan? I can't tell when these questions are real or not. I can't tell. I really can't tell. I can't tell. Why is Ian associated with denims is bad, but you doing it with Sam Hyde is not? One, I'm not even friendly with Sam Hyde. Like, we have the most tenuous of friendly connections. I think I've talked to him twice on stream. I'm not friends with him at all. Yeah, I don't even know what the connection that you're talking about could be there. Number one. Number two, though, and I understand I'm unique here because I am an outcast from all internet communities. But if somebody does something bad or rude or wrong or mean, then I have no problem saying that. And I won't pull punches or like be quiet because I don't want to hurt somebody's feelings. Whereas these people won't say anything to defend somebody. So for instance, if I was friendly with Sam Hyde, like I just said it, Sam Hyde, the comments that he made about Inisa, I think were gross. I think that Ian was totally within his right, I think, to kick him out of the, oh, I don't know about the Froggy guy. That was a little bit more, I'm not as sure, because I think Sam Hyde was just training him, and I think Ian was being unclear about it initially. But, like, I fully, I can understand why Ian would hate him there. It's not so much, like, who do you associate with, although that can be a part of it. It's more just, like, what are the comments that you're willing to make publicly about it? And then, yeah, that's what I would say. I complain about this. Actually, it's really funny. I complain about this so many times over the past few years. One of the worst feelings as a celebrity, and Ian kind of talked about this, not Ian, I'm sorry, Ethan. They have similar names. Ethan kind of talked about this. One of the worst feelings as a celebrity is when other celebrities message you or email you or DM you or whatever, and they're like, hey, I just want you to know, I see that you're going through some shit, man, and I support you, but I will never, ever, ever fucking say anything publicly about it, and my community will continue to trash you. But I want you to know I got your back. I got your back, dog. I got you. I got you, dog. Behind the scenes, dog. But I'm never going to say shit about it publicly. And my whole community thinks you're a fucking XYZ, okay? But I got you. And it's like, wow, bro. That's so brave. Thank you for wanting to maintain the clout connection, but being unwilling to stake any public position on it. Thanks, my dude. Better than nothing? No, nothing is better. I think nothing is better. That just in my mind, yeah.
Which was interesting because that doesn't usually happen. And I came...
What makes a person like Ian change so much? Is it really a cliche like love? Was he faking before or now? There's several things that are going on. One that I can admit now, but I would have never admitted earlier in my life. And then another just has to do with changing the internet. One is that I do believe, you just never would admit this. Young men just have a hotter type of energy where we burn bright, especially if you're edgy. And I think as you get older, you talk to more people, you see more perspectives. There are some things that are epic and hilarious when you're younger. And then when you get a little bit older, you're like, fuck, it's kind of mean. It was funny, but probably meaner than it should have been. I don't need to be that mean, okay? This is one of the reasons why I let Sneeko slide on so much unhinged shit. I mean, like, I'll still, like, call him out for it, but I'll be like, yeah, hey, dude, he's a young dude. He's like 20. I don't know what he is now, 24, 25. But, yeah, when you're younger, especially when you're a man, young men, we're just wild, okay? We're unhinged a little bit. And so you get older, you mellow out a bit. And then also, the internet culture has changed a lot, too. In some ways, for the worst, okay? The wokies are out here policing us and canceling people and me-tooing people with lawsuits that are sometimes crazy, you know? All sorts of crazy stuff happening. But in some ways, it's better. The internet has expanded a fuck ton. That people can make money online doing work full-time. The quality of the content in some ways has gotten a lot better, even if the originality or creativity has suffered a bit. And there's just been like more people, more styles of content. This is good. You know, there's a lot of good stuff that comes from that as well. So the culture has changed a lot, and then people have gotten older, and then you look back and like, okay. The only problem is, okay, this was my process. This was my process. I've explained this a few times in high school. We'll just real quick, okay? I was a super Catholic person up until like, I think 14, 15. I don't know why. I had another Catholic friend, the girl that used to give me rides, and she started recommending me Ayn Rand. I started to become like more atheist. And then I started to read, it was a longer book. I think it was the Atlas Shrugged one. And then it was the short story Anthem. And after these two things, I become enamored with Ron Paul. I'm like a full-on objectivist. I'm like, oh my God, this is the smartest shit ever. And I don't know why. Okay, I don't know why my brain had this moment. I'm so glad I had this moment. I don't know how this happened. But at some point I stopped and I realized, I was like, okay, I went from being a Catholic to an atheist. And then I found one person that I read, and I read everything by her. Well, not everything. I think she has a couple other books and essays and shit. But I read this stuff, and I just completely and totally like bought into her ideology 1,000,000,000,000%. And I thought, okay, well, what are the chances that as soon as I become an atheist, the first person that I read happens to have all the answers? Like, it's probably more that this person has a huge advantage on me because they're much older than me and they can write better and they can be persuasive, and I just haven't like learned enough. So I need to exercise a lot of like ideological humility and just be aware that, especially as a younger person, I can get persuaded by a lot of shit. So I need to sit back and evaluate, okay, well, what are the really fundamental important things to me, absent reading anybody else? Like, I don't need anybody to tell me that, rape and murder is bad. And I should be able to think at least a little bit about, well, why is rape and murder bad? Okay, well, I don't like these things being done to me. There's probably a lot of other people that probably feel the same way. We probably have to have some kind of shared agreement. And you kind of like build out from there. And then after you have like kind of the bare bones or skeletons of things that you find important, then you kind of like read other people to fill in the blanks. Okay. I don't know. That process I think is really important. I think that sometimes what happens is when people get ejected out of one world because there's just too much dissonance, they can't handle it because it's just not working, right? In terms of how they want to see themselves in the world, how they want to see the world, which I imagine happened with Ian, and Ethan too, actually. But Ian, where he's like, okay, I don't want to contribute to this much like, nasty stuff or being a massive hater or bullying people. Once you have that moment, if you don't take a step back and like kind of do this fundamental evaluation where you're like, okay, well, why are these things good? Why are these things bad? If you don't step back and do that, then what'll happen is you will fall completely into the next thing that you read or analyze. And that's what happened with Ian, I think, because he went from the super edgy, N-word saying guy to the ultra wokey, from one, like, it's like the meme, the internet meme, like, wow, you're telling me he went from being a far right extremist to a far left extremist. No way, huh? It's because these people haven't taken a step back and thought like, okay, well, fundamentally, what are the things that are important to me? What are the values that I want to defend and project into the world? Yeah, there you go.
Came to learn that he and his wife, Anissa, have been fans of my channel. Then about a year later, in February.
I think Ayn Rand and Rand Paul are easy to mix up. Wait, did I say Rand Paul? I meant to say Ron Paul. He said Rand Paul? I meant Ron Paul. Ron Paul ran for president in 2008. I was a huge libertarian back then. When you say you go through these evaluations, are you writing this stuff down or is it thoughts over time? Sometimes it's thinking, if there's like a big thing I need to think about, I'll write it down. I think writing stuff down is really good because you can write arguments back and forth to yourself, and you can, it's just good to have it like formalized on paper. And then it's easier to attack an argument that you've written down rather than to try to think of an argument and then think of the counter argument and then go back. It's just writing stuff down is good, I think. And you can put stuff down on electronic notepad and then pick it up later as well.
Fans of my channel. Then about a year later, in February of 2024, so about a year ago, Stacy and I, my wife, we were at a breakfast joint here in Seattle, and Ian and Anissa, if you don't know, iDubbbz, his name is Ian. Ian and his wife, Anissa, approached our table because they saw us walk in. We connected and started talking about being on each other's podcast. And then we started to chat more off air and text each other and stuff. And I would watch one of his unboxing videos and laugh, and I would text him and say, that was a funny bit there or whatever. And I, over time, started to learn more about their lives. Even on the podcast, we talked about their lives and the history of their childhood and their families, and also what they went through regarding the recent cancellation or internet drama that they had been going through. And it might surprise many of you that Ian, off air, is very soft-spoken. He's a really good listener, actually, as well. In fact, my wife only knows Ian through meeting him in person. And when she saw the Content Cop video, the one right here with Ethan, my wife was actually surprised at how brazen and how outspoken he is in the video. The other thing that is notable is that it was pretty clear to me that he deeply regretted what he had done before online. That he...
There's also this Why don't you use this camera setup when you make appearances on shows like Piers Morgan and that other one you just did? Wait, I did use this camera setup. What are you talking about? There's another thing to be said for this. And again, I don't like to rag on people because everybody's on their own life journey. And maybe I even overemphasize this by trying to do a diversity of content or have a diversity of things I think about. Sometimes I think people leave a thing, or people, you know, they leave a thing, and then that thing, the antithesis of that thing becomes the defining aspect of their life. It influences every single thing about them. A really good example, anytime you see a person who's like an ex whatever, Muslims do this a ton. I'm an ex-Muslim. I left Islam, and their whole life becomes about anti-advocacy, anti-Islamic advocacy, or anti-religious advocacy. The hardcore atheists in the early 2010s, late 2000s did this. Me, one of them, for a while. Yeah, when people leave a thing, sometimes they define themselves as the antithesis of that thing, and I think that's not good either. You get like really pigeonholed.
Knew now just how bigoted and toxic and hurtful it was. I'll never forget him telling me a story.
The framing of the shot, not the tech. What, you mean like a super duper close up? I mean, I could just zoom the fuck in. What was it called? Al-Alibia? I don't even know that. Fuck, I'm never gonna be able to find this. Oh, I did find it.
Rising.
What? This is just a close-up. Why did they? Why is my? Wait, did they fuck with the aspect ratios? I feel like they stretched this guy's face. I feel like they compressed my face. Wait, what the fuck? What's going on in here? I mean, I could just zoom in on my camera, but no. We getting wide. Dude, this debate was wild. This guy here to the right is like on my side with the free speech stuff, but he is an insane pro-Pally, and I doubt he believes in freedom of speech. I think he just is pro-Pally, and the Palestinian people were getting deported, so he was pro-free speech here. And then this guy on the left was super deport them all, who the fuck cares? But he was way more pro-Israel, so I was kind of, oh my god, this was so awkward. The comments on this were really good. Yeah, but I think it's because it's mostly you guys.
I don't know if it was on the air or not, but he was at a public event of some sort, and one of his fans approached him and said, look, I know you don't like my people, meaning trans, but I'm a big fan, so can you sign this or something like that?
Oh, shit. Wait.
Fans approached him and said, look, I know you don't like my people, meaning trans, but I'm a big fan, so can you sign this or something like that? And in that moment, Ian just, his heart broke and sunk and was...
Wait, how long ago was this? There's no way somebody said this to him recently. Is he describing it? I'm sorry, I've paused this to talk about it. Is this a story that Ian told him from a long time ago? Because if so, I could believe it. We saw this happen to... This is a long time ago? Oh, yeah. We saw this happen to Sneeko, kind of, right? Where, not exactly, but didn't like two kids come up to Sneeko and they were like, hey, what's up? Like, we hate Jews or we hate trans people or something? And Sneeko's like, whoa. We hate women? Oh, yeah. Wait. I said trans people. Are you saying trans people aren't women? Got him. Just kidding. Okay. What specifically did Ethan do to piss off these retards? Ethan right now is just a stand-in for like the rabidly not... Anything that's not a total and 100% buy-in to the Palestinian narrative just gets written off as being massively, you know, pro-Zionist, basically. Which is sad, but that's, I mean, that's what it is.
Hurting because he thought, oh, this is a human being, this is someone, and they're a fan. They know that I don't like them just because they're trans. Like, there's something terribly wrong with my career at this point.
I think there's something, I wish that people would understand this thing, okay? I understand why. To some extent, it doesn't matter what your intention is when you say or do a certain thing. What matters is the effect or the impact you have on another person, right? You know, you can say like, oh, well, I didn't mean it for you to take it that way, but well, I mean, some people are going to take things ways regardless, because you don't always have the opportunity to, you know, dictate to them what your intention is. Who knows what context they're seeing it in? You know, there's a whole bunch of reasons why somebody might not get the same context out of a thing that you wanted them to get out of it. But there's something to be said for, and this is why I wish we just had more words to describe like racism or transphobia. But I guess we could say like problematic is a word, but it feels like it got co-opted and it's so fucking soy. But like, there's something to be said for a guy like Ian, or a guy like me who does like a lot of edgy content, incredibly edgy, you know, racial humor, sexist humor, whatever. And then somebody comes up to you like, oh, hey, like, I know that you like don't like gay people, you don't like this. And then for that moment to be like, well, wait, hold on. It's not that I don't like you guys, or no, I don't mean it like that. The fact that a person like that is willing to have that reaction where it's like, well, fuck, okay, it might seem like that, but I don't actually hate you guys, right? It shows that there's like a different thing at play there than just, they're not motivated by just racism. They're not motivated by just sexism. Yeah. I feel like one thing that people don't remember, because it must have been this like 10-year section of the internet, which feels like a long time. It was a long time ago. But there really was this time on the internet where all you could do was just ramp up how edgy you were being to get attention. Like, that was it. You were just going as edgy as fucking possible to get a rise out of people. Because at some point, like slurs or whatever the fuck else, like no one gives a fuck. Everybody will say this. You had to be super edgy with your word choice. You had to be witty. You had to be dark as fuck. Like, that's where you get things like Goatsy, right? You're like literally linking a picture to, you know, is that the one with the guy's like exploded asshole with the glass jar, or like 2 girls, 1 cup? Like, this stuff is existing. These people are just ramping up the fucking edginess as much as possible. I mean, and then when you take that world and then you like translate it to YouTube and you start doing this, it's not because you necessarily hate all these people. If anything, I'll say carefully, because some people are racist or sexist. If anything, back then, right, the joke was the stuff was so horrible. That's why it was funny. Is because, like, obviously this is a fucking horrible thing to say, but that's what makes it funny, you know? But regardless. Al Arabiya has a bad reputation. Do you know before going on? I think I looked a little bit. What is it, like a Qatari news network or something? I'd probably do like RT and stuff for a little bit now as I get back into the swing of things. But...
And that had been a buildup. He had started to notice the way that the internet was, or the way his fans were, or the monster that he had created online because his fans were going after people, that kind of thing. And so he started to seriously question what he was doing. And so he started to not make that kind of content anymore. But he wasn't being vocal about his change of heart, and he was investigating it even further, you know, through therapy, self-reflection, talking to his wife, experiencing the kind of bullying that she went through and the kind of toxicity that she was experiencing. And then he was starting to think, am I a part of that online bullying? About you know, I'm watching someone that I love go through that bullying. Am I one?
One of the reasons why having this happen to you is important as well is because it really does, and I've said this a lot, and if you played games, I don't know if it's the same anymore, but back in my day, the most toxic people were always the people that didn't turn on chat. And the reason why is because it's very, very difficult to be mean to somebody, like with your voice, when you can hear them being upset and everything. Like, that's just, it requires like an inhuman amount of hatred to do that. Like, you have to be a very evil person to hear somebody genuinely get really upset and then to keep going on. It's just a very difficult thing to do.
One of those bullies, not to Anissa, but to is there another Anissa out there that I've been attacking? And having that empathy, right? When people exhibit lack of empathy, usually it's because they haven't been given an opportunity to understand what other people are going through. Yeah. When you understand what other people are going through, it gives you an opportunity to have your natural empathy engaged, and that's what happened for him.
True.
Now, I want to say that a lot of you actually reached out to me when I started to collaborate with iDubbbz, telling me that I should not be collaborating with him because of the things that he has done. And those kinds of conversations are important. And if I were to blanketly endorse everything that he had done in the past, then that would be horrible of me, actually. But a lot of things are exhibited and playing out in my relationship with iDubbbz. One is that just on a personal level, I can relate to the online hate that he and Anissa received. I have only experienced 1% of that, but even that 1% was very hard to deal with emotionally. And when I would reach out to other content providers, they would almost always say things like, well, you just have to have a thick skin. And I thought, okay, I need to have a thick skin. Well, that didn't work for me. And I began to wonder if a lot of people were saying you have to have a thick skin because they didn't know what else to say or do. And that.
Why do you think it's okay to talk about Asman's dead mother? Imagine if you did the same about your son. You push Asman away from possibly turning from Trumpism. I read, somebody linked something in chat, and I read the headline to this, and I didn't read the article at all because I didn't have time and I was lazy. But I imagined a whole thing about what that article would say based on the headline. And now I'm afraid to read the article because I hope it's not something different. So it had to do with something along the lines of like, you're never being insensitive. You just don't have the power. I think that was the headline to this. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? And the headline to this article has fucking rolled around in my head for the last 24 hours to where, because I'm trying to wonder, like, how is it that people like Asmongold can be so disgustingly unempathetic and then have the gall, the audacity to come out and accuse somebody else of being mean or insensitive? Like, that seems like it requires like an inhuman level of disconnectedness from everything that you've said and done. And I wonder if it literally just has to do with like who holds the power in the situation and then can thus dictate who it's okay to make fun of or not make fun of. And an Asmongold situation, and arguably culturally, I guess, if Republicans are in office and immigrants are the ones we shit on and brown people are the ones we shit on, the ones that we shit on, and government employees are the ones we shit on, you can make fun of them endlessly. It has nothing to do with empathy. It has nothing to do with how nice or mean you are. It just has to do with who has the power and who can dictate who the enemies are and who the friendlies are. When you ask me how can I make fun of Asmongold's mother, I think I made a point that Asmongold would literally justify anything, even the worst thing, which would be raping his mother's corpse, which I think is probably one of the worst things. Well, I don't know if it'd be rape. It's a corpse. Fucking a corpse. Let me be more specific with my language. I feel like that's one of the worst things you could probably think of in terms of what you could justify. In terms of that being mean, I am so sorry, but this weird game that people are playing where you can just act in the most insane, inhuman ways towards certain groups of people, and then, you know, like Twitter is a literal fucking Nazi safe space now in terms of the insane shit that we see on there. And you've got Elon Musk, you know, comedy is legal again. And all of these guys, you know, coming out about how like, oh, they're just trying to cancel everybody. They can't even tell a fucking joke anymore. I think the Made in America fleshlight joke for his mother's corpse, I think that was a pretty funny joke. I thought it was pretty edgy. I thought it was pretty funny. I think it, you know, works. I maybe could have thought of something about tariffing in there as well, right? Since it would be domestically manufactured. I think it's pretty funny. If something like that is so upsetting to him, he can spend all the time he wants virtue signaling to his audience or, you know, fake getting upset over whatever. I doubt he got upset. But in that case, can you turn like 10% of that towards the federal employees that you're literally making fun of as they're putting out TikToks or putting out Instagram posts or stories about how they're like having to leave their jobs, they're getting fired for no reason, instead of this like, oh, you can go DoorDash, or, you know, the joking about like, I'm gonna put on a Detective Pikachu costume and I'm gonna go celebrate with the immigration dude, you know, as they try to round up immigrants and deport them out of the country. Like, I'm sorry, like these people are still alive. At least your mom's dead, right? She's not gonna get upset about any of the shit that I say about her body. These people are literally living and they're being harmed by the administration that you're supporting right now. That level of detachedness of like, oh, it's just politics, LOL, that's bullshit. And I have no sympathy for anybody that tries to play that game, okay?
And a lot of people were suffering. And then recently, over the last couple of years, I saw a lot of YouTubers with millions of subscribers closing shop and not making videos anymore. Because I think, and they would say sometimes, that it was because of their fans, even the way that they talk to the content provider. So I started to wonder if I might actually have to figure this out on my own, and that other content providers don't have an approach or a system or any sort of wisdom about how to cope with this. And I thought, well, I've been through a lot of therapy myself. As a profession and as a professor and as a content provider, it's important that I at least try to understand our psychology and our.
Like the fact, I think you're typing this unironically. So he makes fun of immigrants and you make fun of his dead mom, LeMayo logic. Like in my mind, I'm trying to think, am I being like a lay edgy logic lord here? Maybe I'm being a lay edgy logic lord a little bit, but in my mind, Like, one of those is clearly worse than the other. In one, you have people who are actively being deported from the country right now, whose lives are being destroyed. And in the other, you have a person who's dead. Like, I would say that making fun of the people whose lives are actively being destroyed right now and supporting actively, politically, supporting an administration doing it is way worse than making fun of somebody's dead mom. Yeah.
To provider, it's important that I at least try to understand our psychology and our experience.
And I'm not even really making fun of his dead mom. I'm making fun of the absurd lengths he would go to defend this administration, using his dead mom as a prop for the joke. So I don't know anything about his mom. She might have been a nice lady. Or she might have been a piece of shit. I have no idea.
How to deal with things. And there's some parallels to being a professor and a therapist. And so I have my own approach. And so to see someone else go through this and to have them experience the fallout, even if I might say he deserved to have some fallout from what he put out there into the world for a number of years, the feelings and the experiences, I think, are not only personally interesting to me, but I feel like I want to provide a way of talking about this, because there's this notion out there that you will hear a lot of people say that, well, they're famous, so then the gloves can come off. Right?
Destiny, don't say you aren't making fun of his dead mom while justifying doing so. You called this out. No, it's fine to bite the bullet here. Well, first of all, I'm not... What do you think? I'm dodging criticism on any of this? No. You can get mad at jokes. I'm just saying I'm not like making fun of his dead mom insofar as like I'm making fun of her for something she did. I'm making fun of him and the absurd lengths that he would go through to defend dumb shit that the Trump admin would do. Not, I mean, like, I literally said I'm using her as a prop. Shut, you're fucking retarded.
Right? They know what they're getting into, or they're rich and famous, so it doesn't...
Destiny, Asman views it as illegals already breaking the laws. It's ignorance that clouds his thoughts. I mean, you can say that, but then the problem you get is, at what point do we have any responsibility whatsoever for the things that we believe? Like, I'm sorry, but Asmongold is an adult. He has access to the information. Like, he has everything he needs to make an informed view, or to have an informed view of the world. Like, what am I supposed to... Like, how much of a baby can you be treated as? Like...
Doesn't matter if we bully them.
Okay, so, fuck. Stop! We'll talk about Asman after this, because apparently it responded to me, so... And I think I can stream really late tonight, so... Okay.
There's this notion out there that you will hear a lot of people say that, well, they're famous, so then the gloves can come off, right? They know what they're getting into, or they're rich and...
Real Will Smith. I almost did that, but I don't have the Photoshop skills, and two, I think it would have been too far, and three, I'm not even sure it would have been as funny. He said, Destiny, isn't Asman's mom a member of Tren de Aragua? I thought about like doing a hand coming up from the grave and putting the fucking tattoos on the hand or whatever, and be like, oh, this is why. I thought, or some bullshit, because Trump literally just showed a fucking Photoshop picture, I think, of the guy's hand, saying like, this is the reason why he got deported. I'm pretty sure that picture's not even real, but I don't. It would have been too much, and I don't know. That's too much. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Listen to this.
That you will hear a lot of people say that, well, they're famous, so then the gloves...
The MS-13 is Photoshopped, but the tattoos are real. Well, if the MS-1 and 3 are Photoshopped, then the picture would be Photoshopped, right?
Can come off, right? They know what they're getting into, or they're rich and famous, so it doesn't matter if we bully them or hurt them or try to attack them. You know, they're a public figure. They know what they signed up for. And what I would say to that is, just because someone's a public figure, then you can be a psychopath?
True.
No. And there's a lot of pain and loneliness in the world, and people are trying to cope with it in a variety of ways. And one of the ways that we've known about even before the internet is through social comparison and bullying. When you are on the playground and you see a bully, everyone understands that that bully is not dealing with emotions well, that they are not confident, that they are not secure.
What is the...
Mrs. Brown is like the most lesbo teacher I've ever seen in my life. You know what I mean? Why you reading, bitch?
Because I like to read, and this is a really good book.
You're a really good bitch, bitch.
Why you gotta bother me, man?
Because I'm not doing very well at school.
I'm reading at a 3rd grade level. I really don't want to get left back. So when I see somebody reading for fun, it makes me feel that much more stupid. And then I get mad.
I didn't know that.
Asman said that yesterday he lost any will to talk to you anymore. He said he'll never engage with you, so you did lose a potential Asman bridge. No, that's a lie, and you're a dipshit for believing that. Asman would have never spoken to me. He's had plenty of opportunities in the past. Conservatives do this thing, and Asman does it too. Everybody does it. Everybody's such a bitch. I wish people would be more honest about how they feel, or would stop being so scared or cowardly about their positions on things. Conservatives will do this thing where they'll be like, I'm trying to think of, we should be able to think of a ton of examples. It's almost like you've already done it, so I'm not, it's kind of, yeah, it's like but it's not really the same thing. A conservative will never have the intention of doing a particular thing. We'll say like some kind of healthcare program or whatever. They'll never have the intention of doing it. We'll just say some kind of single payer healthcare program. They're never going to. They were never going to. But then as soon as you do anything, say like funding war in Ukraine, they'll be like, well, you funded war in Ukraine, now you're never getting single payer healthcare. And it's like, motherfucker, you were never going to give us single payer healthcare. What the fuck are you talking about? What? Oh, now that you guys have, now that you tried to prosecute Trump, we're never going to, let the J6ers be held accountable. Like, motherfucker, you were never going to have those people held. What are you talking about? This was always your position. Asmongold is never going to confront somebody that could critically challenge his views. Don't sit here and pretend like, oh no, well now that you said this, he's not going. Nah, the motherfucker was never going to, ever, never, ever. Okay, don't be a retard. All right.
Ways that we've known about even before the internet is through social comparison and bullying. When you are on the playground and you see a bully, everyone understands that that bully is not dealing with emotions well, that they are not confident, that they are not secure, that probably bad things are happening at home, right? Well, a lot of people have bad things that have happened in their past and present, and they go online and they take it out on other people, and it's understood among society that it's completely okay to unrelentingly bully a public figure, even if they're just a public figure on YouTube, right? So that kind of thinking needs to change, which, it makes sense that society doesn't really understand that yet. The internet is relatively new. Content providers and their feelings are relatively new, that sort of thing.
So many months ago, Asmongold wanted to go on bridges and you said no? No. I'm pretty sure what happened was a long time ago, I think Asmongold said he would go either on bridges or on anything else, but he said that if he came on, he didn't want to talk any politics. And to that, I said no. Because what the fuck? This is like, it was, even at that point, it was a thing that he had been heavily involved in. Why the fuck would you come on and we would completely avoid any political discussion? Fuck no.
So there's that. The other reason why I'm interested in all of this is because if we're going to make the world a better place, and we're going to see eye to eye, understand the other side of the aisle, reach out to other groups of people to try to work together. If we're going to do that, then we have to stop interacting with other people online the way that we tend to interact with other people online. And I saw an opportunity with iDubbbz, not only just for his sake, but also just for my mission to try to make the world a better place by demonstrating that through love, and I don't use that word lightly, but through love, through understanding, through, I believe, an accurate understanding of the human condition, we might actually be able to push things forward in a positive way for everybody. Because the way that people tend to react to these things is through cancellation and hatred and black and white thinking, which leads us to a lot of the ills of society today and in the past. So I saw an opportunity with iDubbbz to change and reemerge as a content provider with his new paradigm of empathy and understanding other people's experiences and still providing entertainment and meaning.
Why must it only have something about their life that is bad that causes them to act negatively? I would say from a very weak vibe-based evolutionary psych understanding, I would say that humans are social creatures and we enjoy socializing with each other. It makes us feel good. to do things that make other people happy. It makes us feel good when we see other people are happy. So if you're doing something to intentionally cause pain or suffering to somebody else, there's probably something broken there. Somebody's probably done something to you or hurt you in some way. That's generally the case. That generally really happy, really well-adjusted people aren't just spending all of their time, you know, like in snark forums or on weird like anti-fan message boards or just like being insanely hateful online, generally speaking.
Empathy and understanding other people's experience.
I do think, though, one thing that sucks, I think one thing that sucks is that I think a lot of hatred online comes from people who just don't think about it much, though, where people will just like, they just say shit because it's like funny or whatever, and they don't think much about the impact on the person, and they just kind of like carry on. I think I've mentioned that so many people I've seen in real life who are insane fucking haters of mine, when I see them in real life, they'll like come up to me like, oh my God, like Desi, what's up? You blocked me on Twitter because I said in like some unhinged thing. But they were just like joking. They didn't like mean it much. They was like, oh, you know what? I was like, okay, well, it's kind of weird, but all right. And people don't think it's much of, people don't think it's a huge deal because it's like, well, you know, I don't do it that often. But the problem is if everybody does it just a little bit, then for the few people online who are in like those e-celeb positions that have to deal with it, it feels like a lot now.
As a content provider with his new paradigm of empathy and understanding other people's experiences and still providing entertainment and meaning and purpose. So I thought this would be a good example of this sort of thing because it almost never happens, right? You know, you've all heard of, or even you know someone maybe who is a bigot, right? Well, we want obviously that person to not be a bigot anymore. And the typical way of reacting to them is through hatred and anger and attacking that person. And maybe...
Why do you think Aspen called you a sex pest yesterday? Before that, he would always defend you on that issue, saying that he will wait for your case concluding. Your unhingedness cost of credibility. One, he's already said this about me in the past, so he lied when he said he's never said that before. Number one. Number two, I consider what you just said to be a form of almost like social blackmail or extortion. If you think I'm a sex pest or a rapist or whatever, well then fucking say it. I'm not going to sit here and like, well, as long as you're nice to me, I'm not going to make this accusation. Like, if you think a thing, then just say the thing. Like, why the fuck would I? Like, I think that admitting something like that, in my mind, I think is actually incredibly fucking embarrassing. So you're saying that you might have had like these like really negative impressions of me, or you think that I'm guilty of something or whatever, but you just weren't saying it before. Why? Because I was being nice to you. But now that I'm no longer being nice to you, now you're gonna, no, that's cucked. That's absolutely cucked behavior. All right.
Is a bigot, right? Well, we want obviously that person to not be a bigot anymore. And the typical way of reacting to them is through hatred and anger and attacking that person. And maybe they deserve some of that, but that's not usually what changes the person, right? It often just makes them worse. And we have seen that in other contexts.
You didn't want to talk with Asmongold in person. What?
And everything. Yeah, I didn't know Destiny was in Florida. There's a good chance I might be going to Florida soon. So
I want to do like an online. I want to do an online thing. I want to be able to sit down. We're both streamers. We both sit for like 3 hours a day. I don't want to have a conversation back and forth. It's like, oh yeah, we have differences of opinion. We can talk, and that's so good. No, I want to be able to sit at our computers and participate. Okay, you think that the left does the same stuff that like Elon Musk? Show me. Let's go find articles and let's sit here and read them. Okay, we both stream for 8 hours, 10 hours, whatever. Let's just sit here and do it. Let's go and read it. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to do. And after that, you want to do like real life podcasts, whatever? Sure, that's fine. Oh, I mean, he never came to Florida anyway, so I mean, fuck it. I mean, like, if he's not willing to talk to me online, I doubt he would have had this argument in real life either. You do that in person. Don't care. We do it online. We do it on our computers. We do it right now. We do it on our computers right now. I'm not going to risk another type of conversation. That's so easy. There's literally no reason to do it in person right now. There's zero reason whatsoever to do it. There's zero reason. There's no reason. There's no compelling reason. I probably would have if he would have come down. But I think my guess is at the time I felt like he was just saying this to dodge any like immediate conversation, which he most likely was. And he never came to Florida anyway, so.
Content providers, people like Joe Rogan, is the person, right? It often.
He specifically said he wants to talk in person, but not about politics. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Often just makes them worse, and we have seen that in other contexts.
Oh shit, that might be it too. That was around the time when in person, because at Bridges, I was getting really pissed off with fucking Bridges because I shouldn't say pissed off, but it was very irritating because it was hard to confront anybody in real life because people were really polite or because people would pull out the unstoppable. Oh, I don't know. I haven't heard about this thing, or I'm not entirely sure. And the last thing I want is to have a snake fuck like Asmongold in person where he's just like, oh, I don't know about that, or I'm not sure, or I've never heard of that, or it's like, no. Okay, well, hold on. Let's just go over it. Let's just look at it right now. If you're willing to talk in person, we should be able to talk online. That's easier, right? Yeah. Fuck that. Yeah, I understand.
Usually what changes the person, right? It often just makes them worse. And we have seen that in other content providers, people like Joe Rogan, for example. So if we're going to actually get what we want, what my political side wants, it has to be through love. It has to be through understanding and empathy, giving people a second chance. People who exhibit that they want a second chance, we have to give them that chance. Otherwise, no one else will repent. No one else will apologize. No one else will make that choice that iDubbbz made, which was to say, oh my God, I was a bigot. That was horrible. I apologize. I feel bad. If we don't help someone like that, then why would anyone else do it in the future? I'm really passionate about that, again, for personal reasons, but also for the greater good of society, which is the whole purpose of my career.
If wanting someone to suffer and enjoying that in front of them is abnormal behavior, then why is bullying so common, and why are bullies not usually social outcasts? So I only went to one high school, so I can't generalize to everybody's high school experience. And I always kind of wondered if, because I was very lucky that I got to go to a private high school, thank God, literally, so maybe my high school experience was incredibly atypical, but in my high school experience, there weren't very many bullies. Most people were generally pretty nice to most people. There were a couple of like bully-ish people, but those people were always the social outcasts. Like nobody liked, I can think of a few in grade school especially, who were just kind of like mean assholes. Nobody liked that person. Like all of the jocks at my school were pretty nice to pretty much everybody. Like maybe the worst is that I guess maybe they perceive somebody as being kind of like a nerd or whatever. Maybe they just wouldn't talk to them, but nobody's going to like bully anybody. Also, you just don't interact with them that much too, especially because even in freshman year, when you start having like honors courses and stuff, you're just in different classes and everything too. So, but I don't know, maybe in other high schools, maybe it's not the same. I'm not sure.
I decided to become a therapist in large part because I wanted to make the world a better place in that way. Going back to my notes, Ian and Anissa were both being heavily bullied. Before, during, and after the apology, people were saying things like, you know, iDubbbz, his apology was fake. He's a grifter. He doesn't really care about anybody. He's always been a bigot. He still is a bigot. Or other people saying Anissa is like a Yoko Ono, manipulating him from behind the scenes, that Ian is pussy whipped, this kind of stuff. Or Anissa is a slut because she has an OnlyFans, and Ian is a cuck for even allowing Anissa to have an OnlyFans. If you know, you know, and it's way worse than even I'm describing it. And these aren't just random a-holes on the internet that are rare. This was the dominant discourse around the two of them. So when I was interacting with Ian and Anissa, both on their podcast, my podcast, and off microphone, I noticed that Ian was deeply unsure of himself, and he was deeply ashamed. It was almost like he was cocooning after realizing what he had done, and also experiencing the amount of vitriol that he had been experiencing, both from his long-term haters, but also even his own fans, right? Not only experienced the regular sort of criticism, but even his own fans hated him, that kind of thing. So he was, in a very raw way, questioning everything, and also just questioning whether or not he would ever make content again. He was still making some content, but it was...
Were you ever bullied or beaten up at any point in school? Like, kind of. But I would say that, like, the bullying was, like there were people that, like, it was, like, friend groups fighting with other friend groups, kind of. So like I can think of a few kind of dramatic confrontations, but we were all kind of in the same larger group. Like you'd have like a large group, and then you have like your mini kind of groups in the group, and then sometimes people in the groups would be like fighting with each other. But it was never like, oh my God, there's this guy who plays football who bullies all the kids in calc or something, or like, oh, like that would just, I don't know, you'd never even cross paths.
And also just,
but I was also an MS-13 gang member at the time, so maybe that's why I was protecting
his own fan-term haters, but also even his own fans, right? Not only...
Who is worse, Asman or Hassan, when it comes to impact on Twitch viewers and politics? Oof, that's a really hard one. If anything, I would say maybe Asman right now, just because he's like a larger figure. But both are bad in very, very, very similar ways, in that they aren't interested in what is true and honest. They both have a disdain for liberalism and democracy. Hassan plays a lot more meta games to kind of destroy political opposition, whereas Asmongold kind of like sticks to himself. So maybe Hassan is worse there. Yeah, I don't know.
After realizing what he had done, and also experiencing the amount of vitriol that he had been experiencing, both from his long-term haters, but also even his own fans, right? Not only experienced the regular sort of criticism, but even his own fans hated him, that kind of thing. So he was, in a very raw way, questioning everything, and also just questioning whether or not he would ever make content again. He was still making some content, but it was more safe for, right, the podcast or an unboxing video or something. And he wondered if he could ever make videos again without it devolving into toxicity and bigotry and hatred, and without it involving the kind of toxicity that happens from the audience, that kind of thing. Or without him 10 years later regretting harming people in that video, right? He was really ashamed, deeply ashamed and deeply unsure of himself. And by the way, I asked him today if it was okay that I talked about all this, and he said, yeah, you have full license, talk about whatever you want to. So after learning a lot about his life and the sort of things that Ian and Anissa had been experiencing, and also learning about what sort of content he had been making prior, I was suggesting that he start thinking about, if he wanted to, how to make content cop videos that were from his new paradigm.
Aspen has to be worse. Surely he's subtly supporting Trump, which is worse than anything any lefty can do. I mean, the lefties subtly supported Trump as well. It's a two-party system, and when you don't support one side, and when you don't support one side, you're basically giving support to the other side. Maybe not as much because you're not telling people to vote for the other side, but you're taking away a vote from the only side that can compete with them. So
maybe they wouldn't be called content cop videos, but they would be in his voice that he had developed over time and that the audience was hoping from him again, right? And I was, probably just a minor element of the story for him, the story that he's been on, the therapy and his relationship with Anissa has been very therapeutic for him and Anissa, and just all the ups and downs and trying to figure out how he fits into the creator world. And, I'm just a tiny part of it, but I do remember having that hope that he could come out of this on the other side with a new perspective, a new foundation, start experimenting with his new perspective in a way that could be a force for good. So along those lines, when Ian recently, a couple weeks ago, texted me and said that he was working on a content cop video that he wanted me to be involved in, and I was curious as to what the video was going to be about, and so he told me what it was going to be about, and he showed me some footage of Ethan bullying him and Anissa during some of his live streams. And
do you think Asmongold doesn't want to debate because his paying handlers, Musk, etc., would have an issue with platforming your takes? No, I think he doesn't want to debate because he knows he wouldn't be able to. He would get demolished. It would look really bad. And he's super audience captured and very bought into his current political narrative. Like, the amount of cognitive dissonance that would be introduced to him to have to rewrite so much shit, it would be impossible.
And I agreed to do it because I wanted to support my friends, Anissa and Ian, but also because I wondered if I might be able to, in my small way, enter into the conversation with Ethan, that maybe I could influence the message that would be sent to Ethan. Not that I would manipulate Ian's video or anything, but that my vibe or way might, get to Ethan somehow, because what I was seeing from the clips that Ian was sending me, it very much seemed like Ethan was struggling deeply. This is what Ian was talking about in the Content Cop video, where I said to Ian, it kind of looks like he just needs a hug. And what I meant by that was, he seems like he's struggling. When we're struggling and we are terrified and we...
Wait, hold on. My stuff is supposed to get here today. They're supposed to knock on my door, okay?
we are in a chronic state of fear, we are going to say things that we wouldn't normally. We're going to think and believe things and see things through a lens that we wouldn't normally. And often those people need love, get away from the fear if possible, so that they can return to baseline. And we can't take what they're saying seriously, or we have to put it within that context. As an analogy, when you have a child, the analogy I always give is you're teaching your daughter how to ride a bicycle, and you're holding on to the seat as you're trotting alongside of her, and she turns to you and says, "Let go, I want to do it on my own, I want to do it on my own." And you're like, "Okay." And you let go, and she goes for a while, and you're going, "Yay." And then she crashes, and she falls down, and she skins her knee, and you run up, and you're trying to help her, and she screams at you, "Why did you let go of my seat?" Well, in that moment, we as parents don't yell at the kid and say, "You told me to let go of the seat, you jerk face." We don't do that. We understand. When people are going through something, they're going to believe and say things that they wouldn't normally, right? Well, that applies to anyone of any age. That doesn't excuse things, but it explains things and provides a treatment. It provides a path to help them. If you actually are interested in helping Ethan or helping to divert his pathway, whatever that's on, and the influence that he has, then love and understanding is the answer. Not that I'm just like, oh, everything's about love, but it works. And it feels better, and it feels more logical, and I sleep better at night. So I was hoping possibly that he might get...
There's a thing that... One of the things that I don't like about the fact that so many people's like traumas and everything comes out on when it comes to, I guess, politics is it's hard to say, like, everything this guy is giving for advice is really good advice for a friend or family member for trying to, change their mind on something or to move somebody off of some kind of problematic position, maybe, sure. But it's a lot different when the people that you're supposed to be showing love and care and compassion and everything to are so diametrically opposed to you politically and then are actively involved in trying to annihilate you because of those political differences. That makes these things significantly more challenging. I don't know what the right answer is there. Like, I think that burden is unrealistic. Most people are not going to be I'm not generally willing to shoulder that. If somebody is like negatively is advocating for things that are like leading to the destruction of groups of people, it's like, okay, well, we need to be very loving about them. And then meanwhile, these are the most hateful and disgusting, like Asmongold, right? The most hateful, disgusting people in the world. It's like, Jesus, I don't know, man. That's a tall order.
Get some of that message. And the way that it looked to me was that, again, Ethan was struggling with really a classic case of fear and paranoia. He had started with legitimate fears about Israel, Palestinians, Jewish people in general, his wife, his extended family, that sort of. His fears were totally justified and legitimate. Then, seemingly, I wasn't there for this progression, but, and actually talking with Ian, he confirmed this path, that seemingly Ethan did not have an approach to managing his mental state and his contact with the news cycle and the comments. When this sort of thing is happening, how much news do you consume? How many if you're a content provider, do you read all the comments? Do you read the entire subreddits, that kind of thing? And he seemed to have an approach that he just absorbs all that constantly. And this is what Ian was getting at in his content cop video, was that his employees are maybe even encouraged by him to feed him everything, and maybe even especially the hatred, because that's what gives him fuel to talk.
Hold on. Okay. Let me rewind this for a minute. Okay. Ask me about Aspen after this, okay? No more, okay? I need to listen, because this is completely off a different topic. Okay.
That he might get some of that message. And the way that it looked to me was that, again, Ethan was struggling with really a classic case of fear and paranoia. He had started with legitimate fears about Israel, Palestinians, Jewish people in general, his wife, his extended family, that sort of. His fears were totally justified and legitimate. Then, seemingly, I wasn't there for this progression, but, and actually talking with Ian, he confirmed this path, that seemingly Ethan did not have an approach to managing his mental state and his contact with the news cycle and the comments. When this sort of thing is happening, how much news do you consume? How many if you're a content provider, do you read all the comments? Do you read the entire subreddits, that kind of thing? And he seemed to have an approach that he just absorbs all that constantly. And
okay. Fuck. I don't know if I'll watch this whole video because it's long, but I feel like I might owe it to this guy. I don't think I've ever heard this guy say anything really dumb, and I appreciate most of his takes. I don't know if he understands the dynamic that he stepped into here, but if you've ever dated a woman or been near women, okay, PMS is a very real thing. It is very real, and for some people, it can have a very significant impact on, aside from, cramping and everything else. Oh, that's more your period, I guess. Like the hormonal changes can have a significant impact on your emotional state. And any woman that has like huge emotional swings on her period, everyone's a little different, will be able to tell you this. If I had just like beat the shit out of my girlfriend or wife, and after beating the shit out of her, she wants to come and have a conversation about this, and then I start giving her these huge lectures about how your period can make you more emotional. Now, I know I said earlier I don't like the weaponization of therapy language, and I do believe that, but this genuinely feels like crazy making. This really does. You're winding somebody up so fucking hard, and then after you've wound them the fuck up as much as possible, now you're going to talk about, oh, I don't think you're dealing with internet comments well. Like, let's be clear, okay? Ethan's issue was he feels like he didn't have any support from his friends, like Ian. Ian felt like Ethan was being ridiculous to say that just because he wouldn't say anything publicly about it. And the whole time Ethan had those feelings, Ian is essentially accusing him of being overly paranoid and reading too much into the comment section while simultaneously working with all of the worst people on the internet who are the chief architects of all of the snarker drama and all of the worst things about Ethan being spread on the internet at that point in time. Like, Ian's content cop proved, or rather disproved, Ethan's paranoia. Because I don't know if you would call it paranoia when the paranoia is real. Worse than what Ethan ever... Because I imagine in Ethan's mind, the worst thing that could have been happening was Ian probably was just friends with these people and didn't want to say shit and agreed with them. I doubt that Ethan thought, I'm sure Ian is working on a content cop about me. So every thought that Ethan had, in my mind, would be fully justified by Ian making a content cop on him. In a time, I put this on Twitter, In a time where you've got right-wing content creators coming back on every platform, Asmongold is the largest politics streamer on Twitch. Twitter is just the Nazi zone, okay? Facebook, Instagram Reels, like everything. There's so much right-wing content fucking everywhere. You've got all of these figures now. Your Charlie Kirks and all these guys are like larger than life, sometimes like even involved in the current administration. And now we're making a content cop on H3H3? On Ethan Klein? What? What the fuck? Like, come on.
This is what Ian was getting at in his content cop video, was that his employees are maybe even encouraged by him to feed him everything, and maybe even especially the hatred, because that's
bullshit. That's 100% bullshit. And I'm just going to assume that he just doesn't know enough about how these things work, or I know enough about the background of all of these content. The goal in calling out the employees is just to isolate Ethan and to give the employees an off-ramp. Oh my God, you guys are probably being treated so poorly by him, I bet, right? I bet it's so horrible. Like, we would never do that to you. Like, oh, I'm sure that you guys aren't at fault here. Really, it's the evil Kleins are making you do all this. If Ian wanted to take that angle, there are so many other ways that he could have done it, and it wouldn't be where a video is starting with all of the worst people in Ethan's life saying, "Wake up, Ethan! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up, Ethan!"
What gives him fuel to talk about online. Well, that will do a number on your soul. It's going to affect you. It's going to infect you if you don't have a way of pushing back on it. So he gets more hurt, more angry, more fearful, and becomes more black and white thinking, more reactive. He starts to fight back. Initially, it's probably somewhat justified, maybe sometimes crossing the line. Then those people hear that and they attack back, and more random people are attacking, some of which are justified, but some of which is not, and over the top, and racist and anti-Semitic. And then it creates this feedback loop where he gets funneled all that. He has no approach to pushing back. He gets more terrified, more worried, more convinced that the straw man is out there that he's built up in his mind. And he gets more worried, more terrified, more angry, more hostile. That's what he knows how to do. And he goes after them and has spontaneous reactions on his live streams and doesn't seem to have any approach to how to manage what he says other than the button, right? And no one around him seems to be able to or interested in helping him with this. Meanwhile, Ethan's mental state is declining and declining and declining. And then at some point, he hears, as Ian talks about in the content cop video, that this random editor with a very small following says something really horrible towards Ethan. And Ethan is fed this information, as he's fed almost everything that his people or Ethan himself can find on the internet. I mean, Ethan reads the snark subreddit for H3, which I just find just patently unhealthy for him. There's just no...
But the problem is that all the people in these side communities will amplify these subreddits. It's not just like the reason why you read the snark subreddit is so that you know what Hassan and all of them are going to be saying about you the next day. And that's exactly what happens. It's exactly what all of these people do. Hold on. Blah, 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 blah. All right, here, listen to this for a sec.
A way that can be helpful to him. So he is seeing that this person is saying a toxic thing. He also learns that that person used to work for iDubbbz or might currently, and then he thinks, oh, iDubbbz, I thought he was a friend, and he's not speaking out against that person. And because I'm in such a state of fear and paranoia, and I don't use that word lightly, not because he started that way, but because of the non-management of what he was exposed to. And you just think about what's been happening over the past year and a half for Ethan. Through his paranoia, he interprets that, learning about that toxic thing that someone who used to be associated with Ian before, as evidence that Ian and Anissa are secretly against him. And that hurts him. It makes him feel afraid. This is not the first time this has happened for him in all likelihood. There have probably been other times when it might have been more confirmed or there was better data indicating that someone that he thought he could trust, he couldn't really actually trust, right? Not only could he not trust that person, but that those people were actually a very harmful, scary element in his life, calling CPS on him and supporting that or whatever, right? And you just think about that, right? That when that happens, then when it starts to come into your house, from what I understand, the CPS workers actually entered the house to conduct an investigation. So Ethan goes off on Ian and Anissa on the air again because because his style is spontaneous and off the cuff, and there's no guardrails except for that button, which isn't really a guardrail. It just kind of gives, as Ian was pointing out, him more freedom to just say whatever and think. And that's what Ian was getting at in the Content Cop video, was that it seems like Ethan has no boundary or editor in his mind, and the button actually was a solution to a problem that made the problem worse. Because as a content provider, even if you're an edgy comedian online, there has to be some line, some concern about how you're affecting other people, right? Some empathy, right? You'll have an impulse to say something and you think, well, it seems kind of funny and appropriate now, but if I were in someone else's shoes, what effect would that have on someone? I probably shouldn't go that far, right? It's not that you're being disingenuous and not saying the truth. You're incorporating the bigger picture. And if you don't have that inside of you, then you're just going to speak completely from whatever just happens to emerge for you impulsively. And Ian made a great case for that. So again, I agreed to be in the video, and he came over to my house and to my home recording studio, and we recorded. This is footage from that. And we talked for over 3 hours. And
Fuck. Okay, I don't want to I don't want to get all this up too much, but just as a quick example of this. So one of the things that I brought up before, okay, because people I hate bringing up this name because I'm going to talk about it for 2 days now. So I would bring up on Gisticle's Discord server, right? So what they'll do is, and what all these communities do, the reason why people read these snark things is because other side communities will take everything from there and then they'll repost it and they'll play stupid. So I think Gisticle on his stream was like, what? We don't do any of this. What are you talking about? Side Discord servers? What do you even, no one even does anything, right? So Kelly, for instance, who's now permabanned on her Discord account, as she should be, has been running around making all these side Discords, right? Everybody making a new general to wipe this Discord because people keep getting reported, lol, because they're just they do insane unhinged shit on all these servers. And then they talk about going through oh yeah, me and Jews have been doing a ton of bans on other accounts because we don't know who these people are. And the reason why they do this is just so that they can repost and talk all this insane shit every single day for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. But they do it enough so that it gets filtered up through the larger streamers, and then you have your Gisticles and your Queemans that re-report it for my stuff, and then it gets picked up by commentary people. And that's kind of how the funnel works. Kelly is talking about, I don't really want to post this, I don't want to give links to everything, but Kelly's talking, so she's talking about my girlfriend and how my girlfriend deserves all the bad shit that Kelly is obsessed with saying about her. And then Kelly's just talking about all of the different gossip forums, including Kiwi Farms and other places where she's reading and getting the information from. And it's what the fuck? But she's saying this in a side Discord server that she doesn't know that I know exists. And it doesn't show up as evidently in the Gisticle server, although it's hard to say because now every single person there will delete all of their messages at the end of every single day to keep it untraceable or whatever, which they've been doing for over a month now. But that's just in regards to my stuff personally, but it's also it works in regards to this stuff as well. These weird, I don't know if it's a new thing or not. Maybe at this scale it's a new thing. I don't know, but these weird anti-fan places will pop up where there are these people who are obsessed with writing a certain story or narrative about somebody, and then when they do it, all the other communities will pick the information up and then it proliferates from there basically. But somehow all of these side communities pretend that it's not what's happening, basically, And it's so to be oh, I can't believe that Ethan would read this stuff. It's not healthy. Well, it's going to show up in a Hassan video probably in 2 weeks anyways,
This is in the video, and he came over to my house and to my home recording studio, and we recorded. This is footage from that. And we talked for over 3 hours. And I, at some point, said, I think we should probably cut this off. And we were having a really in-depth conversation. There were a lot of ups and downs.
Can you give me the long Kelly being banned from Discord? There was some weird child porn thing that popped up with Gisticle's server, I think a couple months ago. It was after they couldn't obsessively talk about my stuff as much, something weird happened, and a bunch of people in the server either got banned or left the server. I don't know exactly what happened. And Kelly, I think, was one of those accounts. RIP. But I don't have all the details for that shit.
I, at some point, said, I think we should probably cut this off. And we were having a really in-depth conversation. There were a lot of ups and downs. And so when I handed over all of the footage, I just gave it to him. I was thinking I wasn't going to be in the video because I was thinking, how in the world, in his style, how could he use anything that we said in that video? Because it was so slow and, in my yammering way.
I see a lot of people argue that it's hypocritical for you to criticize the use or mention of Kiwi Farms when you've used it heavily in the past. Would you say that your position on the usage of KF has changed, or is there another to take? My stance has never changed. People just like to pretend that it has changed when it has never changed. If you want to talk shit about people on the internet, be it Kiwi Farms or some other place, I think you should have a right to do that. And trying to take websites like that down by attacking the registrars or attacking via credit card companies, I don't think that's necessarily I don't think that's a good thing. I think if you want to make it illegal, then pass a law or try to do something like that. But like my stance on that has always been the same. I still feel the same way about that. But people are in this weird world where they're like, oh, you think this person should have the right to say this thing? That must mean that you agree with it and you don't hate it. No, what? That's fucking retarded. Like, I can defend somebody's right to say something and still think that what they say is disgusting and gross. Like, that's, I don't, like, it's retarded.
It was in that video because it was so slow and, you know, in my yammering way, it was slow paced and emotional and vulnerable and nuanced. And I just thought, I can't imagine he's going to use any of that. And I even told him, I said,
is he saying the content cop was nuanced and no way, right?
probably cut this off. And we were having a really in-depth conversation. There were a lot of ups and downs.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. He's talking about the conversation they had. Okay.
And so when I handed over all of the footage, I just gave it to him. I was thinking I wasn't going to be in the video because I was thinking, how in the world, in a content, in his style, how could he use anything that we said in that video? Because it was so slow and, you know, in my yammering way, it was slow-paced and emotional and vulnerable and nuanced, and I just thought, I can't imagine he's going to use any of that. And I even told him, I said, if you don't use any of this footage, I'm not going to be insulted, or if you use like 3 seconds, you know, whatever. And I trusted him. And I didn't want to give him the impression that I didn't trust him, because I didn't want to poison the well in that way. I wanted him to go for it. I knew I was taking a risk, but I knew enough of him to trust that at the very least it wouldn't be negative for me. And that approach is something that I learned as a therapist, not only in practice, but also theoretically, that people behave the way that you treat them, the way that you believe in them. Either way, right? If you treat them poorly and don't believe in them, then they tend to behave in ways that are problematic, sometimes to you. But if you believe in people and you say, I know that you can do the right thing, I believe in you, then across the board, and this is demonstrated through empirical observation, that people will behave in more responsible, empathetic, non-problematic ways. Not all the time, but it has a huge effect on people. And that believing in Ian does not mean disbelieving in Ethan, or vice versa. So I thought I would actually watch a few clips from the over 3-hour conversation that I...
Content Cop was still a net positive for Hassan. Many normies trending against H3. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not too sure about that.
So I thought I would actually watch a few clips from the...
One thing that this guy's doing, and I don't know, I'm not a therapist, obviously, and maybe this is more par for the course, I guess, for his content. I feel like there's like a... I feel like there is a... like a cardinal sin that's being committed here of taking one side of the story and then allowing somebody to utilize that for... like a YouTube video. I would be super afraid of a therapist, or as a therapist, if I was a therapist, of somebody doing that. Like, hey, well, let's talk about this other guy. Let's talk about all his problems from your perspective, from your frame of reference, and then I'm going to tell you my thoughts on it, and then you can use that for your video. That seems really iffy to me, but...
over 3-hour conversation that I had with Ian.
This is dipping my toes in a very, there's a lot of controversial topics.
Although also, but I can kind of see maybe... Fuck. Did he say if he knew this was going to end up in a content cop, or did he say he wasn't sure it was going to end up in a content cop? Because to take a 3-hour, I guess he said, right? A huge conversation like this, and then for Ian to cut a few minutes of it, he said he did know, and to put in a content cop, that's really fucking weird, but...
With Ian.
This is dipping my toes in a very, there's a lot of controversial topic.
Like, I wonder if he thought the content cop was going to be way, way, way different than what it actually was, given the conversation they had. Yeah.
With Ian.
This is dipping my toes in a very, there's a lot of controversial topics around it. Ethan's a controversial guy.
Yeah.
So it's like,
I'm happy that you're doing it, because, you know, jumping back into the deep end, which the internet needs you now.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So that's the very beginning of the recording, and that's in line with what I was saying earlier. But the main thing that he wanted me to do when we were meeting was to watch this video that he made. Let's watch that video now.
A couple years ago, Ethan Klein was playing a video clip of Cutie Cinderella, a fellow streamer, crying about a very traumatic situation she was going through involving Atrioc and this whole deepfake porn situation. And Ethan Klein very stupidly played a comedic soundbite, and he just lost it. You know, he was cackling. Ethan recognized that it was not a good thing to do, so he pretty quickly apologized.
If I had known that the whole video was concluding on me changing the grade, I still would have refused to change my grade, but I would have done it in a much more careful way.
Okay.
Because I thought that he was just experimenting with different elements of the content cop video. I thought I was going to be one of hundreds of possible things that he would put in, and I thought...
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. This makes more sense. I was going to say, that'd be kind of wild that he would agree to that, yeah. But okay, it makes more sense.
Since I didn't change the grade, I wouldn't even make it in the video. And I asked him about it, actually, today, and he said that he thought I was going to change the grade, and that when I didn't change the grade, he had to completely rewrite the ending, the epilogue to that hour-long content cop video. And he had to, and maybe influenced, to make it more positive. And then he reached out to all those content providers for them to all say something nice in light of what I had done.
Wait, what?
And I asked him about it actually today, and he said that he thought I was going to change the grade, and that when I didn't change the grade, he had to completely rewrite the ending, the epilogue to that hour-long content cop video. And he had to, and maybe influenced, to make it more positive. And then he reached out to all those content providers for them to all say something nice in light of what I had done. and I thought, oh my God. I mean, it is what I was hoping. I mean, not that specifically, but that message I was hoping to influence, I didn't realize.
So the compliment segment was fucking fake? Yeah, true. Also, isn't it weird? Who spent the most time with Ethan of all the people in that video? Probably his ex-podcast co-host Hassan. Notice how Hassan didn't have anything. He didn't have a single nice thing to say about Ethan. Why not? Kind of weird.
Realize I would be that pivotal. I didn't realize I was, I can imagine for him being quite disappointed after.
Okay, never mind. This makes way more sense. He had no fucking idea what exactly he was signing up for in this video. This makes more sense. Yeah. Because I was going to say, I'm trying to imagine you having this huge, in-depth, 3-hour therapy-esque conversation. And then you see the content coming out, you're like, oh, fuck.
That pivotal. I didn't realize I was, I can imagine for him being quite disappointed after we had that 3-hour conversation. We hung out afterwards as well, the four of us, Stacey and Anissa and Ian and I, and just, shot the shit.
He pretty quickly apologized. Now that apology was pretty well recognized as a good apology amongst the non-experts, but the experts also weighed in. I mean, as much as you can be an expert in apologies, it's not like an official title or anything, but Dr. Kirk Honda weighed in. Now Ethan was able to hit most, if not all, the points on this grading scale. Basically, this resulted in Ethan getting an A+ apology. You could say that I'm salty because I got a B+.
The other thing that he showed me, and when we were watching this video a couple weeks ago, I asked him, what is this? Did you put together this graphic that has all my apology video grades? Because there was a point a while back where I wanted to actually go back and watch all my apology videos and write down all the grades that I'd given because I had forgotten.
Oh my God.
Because in some later apology videos, I would be referring to past apologies, and I wanted to be able to contrast grades and the rubric that I used.
Kind of sneaky with this.
And I asked him, I said, did you make this? That's amazing. And he's like, no. H3, Ethan Klein and his people or his fans or something put together this web page, and each is a clickable thing to take you to my video, and it's heavily featured on the H3 podcast or the fan site, I can't remember which, because of how often Ethan talks about it and how vindicating or how praising it is to Ethan, because he is the only one that has maybe even received an A.
The apology, in my opinion, has just served to boost his ego and kind of give him an out.
He rated my apology.
So he was so the whole reason, I wonder if, there's still an hour left. I wonder if he gets, or if he understands this, or maybe the understanding is coming, or was already here before filming it. The only reason why he was brought into this video was literally to be weaponized. I feel like that's like the perfect encapsulation of my tirade against Ian, where I'm like, I hate it that you guys pretend to care about therapy or all this bullshit when really you just weaponize it. You're just like, oh, go to therapy to try to crazy make somebody, basically. You're trying to make people feel like they can't have a legitimate grievance with you. They must need therapy or something, is emotionally broken with them. And so to add on to that, he literally just brought this therapist guy, one of the most famous ones on the internet, I think, that does stuff like this, just to weaponize him against Ethan. Jesus.
The apology, in my opinion, has just served to boost his ego and kind of give him an out.
He rated my apology to Cutie Cinderella a perfect score, a perfect 10.
A perfect 10 out of 10?
Literally 10 out of 10. Go back. I can teach you how to make a good apology. I'm
right,
best
10 out of 10.
I know what a perfect apology is, lady.
When Ethan initially had talked about my video, my apology analysis of him, people were sending me the link. Like, oh my God, Ethan talked about you. Because people know that I'm a small-time YouTuber, and so they're just like, do you know that a famous person is talking about you? And I took it that way. And I think maybe there was another time that people were sending, but I just thought that was it. But watching this mashup of all these little clips, I asked Ian, I was like, does he really talk about my grade this often? And Ian said, yes, and the stuff I'm showing you right now is a small portion of the amount of times that he refers to your grade of his apology, which was interesting and flattering, I will say, and I think deserved. It was a good apology. If you didn't watch the apology, watch it or watch my analysis of it. Oof. But it was very long, very authentic in his way, very off the cuff, and very acknowledging of the harm. It was way beyond. And I would say that Ian was a close second, as evidenced by that graphic we saw in which he's the only B, right? I think that not only should someone be rewarded for a very rare thing, which is to, in my book, demonstrate very strongly a lot of the core components of an effective apology, but also I think that Ethan, as other content providers like Ian himself, are almost never given positive feedback. And so anyone saying something positive, I would imagine, would be emotionally very important to him.
You fucking don't. Is my perfect apology in this PowerPoint? Dude, I got a perfect 10 out of 10.
This one is actually best apology, so.
Ethan Klein, you guys, oh my God.
Okay, so if you don't know, he reached out to me to participate in the Steamies.
It's especially gross to this too. Like if you think about this, because if somebody makes a good apology, right, and they've demonstrated that they understand some wrong, they're showing genuine contrition, they're showing a genuine desire to change, they've already taken some steps to remedy, however they've hurt a person, and supposedly, right, Ian just wants Ethan to change his ways and to be a better person. For him to try to claw that back, what the fuck? It's like completely contrary, you would imagine, to anything that you're supposedly trying to accomplish. No? Like, what the fuck?
Was it last year or 2 years ago? I can't remember. And they wanted me to submit an award granting to him in the style of the Steamies. And so I gave them a couple options of videos and they showed it. And so that's what's happening here.
Psychology in Seattle would not be giving this a good rating. In fact, I look forward to him rating it. Probably get pretty low marks.
And yeah, I didn't react to that apology video. I probably just didn't have the time.
And I think that it's more than appropriate for Dr. Kirk Honda to fucking adjust his apology rating, because that's horseshit. So Kirk, this is your opportunity. Ethan has been flaunting this A everywhere.
So I almost am glad that it happened.
Psychology in Seattle.
Yes, I'm just kidding. If you get an A+ apology, it's almost better. I'm glad I said what I said.
Now, I suppose some people would accuse me of kowtowing to Ethan because I'm getting free publicity every time he talks about it, and if I were to rescind that, I would lose that opportunity. That has not occurred to me. Maybe it's in the back of my mind. That's possible. But I learned a long time ago that that kind of publicity, and even the publicity that I'm getting from being an iDubbbz content cop video, doesn't really translate into followership or money for me. I learned that a long time ago because when you cast a really wide net, you get a lot of different sorts of people, and very few of them would be interested in my kind of content.
And in a way, if you want to be like silver lining, it's kind of good that it happened.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, but...
Give this guy a fucking taste. Now, we're getting out of apology territory, but I need to just get some shit out to sweeten the deal for you, Kirk. He used to be the hero.
Okay, so I think this is the portion of the video that is just for me, that's not intended to be in the content cop video. And keep in mind that at this point, Ian is hoping and planning on me changing the grade.
I see you out there, you fucking cockroach.
So now that my presentation is over, I'm going to pass this over to Dr. Kirk Honda to give us a professional opinion, and maybe, if we're lucky, there might be some amendment to Ethan Klein's, perfect apology. Because I don't think this is a perfect apology.
Every time Cutie gets an opportunity to shit on me, she takes it without a batting or
I don't know if that's... What is Cutie? I don't think this is Ludwig. They're separate people.
Right. Is it a perfect apology? I don't know if I've used that word. Maybe I have, but that doesn't feel like what I was saying or want to say. I just want to put out there that his apology had all the components that I'm looking for in a public apology and more. So that's an A+. That's all it means. Now, I don't know if you're catching this context, but this is a pretty good zinger to have at the end of this video that's meant for me, that he is later after the apology to the person that he transgressed upon, Ethan is saying questionable, problematic things that his producer is pushing back on, which is what he often is having to do for Ethan. No, you're interpreting that wrong. And I'll tell you that in a way, I can very much relate to this. I've talked about this before, that I'll get an email or a comment or someone will talk about me online, and it'll initially get me very hurt and afraid, and then I get very angry, and I go to Stacy to either I know I should check in with her or I'm just venting, and 9 times out of 10, she'll say, I saw that email too, and I don't think you're interpreting it right. I don't think that's what they were saying. Or I saw that comment, and I think you need to reread that comment. And at first, I'm like, how dare you invalidate me or something. I don't say that, but that's how it feels at first. But again, 9 times out of 10 from there, I find that she's absolutely correct, that I was overreacting. Or just, I'll get a text from a friend, and I'll overreact, and I'll ask her, or I'll vent, and she'll be like, I don't think you're getting that right. Or she'll listen really well, as she always does, and I'll calm down, and then I'll realize I probably should question my initial assumption, which happens sometimes. And so there's that function. The difference is I'm not doing it while I'm being recorded. Ethan does it while he's being recorded. People react to that. I mean, if people saw me in that state, there would be a lot of justifiable, especially if I'm publishing it, you know what I mean? Putting it out there. And I don't rescind it right away, which doesn't usually happen anyway. In my person, when I'm venting and stuff, I don't immediately say to Stacey, oh, you're right, I was wrong. Sometimes it takes me a while, The difference is that Ethan does it on the air, which is hurtful to those that he's talking about. Then they attack him back, and it just creates that feedback loop. That's another element here.
People say Cutie defends me on her podcast with Maya. Well, I've seen lots of clips of her shitting on me, but I guess maybe that was all I saw.
So he is initially being hurtful and assuming bad things about the person that he transgressed on, and then the producer's like, no, she's actually on your side. And that's supposed to, from Ian's point of view, influence me to take the grade back. But this is further confirmation of in this little snippet, and we'll rewind this actually because I think this is important. It demonstrates that for Ethan, this is him after that progression that I talked about a while back, where he gets hurt and afraid, very hurt, very afraid.
As a therapist, I take the client story as serious but not always accurate. I do suss out what seems to be true and decide what to challenge at the time and what not to. Sure. I feel like I'm not a therapist, so I'm just off the cuff here. In a perfect world, I would say that it's not a therapist's job to necessarily challenge the underlying facts of anything that a client presents you. Patient, not client, sorry. That a patient presents you in a therapy session. I think that's fair. You should rather you're just like focusing on like, okay, well, how did this thing make you feel? How did you react to it? How would you want to react to it? Well, how did this all turn out? Or whatever bullshit you talk about. The only scary thing, I guess, or the only thing that sucks is, and I don't even know what the responsibility of the therapist here is. The only thing that sucks is when a person leaves therapy with the goal of weaponizing whatever they got in therapy against the person that they had the problem with. So if they misrepresent a problem to a therapist, the therapist gives them kind of like a tool to deal with it. And the therapist agrees or validates the feelings that a person has about a particular situation, which I think in general our feelings are always valid. People are very quick to transpose the feeling onto the fact. So if I go in and I say, I feel like shit because my partner slapped the shit out of me for no reason, and let's say that that isn't at all what happened. And if the therapist says like, okay, yeah, sure, now I'm not going to comment on what they did, but it's understandable like why you might feel, however you feel. If people get their feelings validated, I feel like oftentimes they'll take that validation and then they'll go back to the person and say, my therapist said that you treating me like shit and slapping the shit out of me is actually a totally valid reason for me to be upset with you. So fuck you. And then I feel like there's this weird emotional, factual transposition that happens. I'm sure there's like a more formal word for that, but it's very, I just hate people that weaponize shit like that. It's so fucking annoying.
Afraid. He initially has some slightly problematic takes and clapbacks, if you will. And he does it off the cuff, and he's absorbing all of the negativity without any filter, seemingly. Then people fight back, right? And then more people fight back in unfair ways to him, right? Because he's already being somewhat unfair. He gets more paranoid, more afraid, more hurt. He gets more upset. He spontaneous. And so down the line, as he comes across that one, I think, tweet or something by one of Ian's former associates, he gets paranoid that, oh, Ian and Issa are against me, right? That's not his typical stance. It's not his typical interpretation of that. It's after months and months of his mental state being harmed by himself. He's doing this to him. I mean, people are doing it to him, but he's doing nothing to prevent it, right? And maybe even he knows it's happening. I don't know. Maybe he knows like, oh, this is good for ratings. You always have to come up with something to say. And I really feel bad for content providers like Ethan who don't have something like me where I have a professional training aspect that I can always talk about, right? I can provide.
That's one of the reasons I personally think it is not a good idea to do couples therapy and only one of the partners is therapy on their own. Wait, what? I feel like couples therapy is really good because then you can hash out like a disagreement or a fight or something literally in front of the therapist. And I feel like the therapist gets a much more holistic understanding of the dynamic. Again, not as a therapist, and I'm not, but like there are a lot of things that I'll hear from somebody and this person seems like super normal, mentally well-adjusted or whatever, and they'll tell me things about their partner like, okay, yeah, this seems kind of fucked. And then when I see both of them interact, I'm like, okay, hold on. I have a much, much deeper understanding of the fucky weirdness on both sides of this now, okay? Because when you see people together, it's just way different than just getting the story from one person. And it's not always because that one person, by the way, is lying or because they're trying to be malicious or evil. Sometimes we just don't perceive things accurately on our own because we're in our own head about a particular fight or we have our own ways of seeing, a disagreement between us and a partner, especially when partners are involved, so.
Always have to come up with something to say. And I really feel bad for content providers like Ethan who don't have something like me where I have a professional training aspect that I can always talk about, right? I can provide that, only a small percentage of an audience like what he has are interested in, but enough of an audience, I can share that information. Whereas if you're just a guy who people think is kind of funny and interesting, how do you come up with something to say? How do you come up with content? You wake up in the morning and say, well, what do I have to offer? And so you'd end up just falling into this pattern of, well, what people are interested in is just me flying off the handle, So I think that might be another element. That doesn't release him from responsibility, of course, but I think it's another piece of the context. So let's rewatch this and keep in mind that there's a possibility, I don't know, it's just total speculation on my part, that his mental state has been affected in a way that any of us would be affected by if all of that negativity and hatred and attacking, and a lot of it unfair, because we don't see all of the horribleness that, even if you pay attention, you don't see all the horribleness that he might be absorbing. And then he gets this little hint that maybe, I think her name's QT, the woman that was crying about the deepfake porn, and he was laughing, and then he apologized later, and he gets a little glimpse, and then he's so paranoid, he's such a quick, he's got a real itchy trigger finger, goes after the producer, no, and then you can kind of see the gear.
Yeah, I just don't like him talking about all of this without ever having spoken to Ethan ever, has he? Right? He did a 3-hour convo with Ian, and now he's doing this 1.5-hour video here. Has he ever spoken to Ethan in his entire life? It seems a little like.
Gears turning in his mind. It's like, not only is this assumption not true, but the producer's saying, no, she's on your side, she's supporting you, and that in-group out-grouping is happening. It's like, oh, she's out-group, wait, so she's in-group, and you can see his brain trying to adjust that.
Every time Cutie gets an opportunity to shit on me, she takes it without a batting or
I don't know if that's, what is Cutie? I don't think this is Ludwig. They're separate people.
Oh, people say Cutie defends me on her podcast with Maya? Oh, I've seen lots of clips of her shitting on me, but I guess maybe that was all I saw and not the whole thing.
So that's the end of that video, but I don't know if you see what I'm seeing, but that's what I'm seeing, the way I described it earlier.
Anissa and I have experienced like the same kind of level of harassment. Makes me feel like qualified to talk to him about it because
So I don't know if you noticed that.
But you didn't, and you're not. And you did the worst possible thing that you could have ever done to a person. And you must know that. Like, everything that Ian is saying should make him uniquely qualified to know that this would be the absolute worst way to encourage a friend to change their behavior. I'm going to make a hit piece video on you with all of the people that hate you the most. And it's going to start with all of us flipping you off, telling you to wake up. Like, come on, bro.
But he was on the verge
That's
of
a
crying
joke.
in that moment, or it looked that way to me. So just keep that in mind as we move forward here. But yeah, I think this could help to give Ian credibility in his content cop video that he was at first not wanting to make a content cop video. He wanted to reach out to Ethan and explain and to make up, right? To have their...
Check Asmongold's stream right now. Oh, sorry. We have to go to his alt because...
People that are mean to Frogan for things that I don't...
Right, I don't care about this right now. Hold on.
Their work friendship, so to speak, he was at first not wanting to make a content cop video. He wanted to reach out to Ethan and explain and to make up, right? To have their work friendship, so to speak, reconciled at the very least, and maybe even to result in Ethan publicly rescinding some of the things that he was saying about Ian and Anissa. Not just because Ian and Anissa care, and if you have a friend...
Okay, again, I don't watch H3H3 ever, okay? Except for the clips I get linked. It's just not my style of content. Was Ethan talking a ton of shit about Ian such that he needed to like walk it back, or he should have chilled? Like, I don't think I've never heard Ethan say anything about Ian. Now, clearly he did, so because there's clips I haven't seen before. But was it even that much? No. Okay. Do you think people like Hassan pressured Ian to make the content cop? I genuinely don't see why he felt the need. Absolutely, they did a bit, for sure. Hassan probably had a pretty heavy hand in it. I think that's one of the reasons why. It's just a guess, but I think I've earned it at this point, given what Ethan has said about Hassan. I think that's also one of the reasons why, even though there was, I think, a couple of screenshots that looked like people from my suburb or my community, Ian didn't mention me a single fucking time. I bet that was one of the things Hassan told Ian. Whatever you do, don't bring up Destiny. Don't even bring up his community, DGG or whatever. Just call it a subreddit or say this thing. Don't ever, ever, ever bring him up, okay? Hassan probably pushed him quite a bit to make this. I bet he did. I mean, they literally filmed it in Hassan's fucking streaming room, right? And they had all their little friends show up for it and everything, so...
friend, even if it's kind of like a work friend. You don't want them to think wrong things about you that results in them hating you, But also because Ethan is talking shit online, which isn't, they already have enough haters and enough harassment and bullies. They don't, to add to that isn't very happy to think about. So this is him describing it in a more, calm, long manner than he would do in a content video or a content cop.
And makes me feel like qualified to talk to him about it because I feel super empathetic, specifically to to that feeling that everyone is an enemy. I had that feeling very much after my apology. There were loads of people who were...
And I am just so happy. I'm sad that Ian had to go through this, but this was part of the change. And this is the part of the change for everybody, me included. When we go through things or someone close to us is going through things, it gives us a better chance to really feel what it's like to go through that thing. Then when someone else is going through that thing, we have a much greater chance of having empathy for that person. And until that happens, it is hard to have empathy for someone else. Not because we lack empathy, but because it is lost on us why someone is having a reaction that they're having. And Ethan, at least from my understanding, isn't crying on his podcast. He's not talking about the pain and the fear and the terror that he's going through. He's exhibiting the anger, and Ian sees that and understands what's beneath it. And initially was reaching out, even though Ethan was publicly saying horrible things and causing a lot of Ethan's fans to go after Ian and Anissa. What Ian initially felt was empathy, because he had been through that himself. And so that resulted in him seeing Ethan in a...
Do you expect a content cop on you in the future? I don't know.
Passionate light at first, and so he reached out, gave him the benefit of the...
Destiny, answer my question, you coward. What's your question? How can you criticize iDubbbz for platforming Hassan when you were implicitly promoting Lauren Southern have showing of her docs on stream so you could have an affair with her? How do you know she wasn't trying to have one with me and that's why she had me show them? Could have been the other way around. You can bring up any person that I've platformed on my stream for any reason. The difference for all of these, whether it's Lauren, whether it's Nick Fuentes, whether it's Yo Mama, whether it's literally anybody at all, okay? The difference is I push back on shit that I disagree with and shit that I should disagree with, on all of it. So you can say whatever you want about anybody that I've platformed, but nobody who's ever watched my content has ever come away from me having a conversation with some person thinking like, oh my God, I think for the Nazis, right? Destiny must be a full-on fucking Nazi. That's crazy that he's a full... Nobody's ever thought this, ever. That's the difference. I don't know how hard it is for you to understand that. It's a pretty simple thing.
The doubt, even though Ethan was giving Ian no reason to do that publicly, the assumption was there because of a common humanity that's understood. And so Ian, and I believe him, and Anissa would talk about this too, that he, behind closed doors, meaning not on the air, it wasn't like he tweeted, hey, Ethan, let's talk, as a public showing of goodwill. He texted him off air, if you will, and Ethan still refused to talk with him, right? Which was hurtful and was aggravating, right? Then you feel like you have no power, you have no voice. And then so Ian dusted off his content cop outfit and said, well, I do have access to a voice and I'm going to use it since I have no other recourse here.
And make you feel like, there's no winning.
Well, I remember people reacting to your apology video were saying that you were grifting or something, that it was all a lie. And you were trying to trick the audience so that you could, I don't know what you'd be tricking the audience, because it wasn't necessarily a good career move. You know what I mean?
No, it's been actually terrible for me in making money.
We've talked about it.
Gotten worse.
Yeah, but it's easier to sleep at night, I hope.
Yeah.
And you're clawing back,
Yeah.
And then other people are saying Anissa is pulling all the strings and you're pussy whipped or whatever.
Totally.
And it's just like...
Not that I'm totally pussy whipped, but they're totally saying that I'm pussy whipped.
Yeah. I think it's kind of romantic to be a little pussy whipped now and then, the little mutual heterosexual pussy dick whip, both ways. But
that pussy dick whip reciprocation or mutual whipping became a theme throughout our 3-hour conversation and after. So I guess that's where it started.
Like, I feel it myself, like this, it's so hard for me on my podcast to like loosen up. It's incredibly hard. And to also then make jokes and be funny. I talked about it in my apology, like I am so insecure about my ability to entertain. I think he feels the same, to be honest. I don't think he said as much, but I feel like, to me, it's pretty obvious by how often he like says crazy fucked up shit and then also like looks to his producers and employees to be like, was that like a bad thing? Should I button that? Or like, no one's laughing. Like, what, was that funny or not funny?
So we're towards the...
This is a lot of psychoanalysis and projection. Like, I feel like that's also just kind of like a thing that it's like part of the joke, right? But, okay.
Ending of our 3-hour conversation. And at this point...
This is all project... oh, wait. Isn't there something super self-indulgent about recorded therapy with the intent to show others? I think at the end of the day, I've said this a million times, all people really want is to be understood. I think it's one of the most like foundational human things is to feel like other people understand us. And especially for streamer type people or celebrity type people, your life is so far away from the norm that the feeling could be that having like a kind of a public therapy session gives me a chance to be super raw and honest about how I feel about things. And like nobody else is going to get this, I guess, perspective of me otherwise. So.
I've heard a lot of the background and we've had a lot of back and forth. Anissa has also been a big part of the conversation. And as he was approaching his thesis or stating his thesis that he would eventually have in his content cop video, or at least an earlier version of it, I was both curious about what his conceptualization is as to why Ethan would refuse to change or not be self-reflective or to not exhibit empathy. I was curious about that, but I also was asking a question that I often will ask my students, actually, in that they'll talk about a client and they'll say, oh, this client, or maybe more commonly, I'll have a student or a trainee or a supervisee or a consultee who will be talking about a client's partner, right? So my student is saying, yeah, so I have this client and she's talking about her husband and about how much of a jerk face her husband is. And if it seems appropriate to ask or helpful to ask, I might ask a very similar question. Instead of just rolling past that the way we typically do, where we're just like, oh, that guy must be a jerk face, I ask my therapist, and it's their job to think about this, whether they have an answer for it or not, but it's incredibly important to have a conceptualization. So I'll ask a conceptualization question. Why do you think the husband does that? You don't have the husband as a client, but hearing through your client, the husband's behavior, what is your initial or what is your hypothesis as to why that would happen? Because if we just go with the typical human or societal response, then it's just writing the guy off as a jerk face, as evil or something, instead of doing the work. And it's hard. And without training, it's almost impossible. Lay people aren't trained in this way. Most therapists are barely trained in this way. I would have to do a lot of work with students by the time they got to me, not to denigrate other professors, but there's just not enough time in graduate school, honestly. And so I asked him that question, like, okay, so you've laid out a very strong argument that Ethan has changed and that he is being more of a jerk face now than he was before and more toxic, and there doesn't seem to be any guardrails. And you've laid out some of the details about that, the button, the yes men, the absorbing the snark subreddit, that kind of stuff. Why would he do that? What do you think the reason is? And so what that provoked in Ian, because he takes that question to heart, I'll give him credit for that for sure, is to find a pathway. And often a pathway is through looking to yourself as a pathway to empathy, right? So he, as we just saw, Ian's like, well, I can kind of relate because I've been there and I know what can happen to you and that insecurity. And I just wanted to point that out as an element of something. I didn't notice it at the time because I'm not conscious necessarily of that.
Yeah, that's a good question from YouTube chatter. Like, did Ian really think that he was being empathetic with his content cop? I'm sorry, I can't believe that. I just absolutely cannot believe that in Ian's mind that he was thinking like, I think this is really gonna get through to him. I think this is really gonna speak to him. I'm sorry, I don't believe that at all.
Of that. Again, I'm
it
actually
was supposed to be an epic
say,
own. That's what it was supposed to be.
I'm also always trying to promote the notion, even in my casual conversations, that there's a question there. We might not know the answer, but most people have a logical reason as to why they would be hurtful or harmful or even abusive. It doesn't justify it at all, but it explains it and gives us something to work on. If we can change the factors that lead to the problematic behavior, then we can stop the problematic behavior.
And he's oftentimes like very concerned with that. Like he's looking for the feedback. I think it would probably be good for him to do stand-up or something, an open mic, to actually get an idea or get more in touch with what makes him funny. Because that's something that I like. That's going to be probably a constant journey for me, is figuring out what makes me funny or what people like about me or my content. So I just want that for him.
Okay. Did you just touch on something inside of you right now?
Yeah, I think
What was that?
Oh, yeah, I've just seen... It's frustrating because...
Yeah, it brings a tear to my eye. I'm just...
Hold on. You guys are saying that's why the nice thing at the end felt out of place, like the therapist said. Ian had to redo the ending because the therapist didn't dunk on Ethan. I think Dubs had it mostly edited, then did this session that changed the whole ending. It was this interaction we are learning about that caused the faux empathy. Oh, no, right, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, because even if they would have had a different ending, none of this is ever empathetic. But you're saying that maybe he wanted to be more empathetic after having this interaction, but like by then it's too late. You've already made the whole thing.
You sense the pain, right? You feel the anguish. It's deep. This is deep. I noticed a couple times,
stuff, guys.
including that time, that he was tearing up.
Some deep shit.
I think recall what he had been through himself, which has a lot of complicated feelings. The hurt of the harassment, the deep shame that I know that he feels. I was really surprised that he included a bit of this in the epilogue of his video. And it really makes me wonder, if I wasn't involved, how the video would have ended. Because I actually asked him if I don't know if I've mentioned this already, but I asked him if I hadn't responded the way that I had, how would the video have ended differently? And he said, oh, absolutely. In fact, what did he say here? And again, he's cool with me saying all this stuff. I've asked him. I was texting him saying, I had no idea how important I was to the ending of your content cop video. If I had known, I would have been more careful in the way that I refused to change my grade. And then Ian replied and said, you play a really important role in the video. it made me rethink the whole ending, to be honest. And it led to me deciding to get those creators to send me nice comments. So I feel good about that because I like the way it ended, absolutely. But I feel bad about inconveniencing a fellow content provider in that way. So
would you ever chat with Sam Hyde again? I don't know, maybe at some point in the future, but I would have to be like well sorted out to have like a really big ideologically driven conversation. And I generally don't. I'm generally a little bit more kind of like discrete fact or micro narrative focused.
Anyway, I also want to provide this for the main reason why I want to make, or one of the main reasons why I want to make this video is that I would imagine that, especially in the past, you would not imagine, if you did watch iDubbbz videos or even knew of him and maybe even disliked him, you would not necessarily know or think or imagine that he would be a normal human.
I have a super deep gut feeling that it was meant to be empathetic, but Ian got blindsided by the lefty Avengers, vis-a-vis letting other people self-insert and write shitty, dishonest arguments, ruining his chance to be in good faith. I disagree. If this was a live stream, I might agree with you, but this was a YouTube video. And when you're doing edited work, you have so much time to look over what you're doing, you're storyboarding it out, you're trying to figure out like, okay, well, what am I going to do here and here and all this, and you're putting things together. There's so much thought that goes into putting together like a whole ass video. There's no way that it accidentally comes out as literally the exact fucking opposite of what you wanted it to be. That's just, I don't believe that for a second. I'm sorry. There's just no shot.
Human being with vulnerabilities. You know, one of the big reasons why I want to make this video is to demonstrate for audience members and for content providers.
I could see like at the end of a live stream, like somebody being like, fuck, I kind of wanted to be more chill here. I feel like I got a little unhinged, right? Because there's no rewind button. You can't take back things you say.
That a thick skin is a myth. No one has a thick skin. You can't protect yourself. What difference does it make if you're a content provider or not? You're a human being.
His Content Cop was just filled with minor disagreements. It's still possible. But I mean, just think about what Content Cop was, right? Content Cop was basically digging through either a huge drama or a recent huge drama plus a bunch of stuff from somebody's past to discredit them or to show their hypocrisy or to show how bad of a person they were. That's what Content Cop was. So if you're bringing back Content Cop for Ethan, how am I supposed to think? How is anybody supposed to believe that this is anything besides a hit piece? Like,
and you cannot protect yourself. No one can from harassment and bullying and hatred. And we also understand that you can get 10 comments, 9 of which are positive, but 1 that's negative, and everyone focuses on that one negative thing. We all understand. Everyone understands that. Content providers understand that every day of their lives. And unless there's a management system that involves not reading every single comment, that involves therapy and perspective and telling the audience, one of the best things that I ever did over time, because it sort of had a crescendo during the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial 3 years ago, I couldn't help myself but to tell people like how it was affecting me, the hatred that was coming my way. By telling my audience that, even people that didn't like me, I think it gave a lot of people the opportunity to understand and therefore have empathy and therefore take care, right?
I've really tried hard to like control what I've been putting out online and like what I'm going to react to and you know, think about other people. And it was like, you know, at minimum like a full year of me like really questioning like everything I was putting out. And you know, I had some confidence at the start of that, but like every video I put out, I'd be like, oh shit, like the views aren't good, the comments aren't good, like I don't know, like it just kept getting worse and worse. And so
one thing that like is so difficult, and I always say this for like, especially for newer streamers, but even for longtime streamers, I don't know if, I just don't know because I never watched Ian or Leafy or any of these people. Did he ever have like a downswing in his career? Or was it just when he did the big transition over to dating Anissa and then kind of like moving away from the Content Cop stuff? I don't know. Was he ever on like the losing side of any dramas? Because if not, that first time when you're changing up style significantly, or when you have had your first big like downswing in viewership for a lot of online content creators, it can be crushing. Because it's like because you really don't know, like, am I never coming back from this? Like, is this the end? Like, was I ever even funny? Did I luck into all of this? Like, if you've never gone through one of those moments of having a big career downswing, whew, it's a really rough thing.
So, now that I feel like it wasn't overnight, like me getting my confidence back, and I'm still probably not all the way there, but like,
does he deserve to feel some amount of concern or pain, or does he deserve some consequence for the bigotry that he put out there? You can answer the question how you want to, but I would answer that question, yes. it is fair that he experience some level of consequence, and that consequence could cause him some level of pain and insecurity. And as he acknowledges it and apologizes for it, he also deserves consequence. Does he deserve to feel some amount of
gaining my confidence back? Now that I feel like it wasn't overnight, like me gaining my confidence back, and I'm still probably not all the way there, but like,
does he deserve to feel some amount of concern or pain, or does he deserve some consequence for the bigotry that he put out there? You can answer the question how you want to, but
I don't know if that's what Ian is talking about at all here, but okay.
To answer that question, yes, it is.
Did you have such an experience? I don't know. If I did, the closest would have been quitting StarCraft 2 and playing League. That was probably the biggest career transition I ever made. Oh, and then maybe this the past 3 months, but
for the bigotry that he put out there. You can answer the question how you want to, but I would answer that question, yes. It is fair that he experience some level of consequence, and that consequence could cause him some level of pain and insecurity. And as he acknowledges it and apologizes for it, he also deserves love and an opportunity for redemption and care and acceptance of the new him. Both of those things can happen at the same time. People that are fans of iDubbbz, even when he apologized, would say, you don't have to apologize, don't do that to yourself. Haters of him would say, he's just faking it. Or in this moment, they might say, well, you deserve it, motherfucker, whatever. Both are true, and both have to be true if we're going to make the world a better place. If people are going to be invited to change and welcomed to change and attracted to change, then we have to have the approach of both. There are consequences, and there is a path to redemption. And if you take that path, we will absolutely be there for you.
I feel like I have a much clearer idea because I didn't take like an easy route, or I didn't like fight back, or when I say easy route, I basically mean to say that I didn't go for the drama or the things that I know would get like views or attention.
Mm-hmm.
Because I am familiar with it, but I know that it's just going to lead me to the same kind of place.
Which was what?
Which is being unhappy and regretful.
Wait, is he saying in the content cop thing he didn't go for the easy stuff? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, regretting what?
Hurting people, just
or does he mean his content altogether? He's talking about the totality of his content, I think.
Things that I know would get like views. I basically mean to say that I didn't go for the drama or the things that I know would get like views or attention.
Mm-hmm.
Because I am familiar with it, but I know that it's just going to lead me to the same kind of place.
Which was what?
Which is being unhappy and regretful.
Yeah, regretting what?
Hurting people, just making like content that like didn't align with like my beliefs or principles.
So there it is, right? People can do bad things, very problematic things, hurtful things, post it on the internet, and do it over the span of months and years, and still be a good person. And how can that be? It happens all the time. Ethan, I assume the same thing is happening, but on a much larger scale or a current scale, or a worse version of it because of the factors that we've been talking about, the landscape of his family, CPS, the way that Ethan makes content, the way that he absorbs comments and subreddits and stuff. The button, as Ian has been pointing out, it can be even worse. And if we believe...
See, like the thing that's you have to be so careful about here is, and I'm sure he's had conversations about this exact thing, is we can't pathologize everything because a pathology is definitionally bad. If you say something is a disease, that means it's a bad thing. This is why people push back sometimes against even calling autism a disease, because they feel like it encompasses a large part of their personality. And if you call autism a disease, then you're literally calling an autistic person a disease. Like they are diseased. That person intrinsically is a diseased person. Or it's why trans people sometimes will fight against any kind of like cure for being trans. They'll say, well, hold on, you can't cure me. This is who I am. For him to say and offer this perspective as a therapist or whatever, that Ethan is having huge problems right now, that he needs to figure out how to, incorporate criticism better or not read or look at certain stuff or whatever. In a way, he's like giving everybody else on the internet. And I don't think that Dr. Kirk Honda is doing this per se, but he's giving other people the opportunity now to say, oh, when Ethan says X, Y, and Z, about Israel, Palestine, or about Hassan, that's just Ethan who is being sick in the head. And he needs to cure himself. He's sick right now and he needs help. And it's like, well, hold on. Jesus. Like, that's a pretty disempowering view of somebody. And you're kind of like robbing them of all their agency by taking that route. You've pathologized what could be legitimate political or interpersonal viewpoints they've had. Now you're just saying it's just the result of them being diseased. I don't think that's good.
If we have consequences and we criticize, but welcome and invite and tell them there is a way out, there's an escape, and I believe in you, then we see change. So I don't need to say this, I don't think, but I hope that this helps to provide some understanding of what people go through, content providers. even other sorts of public figures, actors, politicians even, so that you know what it can feel like and how rare it is that they will display these feelings. And if they do even allude to them, just how much hatred that they get or dismissal that they will get.
You know, I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Neela. I'm like, fuck, like, it's just really, it's really hard.
Like, I would argue one of the grossest things that Ian did, as long as I'm not mixing up who said what, Ian literally did the, Ethan probably believes this thing, or at least heavily implied it, because his wife is Israeli, right? Didn't he do that? Which is like almost exactly the worst types of abuse that Ian has gotten, which is you only believe this shit because of your OnlyFans slut wife. You know, you're cucked out now to your OnlyFans wife, and she's Arab, and that's why you're so cucked on all this. It's like, you're doing the exact same thing to Ethan. That's a bit rich, no?
To be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them. So I'm seeing Ethan go through a lot of that, Ethan and Neela. And yeah, I really relate heavily to the harassment that they're getting, and I see them kind of like, you know, turn away from friends, lean more into money, get a lot more like flippant and a lot more like aggressive toward people, and I'm just like, fuck, that is.
So a major reason as to why he made the content cop video, I think, was because he's trying to help in his way.
Also, it is super fucking hilarious that Anissa has like distanced herself so hard from any like Arab or Islamic shit in the past, and now she's full on like, I am a proud Arab woman. Yes, I am of Arab heritage and Lebanese descent. I'm so proud, and this is, I prayed 20 times a day. I don't know if she says she's Muslim, but it's funny.
I don't know if it will help. One could argue if it was really trying to help, it would have been less negative, so to speak, towards Ethan. But then one could argue maybe you have to be that pointed in your critique for it to break through and to get any sort of views and attention, that kind of, I don't know. But I think it's convincing that he cares about the two of them, Ethan and Neela.
Not ultimate.
You know what also sucks too? But this is whatever. This is literally a fantasy dream. I've got a better chance of getting unbanned from Twitch than anybody ever doing this. This could have actually been a really cool, good video where Ian says, here are some things that Ethan has said or done. Here are some things that I think are unfair of him that he should apologize for, or should stop doing. And here are ways that people are attacking Ethan that I think are unfair or unhinged. I don't think it's okay when people are doing this. But instead, he brings on the people that have been behind these attacks and doesn't mention any of that, which, by the way, is basically just greenlighting them, right? You're basically just saying like, oh yeah, it's cool to do this. Like, literally, they were on my show. We fucking got Ethan. We got him good. Like,
ultimately going to like solve it for you.
You could see, so that's that Y in the road.
You know that Anissa was a mod for your Twitch channel? Yeah, we used to be friends, I think, a long time ago. But this was like when I was going to like BlizzCon. This was a long time ago.
Yeah.
You took the healing, touching grass, or touching marriage route away from the internet toward.
Why would this not be addressed privately to minimize harm? I mean, there's an argument for doing this all publicly, since this is all public anyway. But like how you do it publicly, I think, is gonna determine how people view it or how people see it, right? Like this came like a hit piece. It was like an ownage piece. That's it.
Stability and attachment and love, whereas he's taking the other path, which is to go on the offense and to maybe convince himself that he's right and everyone else is wrong, and he doesn't care. You know, you can imagine having that defensive, just I don't give a shit what everyone, when you absolutely do care what people think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you allowed yourself to feel that feeling.
Yeah.
Now and back then. But you could see how you could harden.
Yeah.
And toughen up.
Totally. It's been very tempting, you know? Yeah. Like if I had the button like he has, I'd fucking hit it all the time.
Yeah. So I think that's all that we'll watch.
That button, dude. They made a real big deal out of that button.
Quickly after this, but I think that's a good representation of the overall conversation that we had for over 3 hours. So for those of you who never watched the Content Cop video, I thought we would watch a bit of it towards the end, in case you have been wondering this whole time what I've been referring to.
Okay, iDubbbz, I hear you. You're in the room with me right now. I hear you. I hear your request. I understand it. I can understand where it's coming from. And I guess have a policy that when there is a grade for an apology, I am just grading that discrete apology as I see it without taking any consideration of prior or future behavior. If you're wanting me to comment on the overall behavior or the recent behavior from the clips that you have shown me, I believe that Ethan is a good person and that eventually he will feel sorrow and will feel sorry and will apologize, and I will be there to evaluate that apology when it happens, which I know it will.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Unfortunately, Kirk did not change his grade.
Oh, I guess another thing to say is I'm glad that I didn't know that I was going to be so heavily featured at the end of his content cop video, because I knew that if he released another content cop video that it would get a lot of attention. As of right now, it's 2 days after it published. An airplane is going overhead, I don't forget, and the video has over 5 million views and counting. So if I knew that, I think I would have been too terrified to even get 2 words out while we were talking. So I guess it's a blessing in disguise. But anyway, when I watch this...
To Ian, Hassan and friends are not the harassers of Ethan. The narrative is that there is a small minority of those viewers that harassed Ethan and Hila, and that Hassan and his friends constantly told their fans not to harass him. Although anyone that understands streaming knows what sort of control a streamer has over chat. The thing is, Ian isn't a streamer. He has no control, or he has no idea how bad Hassan's chat exposes him to actually be. That could be true as well. Yeah, because it is interesting that, like, you know, people will accuse... I guess like people that I fight with will accuse my community of being unhinged or whatever, but like you can see everything my community says. We have rules that are very open. There's a reason why that every single time somebody accuses my community of doing something unhinged, it's always like a 2 or 0 follower account on Twitter when Ludwig tried to pull that. And it doesn't seem, or if they exist, at least I haven't seen them, that my community is running around making all of these insane anti-fan, you know, other communities of other streamers. But why is it? What do these other streamers do that their streamers or that their fan bases are all like religiously and cultishly contributing to these kind of like anti-fan communities? I don't know. I feel like that's kind of makes you think.
This video yesterday, I was like, oh, sorry. I mean, I stand by that, but sorry. So that's genuine. This reaction here, he's just like, so he refused to change. And I heard from him that, yeah, I had to rewrite the ending because of that. Sorry.
But that's okay, because this is the internet. Anyone can have their own official apology rating system. So I'm going to rate Ethan's apology a B-. That's just based on my own feelings and my own rubric. When Psychology in Seattle was watching these video clips of Ethan, he said that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug. Now, of course, it kind of pisses me off to hear that shit, because I'm like, what are we doing? What are we saying? He needs a hug? No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs. I think something that's very important to me in bringing back content.
Like, let's assume, or no, we don't have to assume. Like, what did he even go over? And I'm serious. I'm asking this in good faith. Somebody steelman this for me. What did Ian even cover in his video that would have made anybody watching it feel like so mad towards Ethan? Like, what was the worst thing that Ethan even did that Ian covered in his video? He needs an ass whip. Like, what did he even fucking do? The button, I guess? That one that from the Snark subreddit where they were like, when he muted the button, that was the only time in my life I was like, oh shit, Ethan is gonna be fucked. Because if I had some shit muted, but this is a streamer's worst nightmare, by the way, is you think shit is muted and you start talking and you're like, oh fuck. And then I watched the clip and I was like, oh shit, I need to find the real one because I must be looking at the wrong thing, because this is the most nothing burger thing I've ever heard in my entire life. It was Ethan complaining that like AB or somebody was like slowing down the content. I was like, this is nothing. That's the worst thing that you had in your whole content cop? Seriously? What?
Cop is to be fair. I think that was something that was not illustrated in previous content cops that I think should have been, and probably wouldn't have left me with so much regret. Ethan deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid.
All of it? That he's an abusive parent? That he neglects his family? That he's pro-genocide? That he's, like, what criticisms are you even talking about? Do you even know what people are normally criticizing him for? Like, what he's responding to?
But I also think, at the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human, because he is human. And he is in a situation that's making him extremely scared, paranoid, defensive, sensitive, and I'm sure other features and feelings. In the spirit of Kirk...
I love this. I love it. I love it. The video is still very pointed and very...
Like, no. You can't just throw that in at the end as a fucking tagline and pretend that you've done something. That is total fucking bullshit. That is total fucking bullshit. It doesn't work that way, okay?
Critical. But I'm having chills to have this epilogue or this ending or the climax of the video, to have it have this tone. while still staying true to his voice. It's a new voice-ish, but it's still him. It's authentic. It's real. It's just music to my ears, and could be the dawn of a new age on YouTube. And if there's something that is going to get across, that's going to be convincing and inviting and welcoming while still being critical and still having consequences for Ethan, this is the approach, in my opinion. We'll see what happens.
Sensitive, and I'm sure other features and feelings. In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug, I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him, because I think he deserves it.
I just wanted to say that I respect that you are genuinely yourself on the internet. I think a lot of other people respect you for it as well. I think that's a big reason why people were drawn to your content in the first place. I think that's a lot of the reason why your employees chose to work with you over anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's respect.
Is he going to comment on some of these quote unquote compliments where they're saying you used to be so cool?
That you even began this journey to leave behind the anti-SJW crowd and step into a more empathetic worldview. I know it's not easy.
Ethan Klein, I think that when you are being goofy, when you're being silly, when you are being lighthearted, and just having fun with your friends, I think that is when you're at your best. So I'd love to see more.
I even feel guilty for causing Ian to reach out to these other content providers and making them or asking them to say something positive. I don't know. I feel funny about having influence in that way when I didn't know that that would happen. You know what I mean? I don't want to be inconvenient to anybody. So as I said at some point earlier in this video, I said I was going to end the video with someone attacking me because I was involved in the content cop video. And I'm not going to show their username or anything, but I wanted to show what love can do. And how if we all participate in that, then we can all make the world a better place. Not only just a happy rainbow unicorn place, but a meaningfully better place for us and our kids and our grandkids in the world. I don't say that lightly. I'm not the one who invented this idea. It's not even originated from our era. This has been around for centuries. So take that. But as an example, I knew that being in the content video would result in me being attacked because I know the internet. I didn't know if it would be Ian's fans or Ethan's fans or people that hate both of them, or I don't know. Or just sometimes I realize that just being noticeable on the internet just attracts people that have issues, disturbed individuals, or people that are deeply, deeply unhappy and use bullying as a way to just get a little inkling of happiness or distraction from their own extremely miserable lives.
True.
But anyway, so I'm not going to dox this person or show their username or anything, but this person DM'd me. I received a number of things like this, but he said, stay in your lane and stop internet diagnosing people, hack. One, I'm not a huge fan of people not using punctuation. There should be a comma there. Just stop internet.
I'm sorry, wait, these are the messages that we're calling hate? Well, I guess this guy's not used to it very much. What do I have in my DMs? 9 hours ago. Can someone get this blue-haired failure another cock to suck on, like father, like son? I know Nathan thought about it. I'm calling it. He is one day us Andrew community will convince him for fun. So funny your cocksucker ass did that because Andrew community, which I'm in spam, sent your sex tape to your son and his mother. Will you ever have real friends again? Oh yeah, faggots never keep friends for long, only for gain. You should kill yourself. I know you thought about it. I told the same thing to your son. He's gonna die of anal rape. Both of you are social sodomites and your whole family are wild animals. You made your son block me because I sent him his daddy giving a horrible BJ, you handicap clown rainbow flag. Jesus Christ. Sorry. Anyway. Back to this hater message.
Hack. One, I'm not a huge fan of people not using punctuation. There should be a comma there.
This guy did not use very much punctuation.
Just stop internet diagnosing people, comma, hack. But anyway, so stay in your lane and stop internet diagnosing people, hack. So I was a little confused because in the content cop video, there's nothing.
Is that one of your more recent ones? Did you say because it's particularly unhinged? This is 9 hours ago. I get wonderful messages from my fans all the time.
Approximating me diagnosing anyone, right? So I was wondering, is this just a random hater? But it had the feel and it had the immediacy of someone that had watched the video. But regardless, there's various different ways that I'll respond to this. Usually I won't respond at all, but one of the responses that I will have to things like this is just to ask a question. Don't get wordy. Just say, oh, tell me. And so I asked, who did I diagnose? That's all I asked. And given the screenshot that I took, it's actually hard for me to show both sides of the conversation. So you're just gonna have to trust me that that's what I said was, so who did I?
This guy. Byron.od. Blue_chips4. He sent that at 7:20 a.m. This guy woke up and first thing in the morning, he was like, I'm gonna get this blue-haired cuck.
diagnosed, partly as a hope that
rise and grind, friends. True.
What happens a lot of times that I find is that when a troll or someone who's hating you online, someone that's being really unreasonable, if you just acknowledge that they exist and show up as a human being, they will immediately soften. Not only because they're not that way in their real life, but also because they're desperate for contact. You know, I have the benefit of growing up as a child as a very large kid. I was gargantuan compared to a lot of my classmates, particularly in the tween years. You know, when I hit puberty early, I was often mistaken for an adult when I was like 12 years old, that kind of thing. Anyway, so I would occasionally get bullied. Sometimes racism would happen. That's a funny way to put it. But I grew up in a primarily, almost completely white community, and I was regularly called, gook and Chinaman and all the things, and attacked and violently sometimes. But because I was large, I was never really that afraid.
The
I
shit out of all of
myself.
them.
And I'll never forget that there was this one bully in junior high that was bullying me in the locker room, actually, after PE. And he was just pestering me with these insults and just, coming after me, and no one else was doing anything.
You should answer that guy and reach out in a human way. I don't think I have any records of these jams, but in the past, sometimes I would do that. Like, I would respond with like a frowny face, and then they'd be mean, and I would say something else, and I'd be like, I don't know, man, it seems kind of unhinged. And I think every time I've done that, actually, the people are like, yeah, whatever, okay. And they generally chill, which is kind of funny. I also, every now and then, I'll have a person message me, and the DM will pop up, and they'll be like, hey, dude, I was in a rough place, and I'm sorry, blah, blah. And I'll scroll up, and they like threaten to murder me and my whole family or whatever. I'm like, okay, well, it's all good, dude.
And I was ignoring him at first, and then I would try to fire back, but he was better at it than I was, I think. And then eventually I just kind of lost my temper, and I just grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up and slammed him against the lockers. And he immediately...
We need a content cop on Dr. Kirk Honda.
Apologized and was nice to me almost forever after that, I think. And he was always a bit of a dick all the time. But after that, he was not only just afraid of me, I guess, but I think it was weird that I've since understood this, that he was lonely. No one was acknowledging him because he was an outcast. I had friends. He did not. And in the locker room, it can be particularly noticeable, I think. And he just had an outburst, and he was looking for attention, and he couldn't get it, so he tried to get negative attention. And I gave him that negative attention, and it satisfied him. I acknowledged he was there. I showed him that he mattered in the world, that he has an effect on the world. Sometimes you'll take anything, even if it's negative attention, even if it's literally me throttling him and putting him in a powerless position where I could hurt him very badly. And
Jesus.
That feels like it gets some need met, because so little of your needs are being met. I don't know, but I'm going to take a guess and say that his home life wasn't great. So when people will attack me online, especially when it's something like this, it has that look to it. That kid, when I was 13, peppering me with insults in the locker room. And so if I just turn to the person and acknowledge, so part of me was doing that by asking a question like, who did I diagnose? And not lowering myself to trying to defend, you're a hack or whatever. The other reason why I asked the question in part was I am curious, because I've made thousands of episodes online, and maybe I accidentally or I wasn't clear enough in my discussions that I'm not diagnosing someone from afar. I could see how that could happen at times. I am very careful about that. I've always been careful about that. But sometimes I make a mistake, or maybe it just requires me to clarify, well, actually, that isn't a diagnosis.
I don't think that... So Dr. K kind of does this as well, where they'll be like, they'll say like, oh, this isn't therapy, but it kind of looks like it. Although I think Dr. K... Actually, hold on, I shouldn't say that. That's not fair. I went full Dan there for a moment. I don't think Dr. K does this. I don't want to say that would... well, maybe he does, but I just don't see it. Because I think that when Dr. K talks, I think he's usually just generalizing. There are people... I think this Dr. Kirk guy does this, and I think that the really weird Todd Grande guy does this, where people will kind of like talk about another person from afar, and even if you're not necessarily diagnosing them, I think you are pathologizing a lot of their behavior, which can be really harmful. Do you understand what I mean when I say that? Pathologizing? Pathology is like a disease, and when you pathologize something, you're saying that this thing is the result of a disease. That's what it means to pathologize something. And when you've pathologized something, then like tautologically, right? It's built into the definition of the word. A disease is a bad thing that has to go. So when you pathologize somebody's behavior, in one sense, you are basically giving carte blanche to everybody to attack it in the most aggressive way possible, because it's literally bad. It's literally stemming from a disease. And then you rob that person of the ability to ever have a discussion or feel heard or to have an argument relating to those things, because now it's just part of the pathology, it's part of the disease. And I think that's scary and dangerous and not good. But
diagnosis, and if you heard earlier, I was saying it was completely speculative, and I actually wasn't even talking about that.
You can put quality filters and splitters for quality levels as well as operators. Makes up or automating quality upcycling much easier. I'm just doing this manually right now because I want quality things, but I don't want to build a whole thing for it. I did do this on my home planet though. Look, all of these are all quality creators. I don't know how people normally build these, but it makes it here, and then it puts it in the recycler, and then that sorts out the ingredients, and anytime it's blue or purple, it goes to this lane, and it goes in the box, okay?
That cast member on reality TV I was talking about, a hypothetical client or whatever, you know. And so I'll invite, and sometimes that's good feedback for me to receive. It's like, oh, I need to word that differently because someone...
Constant pathologizing is the reason why it's cringe when people overuse psych terms. I agree. And it's one of the things that I like the most, just from a little bit I've seen, okay? Not trying to be a major simp, but it's one of the things I like the most about Dr. K is that it seems like he has a really good grasp. He's really good at talking to people, but it seems like he has a good grasp on all the underlying fundamental psychological stuff. But when he talks to people, like, it doesn't seem like those words come out very often. Like, oh, I see that you're in need of some validation on the way that you're processing this event. Like, it more likely, it feels like you'd be like, oh yeah, man, that's fucking sucks. I still think his conversation with Sneeko was amazing. That Sneeko opened up as hostile as possible about how lame and gay and weak therapy was and just going off on it. And in basically like 15 minutes, Dr. K more or less had him talking about his feelings and everything in a way that Sneeko probably didn't imagine he would going into that. But he's just so good at communicating with people. But yeah, the constant utilization of all the psych terms and language and everything as a way to delegitimize an actual talking point is really fucking annoying. It's one of the things I hate the most about Hassan. And I guess a lot of the internet, maybe a lot of the world now, in terms of like talking about things, we don't ever talk about problems. It's just all ad homs and drama slop. Right? And when I'm saying ad hom here, I mean it in a very intentional way. I don't mean insulting somebody. You can insult somebody, that's fine. But an ad hominem is when you attack an argument by insulting the person. If you want to attack an argument and then insult the person, that's fine. That's not an ad hominem. That's not a fallacious use of it. If I want to say, you're a fucking retard, 1 + 1 = 2, dipshit, that's not an ad hom. That's just being an asshole. I think being an asshole is fine. But when somebody says, well, I think that Palestine, you know, doesn't have the right to have this or whatever, and it's like, well, you would think that because you're a genocidal fucking monster who cheers when Arab children are raped and murdered. It's like, okay, well, that's not even true. Like, so I don't even know what the fuck, like, in that mode of discourse on the internet, Hassan largely propagates that. I'll give Asmongold, I guess, a little prop there, is that Asmongold typically doesn't do that. Like, he tries to make arguments, even if I think they're all factually fucking horrible. But he doesn't engage in the same way that, or at least I haven't seen him do it yet, in the same way that Hassan does. It seems like Asmongold is just very factually confused all the time, whereas Hassan is very intentional in his kind of like propaganda model for dealing with other people, the same way that Trump does and Trump's administration does.
One interpreted it. So I was asking for both of the reasons. I mostly expected him to say, well, you're a jerk face. I don't want it. If you don't...
Sorry, hold on. Pathologizing also alleviates some accountability from wrongdoing. It helps people understand other people's troubles in times of dispute. I actually disagree with that completely, and it's one of the reasons why I hate pathologizing so much, is because pathologizing, in my mind, it always allows you to go one of two roads. When you pathologize another person, what you're doing is you're delegitimizing any of their arguments, and you're making it okay to ignore, you're making it okay to ignore all of the arguments while still hating them for the arguments they're making. Like, none of the people that are pathologizing Ethan are saying, man, Ethan's making a lot of rough arguments about Palestine, but I understand he's going through it. Nobody's saying that. They're saying, wow, Ethan is sick in the fucking head. That's why all of his arguments are illegitimate. And then boom, so we got that. But then he's sick, he's twisted. He needs some fucking help. He needs to touch grass, you fucking loser. You need to go touch grass, you're sick, right? So they either do it to discard all of your arguments and then give you none of the empathy, or somebody does it when they want you to think that they're sick, but they still want you to like take the argument seriously. So for instance, somebody will say like, oh yeah, like the reason why I said all that fuck shit or whatever is because like I'm sick. They don't want any of the accountability, but they still stand by like all of the arguments that they say, like, yeah, I'm definitely like in a rough place. And then they'll go back to saying the unhinged shit. It's like, wait, what the fuck? What's going on here? And then later on, they'll use the pathology. So I feel like when people talk about pathologies, they just do it to eject like some half of the equation, depending on who they're arguing with. They want to rob you of your autonomy when they agree with your arguments, and they want to rob you of the arguments when they, I guess, when they want to give you autonomy. I don't know. I think it's ridiculous.
I mostly expected him to say, well, you're a jerk face. I don't want it. If you don't know, then you're even more of a hack. Like, you don't even know what you did, like, you know, something like that. Or just someone not replying. But a lot of the times, what happens is what happened. So let me show you what they said. I acted extremely rash, rude, jumped the gun. I need to take time away from the screen.
Yeah, this more often than not, this is usually what happens. This is usually what happens when you confront somebody. Or I don't know if he did and he edited out his message, or the guy just sent something later on where he's like, oh, fuck, I fucked up. When is it okay to pathologize someone? When you have their best interest in mind and you're kind of like working with them to figure something out, I think that type of pathologizing is like, okay. You just have to be really, really careful when you do it. Like, I brought this example up before. Depending on the girl, some women are very, 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 very emotional during their PMS time, right before their period. And if you've dated somebody long enough, you'll know if they are. You'll know if they're that kind of person. There's a way where something is coming up and there's like a really ridiculous fight where you can say like, hey, are you feeling okay? I like see the time of the month or whatever. Like, there's a way where you can do this where the person is like, okay, yeah, I'm unhinged. Like, leave me alone for a day. Or, okay, sure, just like be more patient or whatever. Where you're not bringing this up as a way to discredit them in the argument or as a way to dodge or avoid accountability. You're like genuinely trying to bring up a thing where it's like, okay, I think this fight is way more unhinged than it needs to be. But when you just weaponizing it to like, oh, you're just like PMSing, fuck you or whatever, right? You just have to be very careful. But I think that people can usually tell if it's in good faith or if it's not in good faith. Like, you actually give a fuck about this person's current emotional state, or you're just doing this to avoid an argument. Kind of like how I think this is comparable to the misgendering thing. I don't think any sane human being should have to worry about misgendering somebody, because unless you're maybe on a college campus, because those people are crazy. Because like, if you're talking to a trans person, if you fuck up or whatever, like, most people are chill as long as you're doing your best or whatever. You're not like intentionally trying to go at somebody. Like, at least in my personal experience, most trans people in real life don't give a fuck. It's only the crazy online ones, yeah.
I apologize. I'm not sure why I felt the need to express any vitriol over internet drama that you seem to be kind of thrown in the middle of, and I misheard and interpreted what you said. Or vitriol in general, as it doesn't help anything. I hope you have a good rest of your week. And thing is, after reassessing what you actually said, I felt incredibly stupid and thought you handled the iDubbbz thing well. Not that my opinion matters on that. You are not a hack, and from what I've since read, you do some good stuff. I appreciate you helping people heal. I also just want to say again that my behavior is disappointing and unacceptable. Apologies to you. So not only is this a nice response, a good outcome of me asking that question, but this is like extremely positive, right?
Holy shit, is this guy? What if this guy was fucking Ethan? And Dr. Kirk Honda is about to give this guy an A+ for an apology, and then Ethan is going to reveal it was him, and he got 2 A+ apologies. Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm just kidding.
It's like, whoa. And this should illuminate things, not only in general, but also for people like Ethan, that the attacks that come.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Hold on. I want to respond. This is important. At Destiny, no way. Where is that unicorn that says, yeah, you're right, I'm unhinged? In my own experience, they tend to go even crazier. It is incredibly important. This is true of things like sex and consent. And it's true of like fighting or people who get emotional or whatever. It is very important to have these conversations outside of the heat of the moment. You never, ever, ever, if you feel like a partner gets unreasonable around their period time or whatever, I'm using periods. I mean, it can be for men too. Some guys I'm really grumpy if I'm hungry and I don't even realize it sometimes. If there's a person, they're grumpy if they're short on sleep or whatever, like you have these conversations when you're not fucking fighting. You can't just bring it up every time you're fighting and only when you're fighting, because then it's going to feel to the other person like you're just using it to discredit them. So these are conversations that have to be had when sober minds are prevailing, when you're like sobriety, not just in the chemical sense, but also in that you're not currently fighting, and then you have the conversation then, and then it's easier to bring up during a fight.
Extremely positive, right? It's like, whoa, and this should illuminate things, not only in general, but also for people like Ethan, that the attacks that come are often not the full picture. If you give people a chance and you believe in them and you treat them like you believe in them and you don't participate in the fear and hatred feedback cycle, then goodness can happen, not only just in the world, but to me. I did the thing that I talked about by not lowering myself, by believing in someone. I didn't know, but I wondered that if I just acknowledged or if I didn't participate in it, maybe he would. And there's many examples of this. Lindy West, actually, a local Seattleite, did a whole thing on this, through Gamergate 10, 15 years ago, I can't remember. and talked about this.
What was her name?
Local Seattleite, or if I didn't participate in it, maybe he would. And there's many examples of this. Lindy West, actually, a local Seattleite, did a whole thing on this, through Gamergate 10, 15 years ago, I can't remember, and talked about this, and I think wrote about it a lot. So I'm not the first person to experience this kind of thing where you actually turn to a troll and they're like, oh, yeah, I'm sorry, actually am a fan of you, or whatever, So by doing this, not only am I putting goodness in the world, but I'm getting goodness back. And isn't that the golden rule, right? It's not just something you hear about in church. It's not just something that your parents tell you when you're 4. What comes around goes around. It's a real fucking phenomenon that has real empirical elements of a causal nature. There's a logical A, B, and C. Anyway, so I replied to him. Again, you can't see it, but it was something along the lines of...
I wonder why he deleted his replies. Any idea? Did he say? Or is there like some way that you can only screenshot what they sent you, or?
Thank you. It's very heartwarming.
The replies are all like, here's pictures of me when I was a kid. I was fucking huge. These people used to call me Asian slurs. Let me tell you about this time I throttled the fuck out of this one guy. That's going to be you. And the guy's like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said.
Read your response. We all make mistakes. I make mistakes sometimes. No biggie, that kind of thing. That's how I want to end this video. On the off chance.
Destiny has no idea what he's talking about. Acer genuinely has mental issues. He constantly tweaks out on stream and randomly does movements. He has had Tourette's for his whole life. I mean,
that's that Ethan is watching, or someone that's close to him is watching. I do believe in you, Ethan. I believe that you're a good person. I know you're a good person. You've demonstrated that many, many times. And
what steps do you think Ethan would have to make to get back in the good graces of the woke Avengers? I imagine it's impossible. Should have disavowed the state of Israel. Oh no, you just have to fully buy into the Palestinian historical revisionism, like the whole Pali narrative. And if you buy into that, you're good. They let him back in a heartbeat.
I feel
like Destiny is using Ethan to vent his frustration about the internet drama he is personally involved in. I can vent my frustrations all on my own. I don't need somebody else's drama to vent my own frustrations. And I have. But thank you.
You've demonstrated that many, many times. And I also, as Ian does as well, empathize with the harm that you have experienced. The real harm that you have been subjected to by people on the internet, by maybe even other content providers, Twitter, this sort of thing. It's unfair. It's not okay. I also will say that there are lifestyles regarding content provision that protects you so that you can live another day to make content. You're not sticking your head in the sand. You're not ignoring the criticism. You're not putting up an ivory tower or something, but you're monitoring how it is affecting your soul. And one of the first very noticeable signs you will see in your behavior, and this is shown in empirical science as well, that as you absorb more toxicity, the first sign, or one of the major signs that you're being affected, is you will lose empathy. You will lose the ability to care about other people's feelings because you're in a state of shock, essentially, and you don't have the capacity to care. We study this in my field. We call it secondary trauma or burnout or post-traumatic or vicarious trauma. As therapists, we will hear a lot of difficult traumatic stories. One of the things that will happen if we don't monitor it and have systems in place is, in our effort to help other people, we will absorb too much of it and we will lose empathy, and we won't be able to help any one of our clients because we've lost our empathy. We end up having negative points of view. We get annoyed with people, but also we don't have empathy for ourselves. We don't have empathy for people in our lives. Everything starts to fall apart, and it very much looks that way. And that is unsustainable. There is no way that Ethan can survive if he does not change that. He can hold his principles. He can hold his opinions, his core opinions. He can still fight back. But there has to be touching grass, as I was saying.
Like, I really don't like
video.
this.
There has to be touching relationships grass.
Like you're robbing him of so much agency. I think it's unfair to do so. And I feel like this guy should know better. I just think it's really unfair to, because he's also, keep in mind that when I don't want to use the word therapy like it's bad because it's therapy, or therapizing or whatever, therapizing. When you're talking this way, you're also, I don't know how to do this, or I don't know how to phrase this exactly. There's a way of manipulating people where you can't push back because the framing that they're using is just so obviously selflessly like helpful that you're kind of like immobilized from doing anything. Like if somebody's saying like, bro, I'm just trying to help, like, let me just help you by doing this thing that is also exactly what would, benefit me in the most. Like when people come at you from that frame, like fighting back feels wrong and bad because, well, fuck, if this person's saying they're just trying to help me and now I'm fighting back against it, I feel like it's really gross. I'm not saying he's necessarily doing it intentionally, but damn, like Ethan has no room to look at a video like this and say, I disagree. Well, what do you disagree with? You disagree with trying to become a healthier, better version of yourself. You disagree with trying to build better relationships and touching grass and being nice to other people. Convenient. Like, now you've managed to bundle all of the opinions and factual statements and political views that he's had into this pathology you've created for him. And now the only way that he can rid himself, you know, of these pathologies, also coincidentally, it happens to be ridding himself of the same political views that all these other people disagree with. I don't know. I think it's not good.
There has to be a vacation from it. And there has to be a system to protect you from absorbing too much of the negativity. No one can handle that. Even the great Ethan Klein cannot handle that. No one can. It's at the very least not good for you and your marriage and your health, but it could be bad for the world. It could be bad for your...
Like, I can already see people like saying, like, yeah, bro, even Dr. Kirk Honda said you're literally destroying your fucking marriage and your family over this E-drama, bro. Like,
Fans, could be bad for your content. It could be bad for your friends, like what happened to Ian and Nisa. And I'm guessing many, many others around Ethan have also...
Yeah, like your poor Arab employees.
What's been happening. So that's what I want.
Also, look at that. Like, damn. So every single bad thing that's happening to every single person around Ethan is basically Ethan's fault. He's the one causing all of this. Nothing to say for any of the other people involved in any of it, but okay.
I say, and everyone out there, please take care of yourself because you deserve it. Spread the love, spread the empathy, because we all deserve it. We really, really do.
And again, I don't think that this guy, the Kirk Honda guy, I don't think he's like intentionally trying to fuck with him, but... Quick mem.
We're watching Hassan watch it, and like I want Hassan watch it, and Hassan doesn't have a nice thing about Ethan. And the chat asked what I'm thinking. I'm like, wait, you didn't do a nice thing about Ethan? And he was like, no. And I'm like, wait, that was an option? I could have just said no.
Like, these are the God, these people are so snaky and fucking disgusting. God, they're so gross. They're so gross and slimy and smelly and just fucking... They're just the worst types of human beings. These are like the worst types of people. Ugh.
Mr. Charitability.
Like, imagine, how do you undermine such... Like, the only part in the video where you're supposed to say something nice and you have to undermine it at the end. Really?
Over here. Mr. Charitability over here said no to saying a nice thing about Ethan, but I did. All right. All right, dude. All right, dude. We're watching Hassan watch it.
Wait, is this real? Hold on. Holy shit. Recent broadcast. Ethan KK Klein. Ethan KK Klein. LSF promotes sex pest again. Oh, is that me or someone else? Ethan KK Klein. Oh, that's me. Jesus Christ. This is the guy that said that if only me and my mom or whatever would have been killed, it would have... This is why you have to kill all slave owner babies and we'd have socialism by now if if I would have been dead. What is this? Oh, this is an old clip. Anissa.
Is experimenting on 10 children to obtain a cure for thousands of kids' lives justified? That's a really hard question, and I think if people are being 100% honest, they'd give you a different answer than what you're expecting. As terrible as the Holocaust was, obviously it was horrendous, and how disgusting the doctor was that did the experiments on people. It was gay people, handicaps, twins. I think that's, and obviously they were obviously Jewish, or they did it on Jewish people. They found a couple of really groundbreaking discoveries through that experimentation.
Okay. Don't make me do this. Don't make me defend her. Sorry for the off topic, but after the 1 a.m. ruling from the Supreme Court, is it even possible for the Trump admin to spin it as a win in public? I don't know. We'll see. It sounds like she's doing the, like the edgy argument of like, is it ever okay to experiment on children? And she's going, is it okay to do like, is it okay to use data from unethical experiments? And in ways, I think that is a very complicated question. There's an easy escape from this, though, for the Holocaust stuff that doesn't really address the hypothetical at all that people are already spamming in chat. And the easy escape is to just say that, well, they didn't really gather much good information at all because the record keeping and everything was so shoddy and dog shit. But it sounds like that's what she's going over more than just hating Jewish people. But whatever.
So now, after an hour of this shit, he cuts to him crying out of nowhere as if he's the fucking victim. And he has a unique empathy for me because he's a couple. It's unreal.
Better. And I thought that was cool because I thought it was like he's fighting for free speech.
You know, I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Neil. I'm like, fuck, like, it's really hard to be a couple online and see people attacking your partner. And it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them.
You're just, that's not even relevant to our relationship. Like, you're talking about yourself. You're making it about yourself. You're the hero. You're the victim.
Wasn't the data from all their experiments basically unusable because it wasn't well documented? I tried to find this because I swear to God I read some of these documents in the past. But it's written in German, but like so they were translated. But like, take everything I say with a grain of salt. I could be wrong here. But like for some of like the hypothermia experiments, I don't even think they wrote the exact temperature or kept good time logs on a lot of stuff. Like I thought there were some places where they were like cold or very cold. Like they weren't even the data collection was just really shitty. So like a lot of the experimentation that people are like, well, it was really edgy, but you could get good data out of it. I think that the only semi-useful stuff that might have come from any of the Nazi experimentation, I think might have had to do with like rapid decompression or pressurization or altitude stuff, I think. And that some of that might have been later used by the US Air Force or something, maybe? I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've been reading Nazi shit, so. The rockets too. Bro, I can't. We'll get into politics later. This looks like a Democrat ad to me. I cannot believe the White House and MAGA post shit like this, and they think that it makes them look good. We are not the same. Donald Trump standing with a woman that he's like giving a gold medal thing to. There probably is his fucking face on it, or maybe not. In front of a Gulf of America sign whose story he's weaponizing for his absurdly crazy illegal immigrant deportation program, versus a senator that flew to, is this the Democratic senator that flew to El Salvador to talk to, this is the Garcia guy, right? Am I right on my pictures and who's here? The idea that you would juxtapose these two pictures and this is supposed to be for the White House? Like this is making Trump look good? Chris Van Hollen from Maryland. Okay. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? That's crazy. That's crazy that this is the propaganda that you're putting out about yourself. My God. Did you hear that lady stole donation money? Rachel Morin's children allege their grandmother and aunt are keeping fundraising proceeds from them. Lawsuit claims. Claiming they haven't received any money from the crowdfunding efforts. Oh, why did she make the account in her name or something? I don't know about any of this. Don't care. I can't believe Hassan couldn't suck it up and just put a nice thing at the end of the fucking video, too. He's actually such a disgusting, subhuman piece of shit. Even for iDubbbz, who's nice enough to basically take orders from you for your little fucking hit piece video that you're so excited, you're so gleeful to have somebody else on the internet, the only other person you can get your fucking, sink your claws into because he's lost so much influence, or he has no influence outside of fucking Twitch, that he couldn't even add in a little nice thing at the end for Ian in this video. No, I'm not gonna do that. Fuck him, bro. Jesus.
This moment's gonna live rent free for a while. Yeah, this was this aura chat? Was this an aura moment? Like, was I farming aura here? I feel like I was farming aura. Did you do any fun drugs? No, I didn't do any drugs. And I would tell you, like, not even.
My parents unfortunately eat this crap up. I showed this to them and they said exactly, Trump actually stands up for Americans. It's brain dead. Bro, I was shooting yesterday with my parents and a friend, so I had somebody there to witness it. Dude, my mom and dad are so far gone. You guys would never email me. I get so many fucking emails from you losers who are like, Destiny, help me save my mom. Destiny, help me debate my brother. Help me, blah, blah, blah. Dude, my parents, holy fuck. I asked my mom, I could barely finish a sentence. Like, Mom, would you vote for Trump if he ran for a third term? Yes. I'm like, and she's like, that's what Republicans do. I'm like, Mom, you're not even a Republican though. You would have voted for Trump if he ran independent over like Nikki Haley or DeSantis, right? Yes. It's like, okay. Do you think the deportations, they're criminals? Like, okay, whatever. It's just like, holy shit.
Not even edibles. Not even shiitake.
Coachella had a huge Free Palestine thing on their massive party board.
Not even edibles. Not even shiitake. I thought you were going to say something that Bernie did. No. You could tell it you were awkward, but it was pretty sick without that context. Okay, shut up. It was, so you look back awkwardly. Okay, let me tell you. I will say one thing.
Do your parents agree with the post from the White House? Yes, my mom agrees with any. Donald Trump could literally say anything, and my mom would agree with it. Yes, everything. But the problem is, like, one of the things you guys don't understand, and it's why I don't even bother. I can't even argue with my parents over politics. Like, the factual reality is so wildly different. Like, we argued for 10 minutes over Ashley Babbitt. My mom and dad think that Ashley Babbitt was standing way back against the wall and that they just shot her for no reason through the door. It just like, it's like the fact. I'm like, Mom, look at this video. You can see them. And she's like, well, I don't know if this one has been AI doctored. Like, I know what I saw on the day of. And it's like, okay, whatever. We're good.
I will say one thing. Are you BFF's kneecap now? Yes. I just hope that like there was a professional photographer or someone that caught me on stage so I could have like an aura farming photo somewhere. You know what I mean? Because like I didn't realize that it wasn't live streamed at all from the Coachella side. So it's just, you know.
Wow.
Or else it's just a shared experience with everyone that was in that tent, and that's it.
God, I hope somebody caught this from my
I just
Instagram.
hope that like there was a professional photographer or someone that caught me on stage.
Everything. You are the fucking greatest, bro. You are the purest, the greatest leftist. We all bow down and welcome King Ian to our ranks. He is the infallible King Ian to our ranks. The most pure, the most righteous among us.
Did he say if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them?
Yes, he did. And in fact, I can see how that applies to Anissa, but like, that doesn't apply to us.
Correct.
That's never been a problem. We've always defended each other.
Correct. Correct.
I've never been motivated to not defend her. I don't know what you guys do. Okay? But that ain't got nothing to do with me, you dumb fuck. So, I mean, maybe you need therapy, but like, why are you filming it? Did you really just fly out there to do actual therapy?
I know.
Like, bro, just see a therapist.
Do you think he's like super confused? Like, this is not a session.
He's like, dude, he's like, call this number. This is someone in California that can help you. Like, I mean, what? Yes, dude. I can't get over this, how insane this is. I think what he's trying to do is be like, I know that I was on the record saying like how mean-spirited it is and that I would never do anything like this again, yada, yada. So what I'm going to do is make the most hollow, fucking pathetic, transparent attempt at being empathetic towards someone that we just spent an hour shitting on, that we started flipping off, that I assembled the ensemble of the people who have been terrorizing and harassing him.
True!
Like, fuck you.
Nice, pre-watching my stream.
Dude.
And I thought that was cool because I thought it was like these are fighting for free speech.
You know, I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Neil. I'm like,
No, you don't.
Really
you don't know. You're not describing my dynamic. You're describing your dynamic.
Yeah.
To be a couple online and see people attacking your partner.
Why are liberals the only group that seem to avoid the obsessive purity testing of the online left and right? I don't know if the right only purity tests over their politician, which is what you should purity test on. That's a good thing to purity test on. I think the big reason is because politics is for power. Politics is supposed to be an exercise of your individual will in a way that you can force other people to enact it, basically. That's what politics is at the end of the day, right? We try to get positions in government to do things, to enact laws or make the state do things with other people's money. That's what you're trying to do. That's what politics is. Leftists don't care about politics. They care about critiquing politics. it's like a game for them. And it's not even necessarily a bad game. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that. The harm, though, is that they wear the aesthetic of doing politics when in reality they just want to do video essays. Not even video essays. Nothing wrong with doing video essays. They want to like explicitly not practice politics. They just want to talk about politics while pretending they're practicing politics. So like with liberals, if like 2 or 3 or 4 liberals can get together, like me, Mehdi Hassan, and Sam Cedar, stretching the boundaries of liberal here, but I'm pretty sure all of us are liberal, at least like, or at the furthest like Sockdem, right? Now, obviously, if you've watched any amount of the 3 of us, you know that we disagree an ungodly amount on a lot of shit, okay? But at the end of the day, I think all 3 of us, and I was so happy when this happened in the Mehdi Hassan debate, is like, who would you vote for? Like, do you think you could actually stomach voting for Biden or for Kamala? Yeah, easy. What? That's not even close. Of course. Yeah. It's like, no duh. Because at the end of the day, we're here to do politics and exercise political power. So of course, why would we do anything that would allow the candidate that disagrees with us the most to ever step into a position of power? That would be the opposite of politics. That would be retarded. But for the other side, for the far leftists, they don't really care about exercising political power. They just want to like make content out of it, which is annoying as fuck.
And it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse.
That doesn't represent us at all.
That has nothing to do with us.
We've always been actually thankful that at least we got each other in our online journey from the beginning. Like at least we always have each other to like talk about it and
listen.
You know,
I don't want to judge the relationship, but that doesn't sound healthy.
I just don't know what you're talking about, and you're like, apparently it's about us.
He's saying I want to support you, but sometimes when I support you, it makes it worse. That got nothing to do with me. Anyway, here's a clip from Ethan from, I don't know, God knows how long ago.
Kind of slipping into...
Of me? Oh, dude, this is the most pathetic. He grabs this clip of me talking about, I think this is about the Gokanaru era, about when I was like doing all this self-reflection. He grabs a clip from then, and plays it now as if this is what I need to be doing. Like he misses this Ethan that would fucking just, you know, whatever. It's just, it's so manipulative. So, it's borderline like this is gaslighting, and this is fucking emotional manipulation. You don't care. You don't care. Why are you pretending to care? You in front of
I don't like therapy language used most of the time. I've said this a million times. I'm reminding you, saying it a million times. But I actually do agree here. This is highly, I would say, abusive and manipulative. This is crazy making to the biggest degree. But I think that leftist online communities have just adopted this language so well that they do it without even thinking about it. Like, how can I literally make my opponent seem insane, right? Hassan does all this shit like, oh, he just needs to go outside and touch grass, and I think he's unwell. I think he's sick. I don't think he feels okay, guys. Like, something's wrong with him. You know, it's just so cringe.
Therapist, and you started talking about yourself and pretending that it's about me. Like, what are you doing, bro? You don't care. Why are you pretending? Don't be a fucking bitch. Just at least say what you think, bro. Yeah. Stand on your shit. This is the dumbest, worst version of the content call I could ever imagine. At least the old ones, he would stand on his business. This one is pathetic, dude. I cannot believe what a loser this scumbag is.
True.
And a tough guy, by the way. He needs to get punched in the face. You're a tough guy with your tattoos and you've been boxing. It's awesome. I've never been punched in the head. My thoughts are pretty coherent.
And I have been kind of slipping into a very unhealthy place where it's gotten worse and worse, and I get criticized more and more. And
also, again, how old is this video that he's showing here? Is this like 5 years old, or is this recent? How old is this?
More defensive and more pulled up, a feeling of almost infallibility that I could take anything on. It led me to make a lot
easily
of
7
mistakes.
years or so.
And then when I was criticized for those mistakes, then I would act extremely defensive and nasty and not really processing them in a healthy way.
That's how he ends it. That's how he ends the fucking video.
10 out of 10.
That's how he ended the video, and I mean, it's basically like it's like abuser shit. That's like abuser shit.
They just start auto-playing Walkout Live.
They know. They know. I think.
I hate you.
Also, okay, the Dan guy, I think on their show fucking hates me. I think because I feel like every time he said shit, it's always really bad. And I think he's also, I don't know if he's like a full-on socialist or whatever, or just like further left than me. Major props to him and all the other crew that did stick around by Ethan's side, because I think it would have been super easy for them to jump ship and try to get like a whole bunch of e-love from other crazy people online. So, you know, good for them.
You.
That's awesome, Tyler. It's like abuse. It's like abuser behavior. Like he's gaslighting. He's emotionally manipulating. He's trying to convince me, no, I'm actually your friend. I actually care about you. While simultaneously being like, I don't care. I don't want to be your friend. I don't want to support anybody that's even Israeli. I fucking want someone to punch you in the face.
Yeah.
And like just spend an hour, basically, I don't even know what to call what he did. So that's it. That's the video. I watched every second of it. Every God-loving second
More
of
than
that
every
shit.
second of it, man. You watch every second of it like 10 times.
So I'd love to see him respond to any of my criticism. I don't know if he's capable of actually taking any of this on. He's going to have to confront some really uncomfortable facts. Although he can just continue to lie. I don't know. He'd have to get really creative, though, to somehow spin this. Well, that's it. Guys, I enjoyed everyone watching. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. We're making the best of this shit. iDubbbz made a content cop about me. It still blows my mind to this day. But we are going to navigate this strange new world together. And until then, I want to thank all of our members, all of our supporters, all of our audience.
H3 and iDubbbz were able to squash the beef and come to an understanding.
And you guys don't give a fuck. Would it have been nicer and more supportive to say, we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure. Like...
Oh, wow, thank you. Oh my God, do I do that or do I do a content cup? What is the decision? I don't know.
I'm so glad we got to the bottom of this, you guys. I thought we were going to do a long episode. I thought we were going to be here all night. It looks like he finally understands.
We will see you all on Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Thanks for watching, everybody.
Thanks for watching.
It's a rainy day out there in Los Angeles.
Mics are out.
Like,
or do I do sure. Like, more supportive to say, we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure. Like...
Oh, wow.
It is so but he would never. Because none of these guys, they're all fucking cowards. What is this? Buckingham show.
That I'm not Muslim was probably the hardest thing that I've ever done in my whole entire life. Telling my dad that I'm not Muslim was probably the hardest thing that I've ever done in my whole entire life. So telling my dad...
Wait, what? Okay. I don't care about shit like this. Okay. We'll hit up this and then the Asmon slop. Asmon sloppy slop.
Achi, he talking about you
What
or
is
what?
this?
There's only one NMP low could replace them with any pretty woman and do just as good. Hey, man, he not lying, though.
That's a truthful statement.
He's not lying. I am him, and I've been him. Emily, too. She was Lacey and Miz yesterday and didn't even see the north side of 20K. This is my city. I am the king. So he's saying the king. And I'm sure you're like, oh, I'm just joking, guys. But remember, there's always a bit of truth in everything, all right? Why would you admit this? Bro, I've given up, man. I did everything right and still lost. I mean, bro, we got the, like, this is the, hey, I did everything right. Ninja, who's the woman in your phone? F you and F me. Oh, gosh. Emily is also moving to LA. I guess she's not leaving me. Lamau, no one in LA has any viewership pool. Senna not even close to the viewership.
I mean, Nick definitely has pull. I mean, I will admit there are definitely times where there are some women that don't really add much, or they're just kind of there to be a pretty face. But I feel like Milena was a pretty big contributor to the Nick stuff that I saw. Like, I don't think she was ever just there to be pretty on camera. I feel like she was a pretty significant contribution to those streams, or at least the clips and everything that I saw. So I feel like it's kind of a weird, I feel like that would be a weird way to describe her presence there, but okay. Sorry, I just need enough purple to build one more of these purple things. I'm done with this. Okay. Where's my Asmon slop? Did you see your cameo on Shoonhead's video yesterday? I'll probably watch that next. Oh, Milena also did a lot of planning for events and shit too, right? Which I think she did pretty well. I feel like a lot of people liked, I don't even remember these things. Fuck, I don't watch any of these streams because it's just not my cup of tea. But she did, when they all went to the house or whatever and Soda Poppin' showed up and they were doing stuff outside, I think wasn't Milena planning a lot of those? The Wild West was all Milena. Yeah, sure. Slop. Asmon slop. 1 minute. Somebody said he put out like a YouTube video or something. I can just watch that instead of a bunch of awk clips. They went after my mom. Oh, fuck. Did they not? Okay, is there no... Okay, is there a link to his stream for the timestamp? Because I caught the end of it, or the middle and the end. I don't know how long it was. And he was saying something on his stream like, Destiny won't respond to this, or whatever. And then I tweeted about it, and he's like, yeah, see, we can see you tweeting. And it's like, yeah, I watch your shit. Oh, duh. Like, yeah. Obviously, yeah, I'm watching. What do you mean? Of course I watch some of this. But I'm not afraid to talk to you. The reason why you make fun of people when they're currently watching is to make fun of people that duck conversations. But... okay. Does it start right at the start here, or? Oh my god, why did I just put that in there? That was retarded. It's near the start, and this guy links me an hour and 20-minute timestamp.
People that don't, well, like fatherless homes, low-income housing, crime, sexual abuse, anything like that. I think that you should approach the issue itself and not approach it with a racial tint to it. See Destiny's tweets about me? Did he tweet about me again? Let me see. I'm sure he's been mad. Let's see if I can find it. Where's Destiny?
What have I been mad about? I'm mad that he says a whole bunch of fucking retarded shit constantly that goes completely unopposed. He's brainwashing the next generation of people on Twitch that Hassan had previously been brainwashing. I am mad about that, yes.
Destiny? There it is. And yeah, I would assume so. Being harassed, what is this here? Triggered. Don't let fascist adjacent people who celebrate arbitrary and malicious firing of federal employees who say that gleefully. So Destiny is mad. So this is what's happened with Destiny, and I don't want to give this a whole lot of attention, but like, or talk about it a whole lot. But basically, Destiny has gone back and forth about this over and over, and he made a joke about like how I would defend JD Vance having sex with like my dead mother or something like that.
True.
Just like a weird comment, unhinged comment, etc. And so, like, this is what I said, and this is what I think a lot of Destiny's community needs to understand. No, he actually did. Listen, it was to get a better deal. Yeah.
Real-time
processing.
processing.
Of course he's going back on the tariffs because these people are coming to the table to negotiate with them.
Of course he's going back on his deals. Of course he's going back. Oh, God. The flip-flop is so crazy, dude.
Tariffs were...
I can imagine... No, they wouldn't. Aspen Slop would absolutely 100%
So because they wouldn't start with like, you know, fucking Joe Blow, right? They're gonna start with someone that became a citizen from whatever reason. Like
they always find a way to recode whatever is being stated. They always find a way to recode it into a way that's acceptable. He could come across JD Vance fucking his mom's corpse, and JD Vance could say, well, it's a made in America fleshlight, and Asmongold would defend it. That's how completely debased these subhuman fucking losers are. Literally.
So the thing is with Destiny and saying stuff like this, right? And I want to let you guys know that, like, I don't really take this very personally. My mom wouldn't have given a fuck about this. Like, I don't, it's not like I'm offended or upset by this at all. It's just being an idiot. But the point is that Destiny, and I think this is what a lot of his community does, is that they justify anything bad that Destiny does, and any, like, whether it's the sex pest allegations, the...
So I like how, let me just say as a quick thing, okay? I think I said this at the beginning of the stream, okay? If you think I've done something wrong, or if you think I haven't done something wrong, then just stand on that. I don't give a fuck if you agree or disagree with some particular thing, or if you think I'm guilty or not guilty or whatever, something, that's fine. But don't sit here and act like you're some nice person because you're not bringing up a thing because of my comments on you. If you think I've done something, then fucking say it. It's not gonna change how I treat you. And if you think I haven't, then stand by that, regardless of what I say, right? This idea that he was some magnanimous, some great person who was showing me some kind of grace, even though he, by the way, already said, he'd already made comments about this in the past when I was mean to him. This type of like trading favor is so fucking cringe. It's so cringe. And also, who the fuck in my community is justifying anything? What are you talking about? There was a huge fucking schism in my community, all of this. It took me, I think, like 2 days ago, I finally am posting positive fucking subscriber numbers again. What are you talking about? Like, what? Also, and then I also like how we're mixing in that that thing that's not really related to politics with like being mean to people politically. Like, they'll justify anything Destiny does. What was the anything we're talking about here? He made a mean joke about me. Okay.
A lawsuit for revenge porn, weird tweets about like people, like I don't even want to get into the details with that. You know, him saying that stuff about the guy that got shot.
Like, not all of these things are the same. You realize that, right?
At the Trump assassination rally, him saying bad stuff about the kid that got put up there to make an honorary Secret Service member, him saying stuff like this, etc. I think that a lot of his community tries to defend, and they say it's okay that Destiny does this because he's actively working and advocating for a worldview that we think is good. So it's basically like the ends justify the means.
Not really. It's more that there's a lot of social value in being able to laugh at certain people. That's why they do it. And you guys have set the rules that apparently you can laugh at anything. Comedy's legal again, right? That's what we said. This double standard of we can laugh at and joke about anything we want, and that Asmongold can sit here and make jokes about being in a Pikachu costume and watching people getting deported, or is laughing at and joking about all these federal employees getting fired and how gleefully happy he is that they're losing their jobs. But then if somebody makes a joke about him, well, on the other side, you see what's happened is they're just so disgusting with the jokes. Like, bro, you can't pick and choose here. I'm sorry. It's either all okay or it's not okay. Don't be a fucking baby bitch about it, all right?
And the problem with him doing that is that I think when an average person hears this and they see him saying this, it actively damages any cause.
And listen to the concern trolling here. Well, the reason why I actually think this is bad is because I think it's hurting his side. Like, if that was the case, then why the fuck would you say anything at all? Don't you want my side to be hurt more? Like, what is this weird? Cause, like, I just think that it's not good because on his side, it's just going to look bad. Like, what?
That he's trying to promote. And you can even see him, he's not really, would defend Trump executing U.S. citizens for arbitrary reasons if he started doing it. And so this is just basically, Destiny creates a false narrative. He creates a hypothetical situation.
We're not creating a false narrative, though. The whole impetus for this clip was you saying that, of course, Donald Trump rescinded the tariffs because it was a great negotiating tactic a day after you had said that the tariffs were really good. That's the joke. The joke is that you guys will defend literally contrary positions from one day to the next because there's no other way to defend the incoherent actions of this administration.
And that didn't happen, hasn't happened, and probably won't happen.
It hasn't happened yet, but if we get to that part, you'll defend it because all of the things in the past that I said would happen have happened. The administration has gotten more unhinged. When they did start deporting people, you did fucking defend it. When they went after the rule of law and they started weaponizing the DOJ, you did say it was okay. When they've said that they might deport citizens who are felons, who did I just listen to defend this day? I think this was off stream. It was somebody on Pisco's stream where some guy was like, yeah, if there are U.S. citizens that are felons, maybe we should deport them. This guy on one of Pisco's streams was doing, I don't know, maybe Asman has defended that. He would in the future, guarantee it. The whole joke is that there's no line with you guys. You will defend anything. And you've demonstrated that up to this point. Anything that the administration does, you'll defend or say it's an epic meme.
In order to justify acting insane, right? He's
acting insane, by the way, is saying mean jokes online. Like, you've become the woke leftist now, but I understand it now, right? Because being mean and all of that has nothing to do with being mean. It's just an expression of who's in control at that particular moment in time, is who has the power, I guess, right? And in Asmongold's audience's eyes, like, he has the power right here, and he can dictate who you can be mean to and who you can't be mean to. And so that's where I guess this comes from.
He's just made up this problem. He's basically made up a situation that justifies his own behavior. And also, you can see that in all of his defense of what I said about him, at no point in time is he saying that I'm wrong.
About what? I've said you're wrong about... I've said he's wrong about so many things. Wait, what? I don't even think I can keep track of all of the horrible legal analysis on so many different things on... Bro, we've watched Asmongold give so many fucking retarded takes. I'm sure something will come up in stream today that we've seen that he's just completely fucking incorrect about. What? But okay.
That's because he can't defend what I'm saying.
Why would I defend what you're saying? I misspoke.
He knows for a fact what I'm saying is true, and the sooner his audience...
Wait, that what he's saying is true. Wait, what's true? That the tariffs were good, or what's he even referring to here?
Realizes it, and they start holding him accountable for acting this way.
Oh, that I can't say mean jokes? They have to hold me accountable for saying mean jokes? Again, I thought comedy was legal. What's going on here?
The sooner that he can make more tangible change and do things that are meaningful. Because right now, Destiny's burned so many bridges with so many people. You don't need to act like this. You don't want to act like this. People don't like you when you act like this.
People on the right don't like it when you act like this. And most of the bridges that I burned over the firefighter stuff were people on the right. And they don't, because they don't like it when you're mean to them. But I don't want to be that person anymore who goes onto shows and is nice about these people that make the most disgusting and unhinged, Asmongold included, unhinged comments in the fucking world, but then they'll talk to like the friendly neighborhood leftist who doesn't push back on them too hard.
When clips like this hit the mainstream audience, people shit on you, and people shit on me for saying this too. But the difference is that I said that it was a joke and you're being serious.
I seriously think that JD Vance is going to dig up his mom's corpse and use it like a fleshlight? Or I don't understand what the serious part is here.
That's the difference. And also, I'm not going out and doing this while you're still advocating for shooting Donald Trump. And so the problem is, and that's why you had to delete the tweet, by the way. You should be lucky that you're not banned.
Wait, what tweet did I delete? Did a tweet of mine get auto-deleted? What?
Really? Like you're going out and you're advocating for the assassination of political people. And
you're defending an administration that's deporting people right now. What the fuck? Without due process. You're defending a thing right now that's happening.
You're going and chirping out about this, complaining about.
But the difference is that like when I say something mean about him, like he sees it and it's like an immediately tangible thing that he feels right away. Whereas like people getting deported, that's all kind of like epic and memey and hilarious because it's, I don't know, it's far away. He doesn't know any immigrant people. It's just whatever, I guess. I don't know.
What other people are saying, you should be glad you're not banned. So the fact is, and he's going to, eventually he will pop off because I think that Destiny has become increasingly more unhinged. And also, before I go into this anymore, no, of course I would not support Trump assassinating and killing people for random reasons.
Oh, hold that right there. Oh, well, he kind of qualified it for random reasons, right? Because they'll always make up a reason, but hold it here. We'll see in 6 months if Trump is still around and he started fucking killing people yet, what the excuse he gives to 180 on this is.
Random arbitrary reasons. Like, why would I didn't even, there were tons of things I didn't support Trump with. I didn't support him with Roe versus Wade.
Donald Trump didn't decide Roe versus Wade. Well, okay. Well, I guess.
I didn't support him with, let's see, what else? I'm trying to think about some of the other examples of things that have been with Ukraine.
What didn't you support exactly? Because I feel like I've heard Asmund repeat all the Russian slop points about Ukraine, that they're stealing our money, that we're wasting resources on them, that we should abandon that country because they can never win that war. What, did I miss something? Is Asmund a strong pro-Ukraine person?
I didn't support him with like how he's approached healthcare.
Okay.
There's been tons of things that I haven't supported him with the tariffs. Yeah, I think the tariffs went way overdue. I think January 6th was awful.
Okay, the J6 thing is okay. What about the pardoning of all the J6ers? That was crazy. When he says he didn't support him with the tariffs, but I thought I just heard him give excuses for the tariffs. So I want people that don't support me like that, okay? That sounds like the best non-supporter in the world to have. I didn't support this, but I'm going to give you a good reason for why he did it?
The exemptions of letting the people out. Like, yeah, so like this isn't even, it's a completely made up reality that Destiny has created for his audience in order to justify.
I wonder if we just take a look. What do you think is in the Asmongold subreddit right now? Top post. I didn't believe at first that Abrego Garcia's hand tattoos were code for MS-13 until his wife censored his hand tattoos on her TikTok account. I checked her account and confirmed that it's real. 243 comments. Dang, that was smooth. Oh, you're into pronouns, huh? Me too. Let me see / them titties. Based. She's so racist she doesn't even realize it. Fred trolls crash out Karen.
White men in charge, and they want to put people like you in a f***ing camp.
I mean, that sounds good to me.
How can you even think that this is something that you should support?
Or the Cybertruck
people
goes so
with
fast.
with brown skin.
Yes, but the
are
Cybertruck
targeted.
is such a good car.
Don't you understand? You could end up in El Salvador. You could end up in El Salvador.
Wait, for
in
what?
prison.
Like for what?
For nothing, because they took it. They take innocent people. They don't give.
That's
them
not
due
fair.
process.
Miss Monique, hold your hand out.
And he's got tattoos.
What does that
means
mean?
He's a member of a gang.
You're a gang member?
Bro, what is happening?
I'm still kind of caught up though. What kind of porn are they banning?
Anything having to do with sexual relations between a man and a woman, or a man and a man, or a woman and a woman, anything.
Who wants that though?
That's what the white Christian nationalists want. They don't want any porn.
Is it Elon?
If you got a ride in the Cybertruck.
Okay, epic. Churros. Something about boobs and porn, I guess. Epic. Asmund gets more viewers in his alt channel than him currently. Not to mention that Asmund left his main channel because of the pressure of a really big audience back then. First of all, Zach Rahr is Asmund's main channel now. He's been streaming on it for years. So I don't know why you're still calling his alt channel. Secondly, yeah, Asmund does get more viewers than me. And he gets more views on YouTube than me. He's a fucking huge person online right now. I don't know what I'm supposed to take from that, but okay.
Ma'am.
Epic crash out. Whoever runs the White House account should be promoted. Senator meets with deported MS-13 illegal alien in El Salvador, who's never coming back. Epic, so based. That's crazy. You have all these strong criticisms for Trump, but your subreddit literally looks like the Donald 2.0. Huh, that's so great. That's so weird. That's so weird how that works out. Huh.
Being a weirdo, right? Just being a weirdo. And I don't know why he does this. And I'm going to, as somebody who's watched Destiny for like 8 years and like on and off, I'm not a big DGGer or anything like that, but I've watched him on and off. I really think that ever since probably 2023, he's really begun to get way more unhinged. And he's become much more caustic. He's become much more personal, much more vicious. And I think Destiny is the perfect example of the old quote, if you gaze into the abyss long enough, the abyss will gaze.
There's like never, and again, this is the same thing. And I guess just everybody on the internet, I guess maybe in the world has figured this out. That you just, whatever you do, don't ever address any of the arguments on the other side, or don't ever try to figure out why, like it's always just right to the ad homs, right to the, this person is sick or this person mentally ill. Like Destiny's become way more unhinged in the past like 2 years. I wonder why. I wonder if there's anything that's happened in this country or any new or more extreme positions that Donald Trump perhaps has taken that maybe would lead to people having a more unhinged reaction. Nah, definitely not. Like there's just no way. Okay.
Back into you. I think that he spent so long fighting against what he considers to be these evil people that are conservatives or whatever, that he has become one of them. He's
like, and it's so telling, actually. This is so telling from what Asmongold's point of view is for how he views the world. I don't think conservatives are evil because they say mean things online to people. That has never been my position, that these conservatives are so bad because they say mean things. It's about the positions that they hold and the positions that they support. Like the real things that happen in the real world, not who made what joke online. But I guess to Asmongold, that's all politics is whoever makes the worst joke or whatever. I think this thing you said fits in perfectly with Asmongold. What thing?
You've lost your humanity.
I know, and that's
you,
great.
honestly.
And I wish that, and maybe one day, I don't know, maybe if you guys grow up a little bit, maybe you'll know this. Saying the most disgusting, horrible shit that you can in a polite tone of voice is one of the most horrible things that you can do as a human being.
True.
And the idea that just because you calmly and politely suggest that a guy that tried to overthrow the republic ought to be president, and that's a respectable opinion. Oh, Asma does this because he always kind of talks like this and all this, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so he pretends that like, oh, well, it's reasonable. I'm not shouting, I guess. Okay.
Doing the same things that they do. Jericho, thanks for the 10 subs. I appreciate it. And I think he's doing the same things that they do. He's acting the same way. And the only way that he can justify...
So that's it's all the same. So if somebody says something mean on one side, then their politics become identical to the other side. Thank you for that brilliant analysis.
His bad behavior, it's like, again, I guess you can use like the metaphor of like a house of cards, where like a house of cards can't stand with one individual card. It has to be pushed up against something else, right? And that's the only way that this type of behavior can exist, is in the context of him justifying it by creating straw men of people who he disagrees with, justifying things that he thinks.
Like, we've watched so much Asmund slop, and the crazy position, like, I've called out like positions and things that he said that are just unhinged. I don't know where this idea comes from that I just only add on him, but okay.
They're similar. And I think that ultimately Destiny, there are a lot of things that Destiny does and says that I agree with. And again, like, I'm trying not to, I guess I am making this kind of personal. That's actually not true. I am kind of making this personal, but I hope he can see that the way that he's made these things personal, I think that they actively work against his goals, and he is actively making things where I think more people see what Destiny says and they see these clips and they go farther away from left-wing ideology than towards it. And
like, this is another thing that people need to dispel this notion of as well. If somebody sees somebody like is mean to somebody and they 180 completely on all of their politics, and they're also, this is a huge form of fuck, I don't want to say gaslighting, okay? But like, it's a huge form of mental mindfuck where they're like, a person will say something like, I used to be very on the left, but then I saw how mean the left was to some person. So then I completely changed and I'm on the right. It's like, you saw somebody being mean on one side, so you went to the side where their elected president is known for calling people names. Like, that was the most famous thing about Trump, is in the beginning, he just gave everybody a bad nickname. That's the side that you're going with? You think they don't bully? Like, what? There's always something else that's at play there. That is never an honest reaction. That's retarded as fuck.
And ultimately, when you're advocating for something and your behavior is causing people, and again, like, I don't know whether this is true, but I think it is. I think that when you're joking around about, you know, fucking somebody's dead mom, making fun of cancer kids, these are things that average people don't like. And also, by the way, average people didn't like that I said this either. I'm also an asshole, and I'm a victim of this myself. I'm also a dickhead. One of the reasons why I always kind of like Destiny is because I...
But then what is his problem? Also, again, the whole summary of like my whole issue with everybody is just when people are mean to each other, saying mean things to each other.
I could see some qualities of myself in Destiny. So it's not like I'm somehow better than this in a lot of cases, but I recognize when I do that, and I know that it's a bad thing. And the difference is that I can look at what I'm doing and say, hey, that was over the line. I shouldn't have said that. I'm being an asshole. He can't. He's so entrenched in this mindset that conservatism is these terrible, horrible people, and he's convinced himself of this, for better or for worse, whether he's right or not. He's convinced him.
Well, isn't that kind of important, whether he's right or not? I mean, isn't it kind of important to understand what we're talking about and to know if these people are actually acting like in a genuinely horrible way, or
self of this so certainly that he is now justified the exact same behavior that he's fighting against.
It's just so cringe. How long does he go on this cringe rant? Does Asmongold really think the only thing that I didn't like about conservatives is that they were mean, that they said mean things online? This is such an unbelievably childish way to view politics. I hate that conservatives were telling mean jokes on Twitter. That was always my problem.
That's what he's doing. And I think it hurts the causes. It hurts himself. It makes his audience look bad. It radicalizes people for no reason. And I think it's counterproductive.
I think you have to understand that for him, politics is just another fun thing to cover, like gaming. He doesn't take it seriously and thinks you don't either. He thinks you're using it as an excuse to be I guess, maybe.
His only defense of what I said about him is, yeah, but you're doing it too.
It's not even, though, because I don't even know if Asmongold necessarily... I don't know how this is so hard to understand. It's not that I care about making the mean jokes. It's about what the jokes represent. It's about, like, the positions that you're holding and supporting. Is that really that hard to get? What is he even talking about? Like, when he made the Pokemon trainer joke or whatever, I'm not mad that he made a joke that was kind of like mean about the Pokemon thing. It's the idea that you're supporting the deportation of people without due process, the mass deportation of people without due process, or the idea that you're joking about like federal employees being fired for no fucking reason, that we're just dismantling these entire departments for no fucking reason. It's not the fact that the joke is mean. Like, you can say all of this without joking, and I'm still going to be about as mad about it. But...
And then also an imaginary scenario that didn't happen. If the only way that you can defend your actions is by saying they're doing it too, maybe you should ask yourself why that is.
Is he saying this manipulatively, or he just doesn't see it? I think he just doesn't see it. I think for him, I think he just has a very like one-dimensional, like kind of like what that one chatter said, like politics is just kind of like a fun thing that he's like kind of gotten into, like from social commentary to political commentary, and none of it is like that serious, and it's just like kind of fun, and it's all about like being nice or mean on the internet at the end of the day.
It's kindergarten logic, yeah. That's it. He argued at things that you said, but it's not shown in clips either. That's okay. I don't have a problem with him arguing about things that I said. That's totally okay. When would I complain about that? I don't, and also
one purple
like
chip. I'm never getting it.
I view this as constructive criticism. I do, because I view what he's doing as destructive. This is destructive. No, off topic. Yeah. Who only approaches things in bad faith. The higher and higher you held up, it would be impossible to maintain ethical standards. Oh, that's the Jordan Peterson thing, etc. And so anyway, take a stand for once in your life, bro. Stop glazing this dude. I don't... See, this is one thing that a lot of you guys don't understand about me.
Yeah.
Is that I don't care about other people in just a very general sense. And that means I don't care when someone's rude to me. And I don't really care when somebody's nice to me that much either. It just doesn't affect me very much. I care about what I care about. I care about myself. Like,
does this shit just drag on forever? I feel like there was a hope watching you that you could finally snap these people out of it, but it seems so hopeless. People are so retarded, not good faith. It's a combination of them kind of being retarded and not good faith, and then also like avoiding any of the types of confrontations that would force them to like confront their cognitive dissonance. But then on top of that, it's also that there's like this unprecedented ecosystem built now to reinforce like retarded ideas that had never existed before. So like, again, like I'm saying something is retarded, but if you're a conservative and you come watch me, it might legitimately be the first time in your entire life you ever heard somebody say the things that I'm saying, and they've gone against like 17 different media consumptions, 17 different forms of media consumption that you've engaged in over the past year. So why the fuck would you believe anything that I say about a thing, right? It's immediately going to come off as, it's immediately just going to come off as like, this guy must be lying or crazy, or he's like a libcuck or something.
I care about doing what I want to do, and I care about working in in a way that is beneficial to myself. So when somebody says something that's incredibly offensive to me and it would make you really mad, it probably just rolls right off my back like nothing. I don't really care about this. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't hurt my feelings. I don't even think about it 5 minutes later. So that's it. I don't... And also, I don't think that, like, really getting down and fighting with what I think Destiny is, which is a porcupine, is not beneficial for me. It's not beneficial for him. Everybody loses. So why do I want to get down in the weeds and start arguing?
Oh, because I think this is when people told him to debate me. Like, he's watched a ton of my content as well. Also, that's why I say don't ever fall for this, where people are like, oh, you were so close to being able to debate him, and then this happened. No, he was never going to talk to me. And smart on him not to, because he would be completely dismantled in that conversation and his brain would fucking explode, okay? In a polite way. Again, he's watched plenty of my content. He knows that I've had tons of conversations with people where we're all nice and polite to each other, and it's not like a scream fest or anything mean like that. So him saying that, like, oh no, I wouldn't be able to do this because it would be so brutal, and Destiny would just scream the whole time, he knows that's bullshit. He's always known that's bullshit.
And fighting with somebody who's going to start fighting and getting personal with everything, it's not beneficial for me. It's not really a winning strategy. Even if I come out on top, I'm still going to have a bunch of barbs in me. Why do I want to do that? So the point is that I hope his community realizes that all of the way that he's been acting with this is tremendously counterproductive. This is what I wrote. A lot of people.
It's also so much concern trolling. Oh my god.
Excuse deranged outbursts like this in Destiny's community because they think Destiny is fighting for a greater good that supersedes any form of accountability or decency. And you see comments like this, like for example with this lawsuit, etc.
Like, what is it? Like, he keeps like throwing this in. What does this have to do with anything that we're fighting about? What?
That he's involved in. You see people, and by the way, I've never commented on whether it's true.
He has. That's not true. But...
true or not. I didn't even read his statements about it. It's a legal matter. It's not my it's not my purview to do this. But the fact is that a lot of people have even preemptively justified it by saying, if this is what we need to deal with to fight against fascism, then it's okay. No, you don't have to deal with this. You don't have to have idols that are manipulators, sex pests, psychotic, you know, like emotional.
We do need the ones, though, that wear headphones to sleep so that cockroaches don't crawl into their ears while they tell us how important it is to ship away all of the immigrants in the United States. Thank you for your moral condemnation, Asmongold. I needed that so much.
Like, just like weirdos. Like, you don't need this person to...
That's not a clever or creative insult for me also. That's a thing that he's literally said on stream before.
Does not need to be your avatar. And I think that Destiny was not always like this. I remember, like, I would be on the Trainwrecks podcast with Destiny every Thursday. Like, multiple times a month, I would be talking Destiny, and this never happened. We never, this kind of stuff never happened. People never acted this way. I don't know why. And I think Hassan...
And, like, that, it's so funny that he says that, too, because, again, it's so telling. I have, for people that, listen, I love all of you, and I love my new fans, okay? But for people that show up who are like, oh, yeah, like, I don't know, like, when Destiny became so mean, like, I've never seen him do this. Bro, I used to be 1,000,000,000,000 times meaner. I used to be so much more unhinged. The only difference, though, and the reason why Asmongold doesn't remember any of it, is because back then I was generally fighting... It probably would have been the wokies, or would have been like in the maybe even in the Gamergate days. I think I fought against like Anita Sarkeesian. It's because I was fighting against people that he didn't like. So in his mind, none of that was mean because it's the power dynamic thing, right? Like there are people that we don't like. We're in a space where both of us agree that we don't like them. Therefore, anything is permissible to say about them. That's it's. I think that's as simple as it is, and I think that's it.
And is more like this now. Maybe I'm even more like this now. Everybody just needs to chill the fuck out, man. What are you doing saying this?
And it's like, this is like, everybody just needs to calm down, bros. Like, it's just like, we're all just so wacky and wild right now. And it's like, no, that's not the state of this country right now, is that everything is just like wacky and wild. The reality is like people's lives are being destroyed in unbelievable ways. And people like you are standing by and cheerleading it. The issue that we're having right now in this country is not that some people are being mean. It's that there are insane things that are being supported by Americans that I never would have in my entire life thought would have supported this stuff. But that's just never, you never even address it. There's no call out for that at all. It's just, but when somebody says something mean about him online, now it's like, we need to go on a whole tirade about this. Like, seriously? Okay.
Really, just take a step back and think, what the fuck are you doing? It's crazy. It's not, you're noticing it finally? Well, I mean, I did. So the reason why is that I sent a photo to a friend of mine. You can probably guess who the friend is of who I sent the photo to. It was this one, right? I sent this photo to him.
Wait, the other day. Are we supposed to know, or does that matter? Who was the friend?
Because I had seen it, and I was like, you know, everybody used to be able to get along and, you know, disagree, and things were fine, and everything was okay. But then, over time, things got more and more radical, they got more and more extreme, and they got more and more serious, and it's been...
Yeah, that's you guys! Like, yes! Donald Trump has got like 16 different fucking TROs against him saying the government is so out of control. All the courts have had to step in and say, stop. You can't deport people without due process. You can't have fucking quid pro quos. You can't use your DOJ to go after the mayor of New York City to cut a deal with him to support your immigration policy. You can't start targeting law firms with executive orders. You can't start, you can't just unilaterally shutter entire government departments because you don't like them. Like, yes, but in Asmongold's mind, none of that is extreme. None of that is extreme. The extreme thing is people on the left have gotten way more mad about things. Wow. That's horrible. Like, what the fuck is wrong? You've lost. It's not that he lost perspective. He's never had perspective because he's just a W word. The whiteness doesn't matter. It's just he's a rich online content creator. So at the end of the day, it's all like fucking memes and jokes and epic shit or whatever. Like,
I sent this photo to him the other day because I had seen it, and I was like, everybody used to be able to get along, and
what is this?
And since you don't respect due process at all or understand the immigration process, has it ever occurred to you that I just don't agree with what the due process is, and I find it to be problematic? Like, I don't agree with what it is. I don't think it's a good process. I think that it's too problematic. There's too many steps in it, and it needs to be expedited so we can get more people removed. It's super simple.
Like this, like, how do you say shit like this? And you're like, yeah, I don't know how everybody got so extreme, bro. It's insane how fucking extreme everybody's gotten. Like, okay, sorry, but
disagree, and things were fine and everything was okay. But then over time, things got more and more radical. They got more and more extreme, and
but not me.
They got more and more serious.
Other people.
And it's been it's embarrassing.
He goes on.
And since you don't respect due process at all or understand the immigration process,
is this
has
the
it
same
ever
fucking
occurred to you
stream?
that I just don't agree with what the due process is, and I find it to be problematic? Like, I don't agree with what it is. I don't think it's a good process. I think that it's too problematic. There's too many steps in it, and it needs to be expedited so we can get more people removed. It's super simple. Like, and I can't have that opinion. I can't think that, oh, wow, yeah, I understand you need to respect and observe the law. Sure, absolutely. But I don't derive my morality from the law at all. So that's not important to me in any capacity. Like, the idea of due process is only important because of the ideal of it, not the actual process itself. So if I'm advocating for changing the due process and making it more streamlined, especially for people who aren't citizens, then I don't really think that's removing it. In a way it is, but I think they should change that systematically. That's what I would advocate for, is that I think they should systematically change what the due process is for the removal of a person in the country illegally. And so, and
like
again,
how? What does that
this
even
is
mean?
the Supreme Court that made citizens united. Like, I'm sorry, but you can't use the Supreme Court as this this is not God. No, I'm not going to just listen to that and say, oh, okay, well, they're right for sure. Fuck that. No. What about institutionality? I think I am not.
Like, I don't know why everyone's gotten so extreme. The Supreme Court, LOL, I'm not going to trust them for anything. Okay.
I do not like basing things because the authority says this, then it is accurate. That's it. We're wasting taxes to remove people that shouldn't be here. Exactly. If you go in without due process, you can get out without due process. Otherwise, it's an exploit. I think so too. I think that's the way average people see it.
How do you know
you
if
ignore
they're
due process by
how do you
letting
know
people
that...
in massively, and then you complain about the lack of due process when getting them out? Well, that doesn't seem very fair to me. And again, like, if somebody else wants to do that, don't expect me to play by their same rules. It's bullshit. Authority does not equal truth. I don't see that at all. And so, yeah, Maryland father. Yes, exactly. Oh my God. And anyway, what part of sanctuary cities is due process? Yeah, it's just bullshit. There's plenty of examples of that happening. They don't care about due process. Get the fuck out of here. They only care about this stuff when it's in their benefit. Don't let people. This is very important. Never let people weaponize your ideals against you.
True! Oh, holy true! Absolutely true! Can he possibly have the audacity to say that? Was this the same stream? This is 30 minutes later that he just did a whole concern trolling fucking... Okay. He's right. Which is why you should never take these fuckers seriously when they're like, oh, you're hurting your movement, blah, blah, blah. Bullshit. You don't give a fuck about any of this bullshit. And he doesn't, too, because he even said it explicitly. Oh, you're hurting your side. Oh, like, you're changing your value. Like, don't ever let these fucking retards concern troll you on shit like this. It's fucking ridiculous. Not when they act as unhinged as they do. I don't even want to rest this. Let me finish. What do you have to say for me?
You've definitely gone off a cliff since the death trial. I don't think that I'm really as extreme, and I've tried to dial it back in because I think that there have been instances where I have been extreme. But overall, I try to be as fair as I can be, but even I fall short of this. I think that's what happens all the time. Same most outrageous stuff, justifying Trump seeing people of El Salvador changing a constitution for him. Well, there are certain things, like, for example, I don't like this appeal to authority of the Supreme Court whenever...
Appeal to authority? Oh, what? There should be more philosophy people, I think, should be like hackers. And you should be able to like program like philosophical arguments into operating systems and then 0 day. Like you're like trying to access some file system and it's like, sorry, you don't have the necessary permissions. And you're like, necessary permissions? That kind of sounds like a fallacious appeal to authority to me. Who's to say that I don't have the permissions? What? Because I'm not at the top of the administrator tree or because you haven't, what? That's a fallacious appeal to authority. Like, you understand that the Supreme Court definitionally has authority over what the law is. That's why they call the Supreme Court. That's what they do.
Everybody can all collectively agree that Citizens United was a bad decision. When Citizens United exists as a ruling of the Supreme Court and, you know, they overturn Roe versus Wade, I'm not going to act like the Supreme Court is the universal arbiter for morality and justice, okay? I'm just not. Like, that's, again, I don't get my morality from the Supreme Court. I don't get it from the president. I don't get it from anything. I get it from myself.
There's also, I don't know how to phrase this eloquently, but there's a fundamental difference between how do you say, like, when you're arguing about I'm trying to think. It actually has to go with the TRO violation, I guess, that the Trump admin's in trouble for. You can disagree with the court and still recognize its authority, right? Like, you can say, I think that I don't agree with this law, but I recognize that this is what the law is, and the court has the power to enforce that. Those positions are not in tension with one another. They could be now if it's like some, you know, fundamental human right or something that you think that the court is wrong on. But so when we're asking, like, if the Trump admin is following the courts or not, now I don't know necessarily what specifically referring to here, but it's not a matter of, like, do you agree with all of the laws or necessarily agree with what the court says. It doesn't matter if you agree with what the court says or not. You have to follow it. It's the court. Otherwise, if you say no, well, then who do we follow? Anybody that disagrees with the court? Clearly, you can see how problematic that is, right?
And so, no, I'm not going to just automatically attribute and say these people are right about everything. So when they make a bad decision or they do something I disagree with, I'm going to say that. And so that's it. The Supreme Court is not God. No, it's not. And so anyway, but that's not my point, right? My point is that the causes that he is trying to promote, he is actively making them worse by doing stuff like this. And this is actually one of the less problematic ones because a lot of people don't like me, etc. It doesn't really matter. But anyway, sometimes make jokes on our destruction of our laws and traditions to lose their fucking mind anytime a black person or a female person is cast in a video game.
True.
Yeah, this is the thing. And again, this is another example. Anytime a black person or a female character is cast in a video game. Meanwhile, you know, when I played South of Midnight recently, this is the most recent game, I was...
Okay, this is not the most important part of my fucking criticism. I don't know Asmon's stance on every fucking video game. I don't care if he wants to do just Gamergate culture war shit even. That's whatever. That's not even remotely in the same ballpark of shit that I have an issue with right now, but I'm glad we're going to take some time to address this.
I was relatively positive about it. Even with Veilguard, I said that, you know, it wasn't as bad as people were making it out to be. I've defended this stuff multiple times, and so, again, just keep in mind that when these people attack me, they use straw men of things that I never said and lies, and when I attack them, I'm referring to something that they're saying in their own words. That's the difference. Is that I don't need to lie about other people.
Like, we literally just went 25 minutes into the future on the slop stream and saw you talk about how due process is too burdensome, so fuck it. Like, what? Like, seriously?
In order to get my point across. They do. And that's sad.
So sad. Rip.
People do that a lot with you? Yeah. And so anyway, that's what I think about it. I don't want to get into a whole lot more drama, etc. But again, and I can almost guarantee you, Destiny is never going to actually address what I said. He's.
Why do people make this claim about me? Like, I debate more people and I'm open to debating more people and reviewing more people's content than probably any other single content creator on the internet. Why would you ever make this claim about me? What?
Never going to justify what he said about, you know, those...
I will justify it. It was a funny fucking joke, and you're just ass-pained about it because you don't like people making mean jokes about you. And if you don't want people making mean jokes about your side, then you need to hold your own side to account. Otherwise, fuck you. Nobody's gonna believe any of your shit. You don't like it when people on the opposite side of the political aisle make fun of things that you think are important because you think that people can only make fun of the things that you think aren't important. And that's fucking bullshit. And I will sit here and make fun of all the shit around you because I do think it's funny to expose you for your hypocrisy and because sometimes the jokes are kind of funny. So eat shit. What the fuck? No, it's at the end of the day, it's not about fucking jokes. And the fact that that's the thing that gets you the most riled up is fucking disgusting. Why don't you actually get mad about like all the horrible shit that's happening that you're just like sitting here fucking like a seal, you know, clapping along with? It's so fucking cringe.
Those other people or whatever, because he knows that it's indefensible. He knows somewhere, like Destiny is not stupid. He knows that it's indefensible. He knows he's gone off the edge, and he might not accept this now, but he will in the future.
I pray in the future that the worst thing that somebody could get me to reflect on is me having said a joke that was too mean, or me making jokes that were too mean. And I hope to God it's not, fuck, did I really support the destruction of our entire United States Constitution? Fuck, was I really letting the President of the United States unilaterally determine who gets sent to fucking slave labor camps or not? Fuck, I hope I didn't fuck up this hard. If the worst thing I have to think is like, fuck, was that joke kind of mean about Asmongold's mom's corpse? Maybe it was. I pray that's the most I'll ever have to reflect on.
He's 100% going to address this? Well, no, he'll address what I'm saying, but he's not going to address the context of what I'm saying. The actual.
What does that even mean?
Actual substance of it. He's going to create, you know, again, for blasting them for it. You're not blasting anybody for this. Like arbitrary malicious firing of federal employees. Yeah, what if you think that somebody has a job that they shouldn't have? Like, is that really a bad thing? How is it malicious? Like, I don't know. I think there's a lot of people that work at the government that have jobs that are useless.
How is it malicious? Okay, and I think necrophilia is a good way for people to alleviate their sexual urges. What a fucking retarded comment to make. You're watching, if your commentary was simple, also don't let them get away with this. It's such bullshit, and he knows it's bullshit. Somebody link me the fucking clips of this. If your commentary was like, it sucks that some people are losing their jobs, but I mean, like, I think we need to trim down on the size of government or whatever, or, you know, I think that, you know, like, that's a way to approach it where maybe that's too much even compassion to expect. But when you're like basically gleefully celebrating and giggling along and like, oh, like this woman is saying like, oh, like I might have to, what did he say? Go do DoorDash? Somebody please link me the full fucking, hold on.
As tied up with the interests of people. It's predicate that you're doing radical leftist insubordination. It's pretty jarring. And because there's so many lies and falsehoods circulating, and so many claims that people are sort of not with the program, I think people are just completely dislocated. There's no stable ground on which to walk. And then, of course, most of them have been laid off, so they're worried about how they're going to pay the bills and how they're going to make rent.
That's what
but
happens
maybe the
when you get
part
fired.
that is the most striking and, for me, inspiring, if not surprising, having worked there for 4 years.
She can do DoorDash.
Like, it's cruelty. And to some extent, especially for subhuman fucks like this, cruelty is the point, right? Like, how the fuck am I going to have respect for how deep Vance buries his dick in your mom's fucking corpse when you're sitting here making fun of a living person who's talking about all these other people who are actively losing their jobs right now as part of an administration that you're actively supporting, and you're actively supporting them losing their jobs and then like cracking jokes at it at the same time? That's such bullshit, dude. The tone policing, the concern trolling is so wildly fucking out of line here. Holy shit. Give me a fucking break, dude.
Is that, you know, the people who work at USAID did not come to work at USAID for the money. The civil servants, the foreign servants, the contractors, they came to USAID because they want to make a difference in the world. Because
that's the problem. Yep, that's the problem. See,
the problem is that they joined government and they wanted to make a difference in the world?
Yep. See, you figured it out. That's it. Learn the code, yeah.
They saw America's interests as tied up with the interests of people, vulnerable people around the world.
That's right. That's exactly why you're fired. You're going to be working in DoorDash. That's it. Working on DoorDash on welfare. Thank God. Taking our tax money, giving it to random ass fucking countries so they can do drag shows. See ya. See ya. Too bad. Have fun.
Like I'm curious. I don't know the financial situation. How much? Fuck. Now I would be making fun of his mom. I don't know if she was an anti-vaxxer or what, any bullshit. I don't know. If I knew more, though, hold on. I just want to be clear. The only reason I'm not shitting on Asman's mom more is just because I don't know the facts. But if I did, I would shit on her, okay? So don't think that I'm avoiding it out of some niceness to him or out of some concern trolling thing or whatever victory that he got. No, I would make fun of her if I knew more about her, but I don't. Because I'm curious how much tax money was wasted on her fucking medical care in the end days of her life and what she did to save the government money in her final months or whatever. But I don't know the facts, so I can't make fun of it. So please, okay, don't think I'm doing it out of some concern or well-being or care for humanity. It's just because I don't know the details, all right? Like, fuck you. He's like, listen to how he phrases this, right? Well, hold on. Like, oh, you can do DoorDash. Good. Don't waste our money. Find a different fucking job. Blah, blah, blah.
We're going to be working in DoorDash. That's it. Working on DoorDash on welfare. Thank God. Taking our tax money, giving it to random ass fucking countries so they can do drag shows. See ya. See ya. Too bad. Have fun.
And so even as they're struggling to figure out how to make rent all of a sudden, they're most struggling with the fear that so many millions of people who relied on us as a country, on USAID as an agency, but on them as individuals.
Yeah, we fired them and we don't give a fuck about those people. Get them out. That's it.
We don't, those are your fellow Americans working in government. You slob fuck. Like, the only reason this country works is because of people who are willing to take on jobs like this in government. Not maybe particularly the USAID ones, but regardless. So, right, this is only 2.5 minutes. I'm not even going to watch this full fucking video, right? But for him to characterize, hold on, what was your position there? What did you just say?
No, he'll address what I'm saying.
Hold on.
But he's not going to address the
hold on.
Anybody for this, like arbitrary malicious firing of federal employees. Yeah. What if you think that somebody has a job that they shouldn't have? Like, is that really a bad thing? How is it malicious? Like, I don't know. I think there's a lot of people that work at the government that have jobs that are useless. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And then creating these false realities, right?
Like, for him to try to rewrite his own comments like that, like, fucking own it, dude. What a cowardly, snivelly fuck. Own your comments at least, okay? My fleshlight joke was funny, and I will own that joke. And I think it's funny. I play that clip every night before I go to sleep to remind me how much I fucking hate tone police, concerned trollers like this fucking loser. For you to summarize your past comments like that, oh, well, sometimes I just think there are some government jobs that are bad. Meanwhile, watch the video. Go do DoorDash, bitch. Get out of here. Get him the fuck out. We don't give a fuck about anybody dying of malaria and AIDS. Maybe they should go do DoorDash. Give me a break, dude.
And so anyway, he's going to twist words and clip chimp it for sure. Yeah. And
it's clip chimping. How much of his content do I need to watch? What am I clip chimping? What have I ever clip chimped from him? Hello?
Anyway, so angry now? He is. And I want to say that...
I am angry. I do get mad when people like him just fucking lie to their audiences. I think it's bad.
Destiny is going to come back and explain, oh, it's actually okay. It's actually okay for me to act this way because there's some greater good, and it's not
a greater good, it's a greater evil, and that evil is Asman Slop.
Justifies all of my bad actions. I don't want to hear it. I don't care about it. It's bullshit, right? And so anyway, yeah, it's...
I like how he says, I'm not going to respond with substance to anything. So he says that. Destiny's not going to respond to anything. I know he's not. And then he gives a preemptive excuse for him not to respond to anything. That's nice. Okay, based.
It's not worth taking seriously or listening to. And I think that a lot of people have come to that same conclusion.
There you go.
With Destiny.
Okay. Good job.
I think that's probably part of the reason why he's acting so angry.
Oh, for sure.
I think that the best thing that he can do is to just move past this and not act this way anymore.
True.
It's not helping him. It's not helping anybody. And it's certainly not helping the causes that he hopes to produce or to promote. Said a million times he's done a discussion with you. Why would I want to engage in a conversation with a person who intentionally lies about me multiple times?
As he's lied about his past. What have I lied about regarding Asman also? Because almost all the commentary that we do on Asman is literally in direct response to his stream. Like, what have I lied about? Like, we watch his shit and then I comment on it. He watches me watch his shit and then comment on it. Like, what are we talking about that I lie about? I'm just watching you say retarded shit.
Why would I ever entertain a conversation with a person who lies about me and makes up bullshit?
Well, the actual answer, now I know that he's just trying to brainwash his audience. Okay, I love talking to people that lie about me because then when we talk, now I can directly confront all the lies you've said. That's why I like talking to people that lie about me. But if you're just using it as an excuse to squirm away from being held accountable, because I know how much Asman loves accountability, then you would say something retarded like this.
Really? Really? Why would I do that? I don't want to get down and argue with people. I'm listening to what he says. If he has something that's very important to say, I've seen it. That's it. That's what's up. Yeah, why would I do that? What's the benefit in me for doing that? Nothing. So why?
The benefit is he would get a ton of viewers on the conversation, and he would get a ton of viewers on the YouTube video. The reason why he doesn't though is because he knows he would look bad.
Why would I engage with a person that continually lies about me and makes up straw men that I don't even support? Really? How could I gain anything out of that? Yeah, it's that simple.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, do you want to see him debate Jordan Peterson? I haven't seen that. I saw like there was a video of him talking to Jordan Peterson. I saw like 10 minutes of it, but that was about it. Yeah. Prove him wrong?
Prove him wrong?
I don't need to.
I can't. Yeah, I don't need to. Let me now explain why actually I don't have to do that. And I've already done it because he's already been so unhinged or something.
I think his situation has itself.
There you go. Oh, my situation has itself disproven the things that I said about Asmongold. Okay.
That's the thing. I don't need to. Time has already proven it wrong in general. Scared? People say that I'm scared as much as you want, right? Like, I think this is the thing. A lot of chatters really like the debate content and they like the arguing content. I don't like doing that. I've never liked doing that.
Chatters like it because chatters feel like you are representing a strong point of view and they want to see you represent that point of view against somebody that they disagree with. It probably makes these chatters, and I don't know if they would admit this openly, but I'm sure it makes some percentage of them a little bit uncomfortable when their daddy content creator will avoid religiously talking to anybody who disagrees with them because they know that the reason why, and everybody knows, right? Like nobody, even in his audience, is buying this bullshit excuse that like, oh, I just don't think it would be worth talking to him because he strawmans me so much. Like nobody's buying this. Everybody knows this is bullshit.
And I don't really have like a big ego in general. So it's not important for me to like prove to chatters that I'm not or anything like that. Like, I don't really care what people think. It doesn't really matter that much to me in general.
So then why do, again, I guess it kind of proves my earlier point that like at the end of the day, this is all just kind of like a big game. Like if you don't give a fuck about what people think, why do politics at all? Like, are we not here? But again, maybe for him it is. I guess it's all just like a big meme or whatever. But like, I hope I'm changing some people's minds, or I hope I'm influencing people to vote in a certain way or to further like political ends that I consider important to myself. But maybe for him it is all just a big fucking meme, I guess.
So why would I play into a person who is intentionally dishonest? And I think that when you enter...
Asman saw how much mileage Hassan gets out of that one, so now he's now he's on the dishonesty train, I guess. Jeez.
Into a conversation with a dishonest person, you cannot win. Because they'll just lie. They'll just lie and make up things that aren't true. They're not approaching things in good faith at all. So why would you, for any reason, do that? It's that simple. You can't argue with crazy. Yeah. There's no reason to do that at all times. It's a lost time. Yeah.
True.
It's like the inherently proving yourself all the time so exhausting. Yeah, I don't care about that. Yeah, it's not relevant to me at all. It's basically lost time. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, defend this random shit. Yeah, I've made up a bunch of lies about you. Now you have to come on and debate me.
Like now it's gone to a bunch of lies? Like what? If you care about his experience with government handouts... Do I care about this?
He's also trying to ban soda being covered under SNAP. Yeah, I know. Like, I'll tell you this. I got food stamps and I love buying soda with food stamps. I did. Yeah. So, like, you know, I'm okay with my tax money going to buying people sodas. Yep.
Is that really... There must be something more complicated working inside the conservative mind. There has to be something more than just, I did the thing, or I know somebody personally who did it, and now I have empathy for them. And if I hadn't done the thing or hadn't had personal experience with it, I have no... There must be something greater powering the hamster wheel that is the conservative mind. There must be. Please, God, there must be. I mean, he's clearly being sarcastic and trolling her. Is he? Oh, okay. Let me listen again. Sorry.
I did. Yeah. So, like, you know, I'm okay with my tax money going to buying people sodas. Yep. Based, yep. You can have water. Well, I don't want water. I want soda. That's how I see it. Calories is calories. Yep. I'm not. Hey, it's a vote. I think if like my argument
Wait, why do you
is
think it's being
that I
sarcastic?
think that if you
Oh no, chat's just fucking retarded because you're hearing a conservative say something retarded, so you think it must be sarcastic. But he's not sarcastic at all. He's being 100% genuine.
I think that it's very important to make sure that people who are poor are able to live with dignity and are able to enjoy at least some of the nice things in life. We are the richest country in the world. And
how does none of this extend to immigrants? Oh, because he has no immigrant friends or wasn't an immigrant, I guess. Okay.
And if we can't afford to let people pay a little bit in soda, what the fuck are we doing? So that's the way I see it. I know it's not healthy. And I'm really just advocating from my own perspective as somebody who used to be on food stamps and bought soda with food stamps. I have no problem paying it forward for the next generation of NEETs to do the same thing.
Okay.
To defend yourself from things that you didn't say. Like, what? No, of course I'm not going to do that. That's ridiculous. That's the exact same thing. Keep in mind.
Wait. Similar clip. You keep linking this, but this is 4 years old. Do I give a fuck about this?
Then justification for having a political opinion that I disagree with. So, like, for example, like, for me, I have no problem. Every single year, I pay a lot of money in taxes. Hundreds of thousands of dollars I pay in taxes. And I don't like it, but I don't complain. Because that tax money that I'm going at, yes, obviously, a lot of that money is going to fucking build bombs, and I don't like it. But some of that money is going to help the next person, who was me 10 years ago, living on food stamps, trying to survive. That's the truth. Like, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. And why do I have that opinion? I would probably have a different opinion if I grew up very rich, and absolutely, well, maybe I would. And it would be harder for me to come to the opinion that I have now. But based off of my life experiences, this is where I've been led to. Then justification for having a political opinion that I disagree with.
Okay. I'm gonna get a soy up. I need a soy up listening to this. 1 sec.
That's the exact same power structure that I've complained about that media has with gaming, right? Where it's like, remember how the media wrote like all these articles that were negative about Black Myth Wukong? And then they said, okay, well, now because we framed you in this way, you now have to come to the table and explain yourself to us. No, I don't. This is a game you win by not playing. So it's that simple. Yeah, when did you stop beating your wife? Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so that's what I think, and that's where it is. Some excuses to not have a convo with Hassan. Interesting. Well, of course, because Hassan called Dan a diddler, and he said that I had to delete half of my hard drive because of a rule against lollies. Why would I... Are you kidding me? Why would I talk to somebody like that even for a second? Absolutely not. No, bro, like, that's done. Absolutely not. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, you don't go around and say shit like that about people. That's nuts. It's very, very weird. And so anyway, sounds like you can't defend any of your positions. If they could defend their positions, they wouldn't have to resort to creating fake ones that I have. I would say that when they're creating the fake positions and they're creating these imaginary situations.
Wait, real quick. Who did he say he couldn't talk to because of the diddler things? I missed something. What was it?
No, bro, like, that's done.
Oh, Hassan?
Oh,
he's got a reason not to talk to everybody. Also, again, and I hate to even play this game because it's like so easily logically defeated, right? Like, just in 2 microseconds. Okay, let's say that everything that Asmongold is saying is true, and that I or some other person is just a bad faith, horrible person, okay? And all they can do is fabricate positions. And it has nothing to do with the fact that you just can't defend a single thing you're saying. It's just because the other person is so bad faith. Okay, fine, let's say that. Then you can say, we're going to have a conversation, and here's the deal. Okay, 1, we could have a moderator, or 2, even without a moderator, we'll say, okay, here's what happens. Okay, 1, we can have a moderator, or 2, without a moderator. The first time you call me a name, ad hom me, or you're just strawmanning the fuck out of me, and you're not letting me represent my opinion, I'm just going to leave because I don't think you can defend your shit. Boom. You say some shit like that, and it's like, okay, fine. Now the ball is in the other person's court to not be unhinged. And then if they have that conversation, and if, like you said, that person is bad faith, and they are strawmanning you, or they are screaming at you, well, then you just leave, and now you've won. You've shown, like, look, the other person can't even engage with what I'm saying. I tried to have a conversation with them, they couldn't do it. But, I mean, obviously, this is all just, it's a joke, right? He doesn't believe any of this. He's just doing anything he can to avoid the insane cognitive dissonance that would happen if he had to actually confront any of these ideas.
They're creating the fake positions and they're creating these imaginary situations, then you should look at them as the ones that can't defend the positions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm projecting. Yeah, I'm not interested in that at all.
True, King.
Chat, stop baiting. Yeah, guys, there's no amount of baiting or argumentation or like again, it's just that's not the way I am, guys.
We know.
The bait game is strong today in chat. Yeah, it just does not make a difference at all.
Chatters.
So at this point, you gave all people benefit of the doubt. They thought you were on good terms. You seemed to think different because just for content. Yeah, exactly. And are you going to look at the press conference by
Carmelo Anthony's situation gets even worse. It's getting progressively more difficult to not be racist. Okay. They're just proving racists right at this point. This is just making me racist. We didn't do anything to cause this besides trying to start a race war. Okay. 13% of wizards cast 84% of the spells. Jesus. Great. Okay.
Is he not going to get back on steak and eggs? We'll see what happens, right? Yeah, I don't know. We'd have to start doing steak and eggs again for the first point, right? And, yeah. And so anyway, Chad Swamp Bait, yeah, it's just not what I'm interested in at all.
No, what? What? No. We're sorry we missed you. You didn't miss shit. They didn't even come to my door.
You're not going to win any argument against someone who's already projected an opinion they disagree with on somebody else? Yeah, I don't think that people, like, if I think somebody is not a good faith engager, then why would I engage in a conversation with them? And this is an honest question. If I think somebody, if I think somebody is,
I love how it's like an indicator that somebody's lying. Like, and this is honest, and I'm being serious. Like, it's so easy, bro. If you have a conversation with somebody like that and they're unhinged and they just scream at you and go unhinged the full time, then you just leave. You say you leave. You look good. And like, we have enough. We're both huge streamers, right? We have mutual friends that would easily moderate. You know, train wrecks would probably even come back for some of this. XQC, I know, would moderate a conversation. Like, there's so many people that would moderate it. It would be a huge viewership event for everybody involved. So it would do well on your YouTube. Like, the only reason why you wouldn't want to do this with qualifiers or rules or whatever attached is because you know that you're full of shit and you can't handle any pushback on your position. You'd crumble, which is fine.
Engaging in bad faith behavior, then why would I want to engage with them at all? There's no reason to. Yeah, it's content. I think it's bad content. Anyway.
Like, listen to that. It's bad content? What? Two huge... Nobody even... I was going to say, maybe he actually genuinely believes that because politics streamers don't ever debate anymore because everybody turned into a fucking pussy. Once I spanked all of them, which is fair. Okay, I understand, guys. Okay. I am the debate world champion, and it's pretty scary out there. All right. I get it. I understand. But the... yeah, it's bad content? What do you mean? These were always like the highest viewership events were these debates with people, but you know.
So yes, I did see that. I saw it earlier. I'm sure Destiny is going to be tweeting about it, spamming about it, but just keep in mind he's probably
tweeting about it, spamming about it. Like, I just respond to your response. But
We're never going to be able to defend actually acting this way without justifying it externally through another person doing, oh, but they're doing it too. Every argument that he's going...
No, my argument is that sometimes mean jokes can be funny. That's it. I have no problem with mean jokes. I've never had a problem with mean jokes. You know that. If you've watched my content for any amount of time, you know that. And he does know that. I've never called out somebody who were like, well, you should be making mean jokes. You can't make mean jokes. And you're the guys that said comedy was legal again. So I'm sorry. I thought I could make a legal joke here. My bad.
Going to have for why it's okay is either, you know, an imaginary situation that didn't happen, or it's going to be they're doing this too, so it's okay for me to do it. That's it. I guarantee it. Anyway, let's see here. In support of stance, yes. You ever thought about the fact it's such a...
Oh, yeah, because I was watching a stream. And then they go right into hating women for this space launch thing.
streamer, they could be jealous of the gaming. I'm sure that people are unhappy because my videos do well, etc. That's always what happens, but yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, but it's not really crazy, right? Like, wouldn't you expect somebody, if they are ideologically oppositional to you, wouldn't you expect them to be mad if your stuff was getting a lot of traction? Isn't that kind of what it's all about? Is the spreading of particular ideas? Like, I don't like it when Trump stuff becomes more popular. No, of course I wouldn't want a political adversary's message to become more popular, because politics is about power. And politics, to some extent, is a zero-sum game. It's not like the economy, like Trump thinks it is. Politics is like one side wins and one side loses. It's very hard for both sides to win in politics.
Extreme emotional appeal? Yeah. Anyway, I'll read a few more comments about this. There's been something on Twitter again. Yeah, I guarantee you he's watching. 100% he's watching.
If he said this, it's because somebody already linked him the tweet on another fucking monitor. But also, this joke doesn't work. This joke doesn't land. The joke of, I see you watching, that's a joke that you make towards people who are actively dodging you. That's what the joke is. I see you watching, motherfucker. Why don't you hop on and chat? Of course I watch your shit. You watch me watch your shit. You were responding to me watching your shit. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock fucking Holmes.
Watching us go an hour, Mitch doesn't care about people think about it. Only streaming for an alt account, you go low viewership, his main account, making him suicidal. Again, see? This is why I said over and over and over.
Said what?
Just making shit up.
Wait. Is that not why he streams on an alt account? I'm pretty sure that's explicitly why. It's because when he would stream on his main account, especially when he did, I think the last time he tried, was it for Dark Souls 3 or whatever? That when he would lose too many times and get salty or mad, and then viewership would drop, and he would like get fucking suicidal over it. Not to make fun of him for, he had extreme like depressive episodes. Every streamer does when their viewership drops, except for me, because I don't give a fuck. Okay? But it's a pretty normal thing.
Shit up. Inventing new things. It's sad.
I don't know what I'm inventing here, but
it's really sad. What did I tell you he was going to do? Yep.
Oh yeah, they have that on his subreddit. Asmon gets more viewers in his alt channel than him currently. Not to mention that Asmon left his main channel because of the pressure of a really big audience back then. Yeah, that's what I just said.
Gun needs a wellness check? I don't know about that. I just think he needs to just recalibrate himself and stop acting as insane, and that's it.
No, you didn't say that. You said the opposite. Wait, what did I... Wait, am I misunderstanding? Or is my comment not understandable? Asmongold left his main channel because of the pressure of a really big audience back then. He was... wait, hold on. Wait, what? When his viewership started dropping, when people were bullying him about the games he was playing, he had to leave that channel, because when you stream on another account and you've got less viewers, there's less... It's okay because it's an alt account. What is this? Is this saying something different? Not to mention that channel because of the pressure of a really big audience back then. It wasn't about losing viewers. It sounds like you're saying his viewership was steadily dipping. I think it was when he was, I think his viewership was dipping when he started to get super salty over the Dark Souls stuff. And then when he would stream on that channel, people would, it was like mind fucking him. I thought Asmongold felt the main channel required prepared content. I don't think it was pressure to keep high viewership numbers, but pressure to produce good content. What? I'm sorry. Listen, I could just be totally not knowing. Did Asmongold do prepared content on his main channel? I thought he just farmed mounts all day and like chatted with chat basically for the past decade. Has he done prepared content? You said because viewers dropped. The Reddit post says because of the growth. Not to mention, oh wait, are you saying that this post is saying that he left his main channel because he wanted to have less viewers? Like the pressure of a really big, like it was too many viewers, so he went to his alt to, no, oh come on, give me a break. No, get the fuck out of here. No shot anybody believes that. No way. Wait, what just happened? Wait, how did this get muted? What the fuck? VOD is muted because of copyright? Oh, we hit a copyright part. Why does he stream
channels? I just don't like having a lot of pressure to like do anything crazy on my main stream. I just relax on this stream. That's about it. Yeah, I just chill out.
I feel like the full explanation, this is my understanding of it, okay? Because I think Mitch Jones created a second channel, Asmongold created a second channel, and I think Mizkif, did he create a second channel? I think he did. I think a lot of streamers have done the second channel thing. Is what'll happen is viewership gets really big on your main channel, or you have I guess you do stuff that your main audience doesn't like, and then what happens is you start to get pushback from that. You feel pressure to keep viewership high. You feel pressure to do whatever the next thing is because your audience is complaining about everything no matter what, because you've always got some section of the audience that complains. Eventually, your viewership can dip, or you just don't like the pressure of your main audience, whatever. So then you create a secondary channel, and the excuse is for the secondary channel, you don't have to worry about the pressure because you can say I'm on my second channel, so you can't demand like ultra high content quality from me. Basically, I guess it would be a more fleshed out way of saying it than just saying he was upset because of his viewership dropping. I guess it's not just, okay, to be fair to him, I guess it's not just viewership dropping, but it is pressure from the main channel and then all the things that come along with not living up to, but then all these people's secondary channels just become their main channels anyway. So like, it doesn't even really make sense. Like they don't end up utilizing it as a secondary channel where they make some content sometimes to relax and then they go back to their main channel. They just end up making that secondary channel main one, which I think happened to multiple content creators as well, right? Like I think, I don't know if I'm making this up or not. I think Mitch Jones, his main channel used to be Mitch Jones, and then he started streaming on Watch Me Blink, I think. Or do I have that backwards, that he was on Watch Me Blink and then he switched to that one, and then he started using that secondary one as a main one. I think that's, okay, so maybe, listen, if you want to be more fair, maybe that would be a better way to say it than saying, because he was, well, I don't even know what I said. What was my statement on Twitter? Follows you. Uh-oh. Just kidding. Watching Asmongold go off for an hour about how he doesn't care about what people think about him. He's literally streaming from an alt account because low viewership on his main account was making him so. Okay, so I shouldn't have said low viewership. I should have said pressure from his audience to maintain his stream, whatever. I think the main part of my message still stands, though. It is funny to listen to a guy say he doesn't care about what people think and then literally abandon his main because of pressure from his own audience, but okay. This is bullshit. XQC clip. Agreeing with you about Asmongold's second channel usage.
I don't want to give this a whole
21 minutes.
of attention, but like or talk about it a whole lot. But basically,
The commenters.
Destiny has gone back and forth about this over and over, and
I used to watch him as a WoW player, and that's basically accurate. He used the Zach channel as an outlet, usually later at night, no cam, just playing a game and talking. Yeah, there are other streamers that used to do this, but I think what happens is after a while, you build up this like impossible to live up to standard of your main channel in your head, and I feel like a lot of the I keep saying a lot, but I don't remember all of them now because it's been a long time since I've been watching streamers. The ones I remember the most are Mitch and I guess Asmongold. I'm sure there were others where like the alt channel would basically just take over your streaming thing because you built up your main channel so much in your head that you like can barely go back to it, or you can't, or every time you do, it's just like way too stressful. Soda Poppin' and S-Fan are other examples. They stream on their stuff now though, right? But
he made a joke about like how I would defend JD Vance having sex with like my dead mother or something like.
Okay, I already watched all of Asmon. I don't think I can watch XCC watching Asmon responding to me. Oh, Austin did it too with his Austin show stuff. Yeah. Fuck.
And
oh, that's true. That actually was probably what was in my mind so strongly that I couldn't remember. But that's probably true. I'm thinking of Twitch streamers. This also happened a lot with people's League of Legends accounts, and I'm sure it happens in other types of competitive or ladder ranked games as well, where there's too much pressure on your main, so you form like a low level alt, and then you just game on that alt, and eventually you can never go back to your main. Dude, there are so many League players that used to have this thing where they'd have like 20 accounts in like Diamond 5 or Diamond 4 eventually, and they could just never go on their main in game because they'd mindfuck themselves, and then every time they would reach that plateau or they would start losing a couple games, they would make a new account. So they had like all these accounts with like clean records. They'd be like, 27-4 or something. And then as soon as they lost like 1 or 2 games, they would abandon the account and then make another shittier one.
These women considered hot in the West? I have no idea. I mean, Katy Perry definitely used to be hot, right? I mean, I'll tell you that. But yeah, anyway, let's go back over. I'll look at the rest of these too. And oh no.
Is Katy Perry not hot anymore? Is that a thing we believe now?
Oh, right. So this is, so in the Lords of the...
Is there anything else here about me, or are we done with this?
Fallen, this is, let me see if I can find it here. Where is it? In the Lords of the Fallen subreddit, as of no surprise to anyone, the top thread and everything is about me, right? And this is always how it is, right? Asmongold is an ugly attic dweller. Okay.
No, you're done. Okay. Holy fuck. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Oh, this video.
Donald Trump, along with Elon Musk, have created a new government agency called Doge. And
Do you want to talk about this? Oh, shit. I watched this on stream. No, I didn't. I'm sorry. Not on stream. I watched this off stream yesterday. Oh, no. No. It's not funny. It's not funny if you start there. I'm so sorry. I will make you do this. This is going to be the most Hassan slop I ever make you watch.
Fucking gross, dude.
Fucking gross.
Not only is that gross, but I know how vicious people get.
All times 1.5 it or whatever.
She's a woman. She's loud. She loves drama. And she's a hijabi. And she's Muslim. Yeah.
Can we, excuse me, real quick, can we fuck off with this fake, like, anti-Muslim shit? Like, I don't know where you were, but for the last 3 years on the internet, Islam has had this massive fucking resurgence with younger people. Like the whole red pill arc for a hot moment became a fucking obsessed with sucking Islamic cock. Okay, that it was so cool in Dubai and Sneeko and all the red pill guys and oh my god, they're so based over there. Like this idea that people are shitting on Arabs all over, especially on fucking Twitch. Give me a fucking break, dude. Please stop. Please stop this. Nobody is shitting on Frogan because she is a fake Muslim or because she wears hijabi. They shit on her because she looks like Thomas the Tank Engine and because she has like 15 different deeply unlikable personality traits that she cannot wait to show off every single waking moment of her fucking stream. Holy fuck. Like she is so unlikable. I don't know anybody that's been surrounded by this many people and has failed to attract any viewership whatsoever. You can't just sit here and say it's because they're all anti-fucking Islamic. Please stop. My God.
She's Muslim and also visibly Muslim. Just like the quintuple Monty. One of the most upvoted comments was calling it a token hijabi. Yeah. I wonder why there aren't that many prominent hijabi content creators, especially in this space, given how fucking gross and vicious we are to anyone.
I'm sorry, where are prominent Zionist content creators in this space? Where are big Zionist Jews on Twitch? Is there even one?
It was like visibly Muslim. Jesus Christ. That's why I get stoked on people like Agent. Like, I love that Agent is unashamed and uncompromising and is just himself, and he'll bust out the fucking prayer rug and talk about it and doesn't have an issue with it, and nobody can talk shit. You know what I mean? Like that kind of representation does go a long way, especially when the market is flooded with people who are just so shamelessly and so fucking unapologetically gross to Muslim people, especially Muslim.
God, dude, it's like Aspen. It's all the same shit, dude. How can viewers not get so bored? It's so boring. Who watches this? Like, here I am, time to go and make excuses. Oh, it's Islamophobia. Oh, it's sexism. It's like the fucking... It's like the universe champion. It's not even the Olympics anymore. It's the universe championship of the oppression Olympics here. Like, bro, she's just an asshole, which is fine, but own it. Don't cry. Nothing is more unlikable than a cry bully. Like, she didn't make the comments she made about veterans and hoping they get PTSD, and then people got mad at her because she was a Muslim or because she was a woman. It's because oh, God.
Women. They're gross to women in general, but holy fuck, especially as a Muslim woman. This shit pisses me off so much.
Oh, my God.
Gross.
I get so mad when they make fun of Muslims.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you told me 10 years ago I'd agree with Keemstar, I'd laugh. Keem's reaction to the intro is everything. Keem gets it. Top of show, he thinks for sympathy for his enemy. Keem's tragic loss, instantly betrayed by his old friend. You know it's gotten to a point where Keem is calling out Ian's bullshit. Yeah, you'll never understand what point you've gotten to because even this is not a wake-up call.
Yeah, and she was one of the people who made the, was it like, this is what a revolution looks like on October 7th? She started talking so much shit about Ethan Klein just because he unfollowed her silently on Twitter. He didn't even say anything about it. He just unfollowed her and she lost her fucking mind over it. Like,
for you, even if like the very fact that every single Keemstar orbiter, drama, slop tuber, commentary, fucking I'm actually a centrist, but deep down inside I just love saying slurs ass dude on YouTube is in defense and taking Ethan's side on this. And these guys think that they're fucking progressive. And they're just like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Why is it like that every single person that Ethan used to dunk on, for being right-wing, reactionary, silly, dumb, problematic, whatever, is now on board with this? I wonder if there's a reason.
Like, I'm sorry, bro, but when you're tweeting shit like this on October 7th, leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. Like, nobody's going to like you. If you can't tweet out the most extremist shit like this and be surprised when people get mad. Like, could you imagine if I made comments about Asminkel's mom and I'm out here and I'm like, I think that people are just attacking me because of my Cuban heritage. I think it's just because of, it's because I'm from Nebraska, from the Midwest. Like, people are like, I don't, like, because I'm white. That's why he feels so comfortable. Like, come on, own it. Be an asshole. If you want to be an asshole, that's fine. I think it's based. But don't play idpol.
Anyway.
So much.
Honestly, Frogan's like really cool, and it's weird that H3 community girly pops who technically have more in common with her than most people on the internet engage with this shit is so fucking weird. I know. I don't know how the fuck they lost their minds so goddamn.
True. You know, wait. That guy said, honestly, Frogan is like really cool, and it's weird that H3 community girly pops who technically have more in common with her than most people on the internet engage with this shit is so fucking weird. It is really weird that all these leftists that are supposedly, like even me included, are supposedly in alignment with like 98% of our political views are all constantly fucking at each other's throats all the fucking time. What the fuck is going on with that? Hello? Something is wrong here. Something is not working.
Honestly, Frogan's like really cool, and it's weird that H3 community girly pops who technically have more in common with her than most people on the internet engage with this shit is so fucking weird. I know. I don't know how the fuck they lost their minds so goddamn hard.
And then he just plays pretend like, I don't know why everybody's so fucking mad. What? Ugh.
A lot of people talk about Muslim women in press when they are insanely disgusting to non-Muslim women, but even more to Muslim women. Exactly. I think the right-wing reaction to hijab is the most trigger snowflake behavior of all time. Yeah. Look, it's something that really fucking pisses me off. So I can't even entertain it in that way. I should be able to just like deflect.
Wow, dude, you're so brave. You're just so mad. He's so upset on her behalf to see what somebody is treating a proud, brave, strong Muslim woman like. God, he's so virtuous. I love that Hassan can just be so kind and caring and looking out for his good Muslim friend.
But it just, God. It's more so how normalized it is. Like, how normalized it is. Also, apparently, what is this? Keemstar allegedly solicited news from his former employee while she was drunk. Fantastic ally that they fucking have. I don't know what happened.
He's like, can I go ahead and do a drive-by real quick on this guy? And in the end, he's even like, I don't know what happened, but like, boom, drive-by, woo, real quick. Let me get that one in there, woo.
Keemstar worried about the call leaking and having shit get exposed. Apparently, Hassan Parker's been to P. Diddy parties. What the fuck? Submitted an hour ago, 102 comments.
Wait.
What is going on?
What?
No, I've never been to a fucking P. Diddy party. What the fuck are these losers saying?
About? No way.
The fuck?
What the fuck? What are these guys talking about? P. Diddy party? Never me. No way.
By the way, not brigaded by Destiny's community once again. It's even more insane than you think. I don't know. I don't even want to know, to be honest.
Do I need to like have my community anti-brigade me? My bad. I'm so sorry. Because for the past 3 months, every single thread of mine being at 0 upvotes and having every single person call me a rapist. Yeah, that was definitely my community. Do we need to go back? Do I need to tell you guys to anti-brigade all of my posts so that Hassan can believe any of the engagement is authentic? Like, Jesus Christ. This guy would kill himself if he had to deal with any fucking negative attention. My God.
Jesus Christ.
Come on, guys. What's going on here?
What is this? Feel so silly? A 20-year-old thought Diddy was cool in 2012. This is an outrage. Hey, Hassan the Hun, we appreciate you purchasing our software to delete these tweets, but we really would prefer if you just don't exploit women instead. We're going to go ahead and refund you. What? I would love to hang in Diddy's Ciroc entourage and trickle down bang anything thrown in his way.
Oof.
20th of December, 2012.
That was a long time ago.
JK, Hassan is too cheap to buy our software. He must have manually deleted that the second the Diddy news hit Lamau. What? Isn't this Redact the fucking company that is owned by Dan Saltman, who literally got investments from P. Diddy?
Oh, shit.
And then his initial software company, Tiny Chat, was indicted by the FBI and investigated by the FBI for being a network for child pornography.
Also, just not to, like, I don't even know if I need to say this, but getting an investment from somebody has nothing to do with, like, knowing them that well or being personally involved with anything they're doing. Like, that's, like, anybody can invest in a company. It's just a really weird, but I mean, I know why Hassan does it. It's just whatever, how he can rope people into ad-homing the fuck out of them so he never has to deal with anything. Also, I like the, that's true. People just assume that, wait, why does Frogan even wear a hijabi or whatever? If she's, I can't take these Muslim dating apps seriously because everybody wants to get married in 2 days, which I do not want, and they're religious, which I am not. So I don't know why I do this myself. Why does she even wear the hijab? What? Because she's bald. Whatever.
What, also, there's so many aspects of this that I'm so confused by. First of all, I don't even remember fucking tweeting this, let alone deleting it. It's from 2012. I was like,
is there some Cuban fucking sombrero shit? Is there something I can wear? I want to get some. I need some fucking diversity points here, okay? I'm coming off. I'm feeling pretty white.
20. You think I was going to fucking Diddy parties in New Jersey? Are you that fucking stupid?
Come on, dude.
Like, P. Diddy was like calling me up and being like, hey, man, I know you're on the come up one day.
I like how this guy ran in celebrity circles. Like, you were literally fucking Paris Jackson when she was 19. Like, yes, bro, of course you could have these connections. You were super well connected when you were a little college, you know, kitty bopper. Like, we all know you were. Like,
not only that, but also Also, why would you?
Sorry, wait. Kitty bopper is like not like a kitty diddler. Isn't like a kitty bopper like a little kid? I'm thinking like kids bop. I didn't mean to make that sound like a kitty diddler. Although maybe he is if he went to a diddler party. Who knows?
Literally turn around and be like, hey.
Sorry, teeny bopper. That's what I was thinking of. My bad. Although I think he was in his 20s then, but.
I love Israel so much that I, a person who has direct associations with P. Diddy, am going to burn my company that works as a software tool that mass deletes your posts. I'm going to burn my software company's reputation by saying falsely, because this didn't even fucking happen. I never hired these services. I love Israel so much as a Diddy associate who loves Israel so much that I'm willing to burn the reputation of my company
Diddy
by
associate.
faking that I will hold on to clients' former content that we technically delete to hold as blackmail. What was this? What? Are you denying going to a Diddy party? Of course I'm denying. This didn't happen. What are you talking about?
He would never, ever go. Super.
What the fuck? This tweet doesn't even say what you think it says, if that's what you think. It's ironic because I broke up with someone over going to a Diddy party, but even then, I didn't know. I didn't even fucking know that was what do you call it? A thing that was happening back then, and that was even later. That was like, I don't know.
Hold on, just so you guys understand. Do you understand why he broke up with them? Do you understand this? I can't tell if people, because I've heard a lot of people commenting on this line, and I don't think people actually understand what happened here. Because he just said, I broke up with somebody because they were going to go to a Diddy party. But that was before I even knew anything going on. So he literally says it. Diddy party's too crazy? No. It's probably because he thought that whatever girl he was with would start fucking other celebrities. So he didn't want them to go. 100 billion% that's why. In case you didn't understand that or catch that. That is 1,000,000,000,000% why, though. He knew that people were hooked up at those parties, and he didn't want whoever he was with to go and fuck any other celebs there.
Wait, oh yeah, here it is. This is... Why is Keemstar's drama alert not addressing Dan working with Diddy, alleged pedophile? What are they trying to hide? New York's Tiny Chat raises $1.5 million from P. Diddy and Ashton Kutcher. Rumors swirl that Diddy and Ashton Kutcher used Tiny Chat to flirt with underage girls.
Wait, another video where this year he denies it?
Did you attend a Diddy party in 2017? Did you attend a Diddy party between May 12, 14, 2019? No. What? We need to leverage our military to build bridges and fight fires that are invading countries, bro. Imagine all the AC.
Who found this clip? Uh-oh.
Literally is the founder. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
What an incredible self-own.
It's crazy, chat.
Clarify that it wasn't you that went to the Diddy party. No, my ex-girlfriend wanted to go to a Diddy party, and I was like, that's why we broke up. It's a funny story, but it doesn't matter.
Trust me, guys.
What the fuck? Dan even said that he had logs of all people and used to joke about what's happening in chat. He 100% knew. Hold on. Someone said, wait, Hassan is not gay. Yeah.
The real question is, why did he delete that
This
tweet?
This is what you want out of your privacy software. Vindictively holding onto your personal information to put you on blast on behalf of Israel.
That fake laugh. Oh, God.
Oh, that's funny.
Destiny, why now you care about Diddy's shit when you clearly didn't give a fuck what people did in these parties? Same with the Epstein shit. What? I don't care about the Diddy shit. I just think it's funny as fuck to watch Hassan crash the fuck out over it. I don't care about any of this shit. I just think it's funny as fuck to watch him squirm around it.
That's so funny.
Listen, if I could have gone to the freakouts, all right, I would have been there.
Do you disavow Diddy parties? Yes. Easiest disavowal of my life. Hold on. I need to fucking fire back at this. This is too crazy not to, right? Am I crazy?
I gotta fire back, guys. Hold on. Hold up.
Hold on. What is this? Is this the FBI article? undercover chatting with child sex offenders from FBI.gov.
Ooh.
Wasn't there a court case that directly came after Tiny Chat? Am I crazy? This is textbook defamation, actual malice. What? This is all fun and games, but let's be clear. Hassan knew in his own words there was weird, creepy shit going on at these parties involving children. Hassan Baby Old Piker chose to say nothing and let the rapes continue for years. Wait, what? Does he actually claim? Is he actually claiming that I went to a Diddy party? What?
What? Is he really saying
Is
that?
he okay?
Why would you?
Bro, this is... Bro, he is... Wait, no. There's no way. This is from April 18th, 2:35 a.m. This is like tomorrow. Look at the date. This is fake, right?
Has nobody taught Hassan what a time zone is?
Yeah, this was this the Tiny Chat one? Trafficking minors, right? On yeah, Tiny Chat.
I like how he brings up this whole thing. Like, yeah, you understand that you could write something similar about Twitch as well, right? If anybody has ever, well, there was a huge streamer that got banned off of Twitch, supposedly for DMing a minor or whatever. You could write the same shit basically about Twitch, that people use Twitch to, you know, sext or fucking not abduct or whatever, I guess, but try to like bang underage people. Like, it might not have been a whole operation. I don't know, but like this doesn't, it's not, like he's presenting this as though Tiny Chat was working with, like the administrators of the site were working with, not Diddy, whoever was, I guess, trying to traffic minors in order to do this. Like,
UK time? Oh.
Another clip of him denying it.
Millions of dollars to
Did
foreign
you go to
countries
Diddy's
that
parties?
most
No,
people
I was
have
too
never
busy
heard
having
of.
sex with your
They're
dad.
offering them $750. They've
I
been
was your
destroyed. These
dad.
people have been destroyed.
Every time a Diddy party was
One-
happening.
Young lady washed. You saw that with her.
The other tweet was real, but don't want to bring it up. He's a horrible Photoshop of you and Frogan. You honestly need to see him. He's only doing it because you always say you would not sue. I mean, it is textbook defamation. It is. I mean, what am I going to do, man? He's fucking mentally ill. Like, what do you want me to do? You know, he's the mentally ill person. And nobody takes him seriously, other than also equally mentally ill losers online. So who gives a fuck?
Hey, that's us, guys.
Like, that right there is tarnishing the reputation of your company and fucking up your own bag by just lying about the dumbest shit on the... Like, it quite literally is the... It quite literally is a, what do you call it?
Tell us.
Wait, what? Beg to be invited to a Diddy party? What? Bonerchelli has 2 whole snippets of you talking about Diddy shit and they're going full court press with it? What the fuck?
Bonerchelli.
Okay?
That's us. Bonerchelli. That's us, guys.
Asmund Fold reacted to the content cop? Yeah. Let me guess. Did he agree with Ian? Why is it surprising that a 20-year-old liked Diddy 15 years ago? Yeah, it's so stupid.
Yeah, guys.
Anyway. Nia. Okay, Nezaman. Okay. Have you considered putting out a line of Asanabe action figures? Hey man, you should sue at this point. No, I'm not gonna do that.
So weird how both the far left and far right
doing full court
are so concerned with the liberals' mental health.
press.
True.
Oh god, I mean, it doesn't fucking matter. It's fine. This is all fucking nonsense. It doesn't matter.
It's all bullshit, guys. Do people really believe this?
He was on
slop?
It's Always Sunny as a guest star. The month before he tweeted that, I replied to Dan and said he should cancel Danny DeVito too.
I know I don't believe any of this slop bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop spreading their lies and ignore. Yeah, it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I can't believe it. 2012. I thought Diddy was cool. My mistake, boys. Yeah, in 2012. I think the biggest self-own here is that, one, this motherfucker is directly involved with P. Diddy. Two, the website that he created that P. Diddy gave money to quite literally was named in FBI investigations where people were facilitating sex trafficking on Tiny Chat. Okay? That's number 2. Number 3.
Number 3.
For the diddler. Okay?
Diddler.
He lied about me using his services and did it in the dumbest way possible where he basically fucking found like an old tweet that I don't even remember tweeting and deleted probably a decade ago.
Okay.
And he used that to burn the reputation of his own fucking company by acting like his own company will hold on to blackmail instead of deleting old tweets.
It's completely over.
When the entire point of his dumbass company is to say like, oh, we're deleting all your tweets. That's so stupid. You just destroyed your own company for no reason.
It's completely destroyed.
Yeah. Hey, guess what, dude? I shit my fucking diapers as a baby as well. You know what I mean? You want to go back far enough. Go back far enough. You can make fun of me for that too. Oh, that's hilarious.
Fucking epic, bro.
H3 sub wanting you to be deported. Fuck that shit. Let ICE.gov know Hassan is brainwashing the minds of young Americans with terrorist propaganda with tens of thousands of concurrent viewers with America. If you shit, YouTube since politically is over. Better 10 years ago. This guy is you guys and here's Otter, which means as well. See you tomorrow from Coachella, and hopefully I'll be able to stream it. So we'll see. I got T-Pain helping me out a little bit as well on figuring out the logistics of it all. So it's gonna be fun.
See you later, guys.
We're gonna have fun. And you know, be a little political as well. All right. What?
It's been fun.
Wait, hold on. I have to.
Wait.
If you suspected Diddy was going to doing weird stuff with kids at the time, why didn't you tell the police? And why did you say the child was supposedly attractive? I like you, Hassan, but I think that's kind of weird, bro. You should address it, in my opinion. Coachella Diddy party? Wait, what is this person saying?
What? What are they even talking about?
Oh my God. Dan literally makes the most insane racist statements on their podcast every single week. If you wanted to take him down, you could. He has really good legal connections. I don't think suing is a good idea.
What's this guy?
What is this is he okay?
Who is this guy?
Dude, this is devolved. It's what Keem clipped. That's why they said Coachella Diddy. It's what Keem clipped. What did Keemstar clip? What is going on?
What are you guys even talking about? What are they doing?
Oh my God.
Core memory unlocked.
I did. I went to a Coachella after party. Oh my God. Oh, that's right. I just realized. Yo, I remember, holy fuck, my mind just unlocked. I thought it was weird as fuck. Oh, Kaya. Kaya is literally fucking lowering the TV. Dude.
What? Like operating a mechanism? What? What is it? What is the dog doing? Okay.
Dude.
Sure.
That chatter is not wrong. This is, oh my God. Oh my God. That's crazy. It's not even me humoring an online schizo. No, this is real. That's right. We went to a fucking after party. It was like, I think it was like me and Will. And we were on legal substances. And I remember sitting in the back in a tent and they were beaming footage in the top of the tent. And it was like the first ever reveal of a fucking AI footage. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Because it was like a little girl and a little boy, and they were opening up a Christmas present. And I thought it was strange as fuck. I literally said, Alex Jones might be right. Which is ironic because I thought it was the bad vibes then. What do you mean? Like, I don't know what they fucking clipped in that clip, but I very clearly was talking about how I thought it was a bizarre moment.
What?
You revealed this information yourself. It was not uncovered somewhere. I know. What the fuck, bro? Stop talking. Stop talking or explaining it. Fully, dog. No one knows what you're saying. We'll cover this tomorrow. Wait, you're not joking? No, we did. We went.
We'll just cover this later, guys.
Will. I think it was Will and I. Yeah, I talked about it. I talked about it on stream. Oh my God, you unlocked a fucking memory.
Bro, this was crazy.
Yeah, unban the schizo chatter. The schizo chatter is vindicated, to be fair.
Uh-oh.
That's true. How are we going to cover it live from Coachella? I'm going to cover it live directly at the party. All right, anyway, love you guys. And I'm glad that I saw what the fuck that person was saying, because I was like, the fuck is he talking about? Bro, you have to explain it now before it gets clipped badly? What do you mean? I literally explain it in the clip that they're clipping. What? You need to understand something very important. None of these people give a shit about the truth.
Here's what Hassan had said at the time, I think.
What? This didn't happen. What are you talking about? Think. I walked into this like back like sphere Epcot looking thing in the back of like the house that P. Diddy was renting for his and was throwing after parties at Coachella, and they were playing like these crazy things for people who are high. Not me, of course. I had only eaten portobello mushrooms, and one of the images that they were playing was like this little girl, this like supposedly attractive, very young girl, like opening up.
Remember before it was like there was a random Coachella after party in like a tent or something, and now it's like, because now the P. Diddy story is like public, or it's all broken or whatever, I guess. Now it's like, or no. Now he was saying like, oh yeah, we went to some after party in a tent at Coachella or whatever. But then and then he was like, would P. Diddy ever invite me? Like, how would I even get into a party like that, guys? I'm a man of the people. I wouldn't even be able to go. And now it's like in the past it was like, yeah, so he had an after party. He was hosting it at his house, and it was like a place that he'd rented after Coachella, and we went in, and it's like
this gift.
What's in the box? What's in the fucking box?
Oh my God. I did. What? Are you denying going to a Diddy party? Of course I'm denying. This didn't happen. What are you talking about? Think.
Really makes you think.
They will literally clip something not out of context and still go, see? Anyway, let's keep going. All right, love you guys. See you tomorrow from Coachella, not from a Diddy party, because he's in jail. All right, bye-bye.
Slopalicious. Okay, sorry. All right. Anyway, I thought that was funny.
Donald Trump, along with Elon Musk, have created a new government agency called DOGE.
Wait. Oh, yeah. Hassan was like up all night tweeting like crazy. He was super mad. He was super mad about all this shit. I never even used this freak services, LeMayo. Also, while I was tweeting this as a dumbass 20-year-old, the dude who owns the company was getting money from Diddy for his other website, Tiny Chat, that was used by sex trafficking pedophiles. When I was 20 posting that dumb shit, the guy who owns the app was 40, getting $1.5 million in funding from Diddy and Ashton Kutcher. Also hilarious as a pathetic loser threatened to actually blackmail people who did use his service, that criticized his podcast host Destiny Epstein for filming sexual partners and distributing footage without consent. The Zionist freak who owns this app is a 60-year-old stalker of mine who literally got 1.5 million. Bro. Okay, sorry.
Donald Trump, along with Elon Musk, have created a new government agency called DOGE. And what I originally thought was just an older sibling giving a younger sibling an unplugged video game controller actually turned into a real thing. And their first order of business was dismantling USAID, an innocent government program that helped poor people all around the world. Or was it? Hello, and welcome back to the Shoe on Head channel. I am Shoe on Head, and I am not real. I am a figment of your imagination. You have been in a coma since 2012. Wake up. Wake up. Today we will be talking about the dark, seedy underbelly of USAID. This is a topic I've been interested in.
Is this going to be some interesting video where we actually go into the dark, seedy underbelly of USAID, or is this just going to be a rehash of every random $500,000 party thing that we don't like? Let's find out.
for a very long time now. And now that recently USAID has been in the news, I figured it is a perfect time to finally talk about it. All the mainstream liberal coverage I've seen of this has basically been late night talk show hosts crying fake tears about it being dismantled, and all the mainstream Republican coverage has just been about all the woke shit USAID was apparently funding. But I promise you, it is more than that. A lot more. If you're not a very political person and you only come here to consume the Reddit gender war slop, you should still stick around for this because this gets juicy. And remember, even if you're not interested in politics, politics is interested in you. And trust me, I understand why some people aren't interested in politics. It's confusing, it's stressful, it's a lot to keep up with. I feel like 500 things happen every single day. But thankfully, I have a tool to help with that. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, this video is sponsored by USA. Just kidding, this video is sponsored by Ground News. Let's quickly give them a shout out and then we will jump back into this deep dive, shall we? Ground News is a website and an app that gives readers a fun and transparent way to read the news all across the political spectrum.
Did she
From
say
left, right, and center.
trans?
Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of political bias that helps you understand the full story and makes sure you're getting both sides. One of my favorite features of Ground News has to be the blind spot feature. It shows you news stories that have been covered by only one side of the political spectrum and ignored by the other side. For example, here is a story about how Elon Musk apparently pressured the Reddit CEO to moderate content on the site. Right away, we can see that the story has been covered by 12 sources, and out of these 12 sources, 75% lean left, and no right-wing sources have covered it. Ground News also makes it really easy to compare headlines to see how political bias or ownership can affect the framing of a story. For example, this right-wing headline about how Trump is taking executive action to make DC safe and beautiful, while this left-leaning headline frames the same story as Trump wants Washington, DC to be Berlin 1939.
Epic.
What? I've been using Ground News for 4 years now because it's great. I love it, and it really helps me see how both sides frame
Wait, did you
things
say for
so
4
differently.
years?
Now, because it's Berlin 1939. What? I've been using Ground News for 4 years now because it's great. I love
Damn,
it,
how
and it
long has
really
that
helps
even
me see
existed
how
for?
both sides frame things so differently. Best of all, I am currently offering 40% off their Vantage plan, which is what I use to access all of their amazing features. This comes out to only $5 a month. That's like the price of a coffee, and it is so worth it. It is one of the first apps I check in the morning. It's great. So go to ground.news/shoe or use the QR code on screen right here, or use the link in the video description down below. Again, that is ground.news/shoe, or click the link down below. I think what they're doing is super important because it helps people approach the news in a more fair and balanced way, and I feel like we need that now more than ever. So thank you to Ground News for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. Right? Now let's get back to this USAID deep dive, shall we? So Donald Trump and Elon Musk created the Department of Government Efficiency, aka DOGE. Get it? Like the Reddit meme from 2012? Epic bacon, my fellow memers. Honestly, who am I to talk about dead memes? My username is ShoeOnHead. So DOGE's supposed goal seems to be cutting useless spending the government is making us pay taxes on. Now, I have very mixed feelings about taxes. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Taxation is theft! The tree of liberty will be refreshed with the blood of tyrants! My opinion has always been, if we are going to pay taxes in this country, they at least go to things that actually help people, like Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, child tax credits, firefighters, fixing our bridges and roads, castrating pedophiles, government-funded girlfriends, things like that. And yes, we should be auditing the government. I think that's a good thing. Frankly, I don't care who does it as long as they do it well. Good things are good, bad things are bad. I'm anti-bad things, pro-good things. Those are my politics. And hating libertarians. Just kidding, I love libertarians. I get along great with them. As long as we don't talk about child labor. Anyway, Doge got straight to work, firing government workers and basically hiring my Twitter mutuals. What was once a theater kid-occupied government is now a right-wing schizo poster-occupied government. No, I am not joking.
So this is a 19-year-old high school graduate who has used the unfortunate nickname Big Balls online. So that would be one way that we could refer to him. He is now working at Musk's behest inside Doge.
If you had told me 10 years ago that Donald Trump and Elon Musk would hire some Zoomer named Big Balls to help audit the government, I'd believe it. Like, yeah, that checks out. They have no relevant experience. Most of them aren't old enough to rent a car. They're not even old enough to rent a car. They're in their 20s. We sent 18-year-olds to go die in the wars you cheerlead on, you evil hag. Why are they so focused on the ages of these people when our government is basically a retirement home? But honestly, I don't blame Hillary Clinton. If I were her, I also wouldn't want 22-year-olds in the government. Months before dismantling the Department of Education, or apparently Sesame Street, Doge's first order of business was dismantling USAID.
Without providing any proof, Elon said USAID is a criminal organization. Oh yeah, they're an international crime syndicate hell-bent on helping people.
Pretty f***ed up, huh? Taking money away from an aid program that helps poor people all around the world. Except USAID was not exactly that. In fact, it doesn't even f***ing stand for aid. It stands for United States Agency for International Development. It has f*** all to do with aid. But
what do you think development can mean? Okay. Okay.
Honestly, I don't blame you for thinking it does. After all, they do make the word aid a different color in the logo. Those sneaky bastards. Although it said USAID provides 42% of global aid, the truth is most of those funds are just spent paying US contractors and secretly conducting
What? That doesn't...
global aid. The truth is
This weird obsession with NGOs, it's like this. It's like a thought terminating thing. Like as soon as you say NGO, people's like minds just go blank. NGO, like you can deliver aid by contracting other companies to do stuff, right? Like I'm sure there are NGOs involved with like food delivery or transportation or refrigeration or whatever. Like just because a thing is an NGO, like conservatives have done this weird thing where they've mind fucked everybody into thinking if something is a non-government organization, it's some kind of weird propaganda machine for progressives or something.
is most of those funds are just spent paying US contractors. And
like contractors to do what? Do you know what a contractor is? Like I thought that my plumbing company, I thought those guys actually, you know, helped people fix their plumbing. But then I found out that 92% of all the money in this business just goes to contractors. Like, yeah, most of the plumbers are contractors. What do you think that means?
Really conducting regime change all around the world. In fact, 80% of all USAID funding goes to just 75 organizations, while
But what do those organizations do? I'm sure she'll get to it.
Only 6% of that goes to aid. And by auditing USAID, Doge exposed the true, real puppet masters behind the secret cabal of evil masterminds funding the woke ideology spreading all around the globe. You. Yes, it was you, American taxpayer. Turns out the deep state was the friends we made along the way. And yes, it's true, we are spending billions of dollars in our tax money to fund things like teaching Sri Lankan journalists how to avoid binary gendered language, combating disinformation in Kazakhstan, promoting inclusion in Vietnam.
Okay, so it's just a repost of, they all get, it's the same marching orders, bro. It's the same marching orders. I want to know what signal group these guys are in, where they're like, okay, how are we going to message on why this thing is bad today? The Donald Trump watches all the message. Okay, let's do this. Okay, here's all the, we found all the things, and the totality of this all amounts to like $10 million. And this is what we are, this is what we're going to do. Okay, this is what we're going to focus on.
Millions to an Armenian LGBT group, millions to rebuild the Cuban media ecosystem, millions for LGBT causes in the Western Balkans, millions for LGBT activism in Uganda, millions for atheism in Nepal, millions for male circumcision around the world, and $2 million for sex changes in Guatemala. And many
I don't think that last thing was true, but I don't remember the story for where that number came from.
other things that were so ridiculous I had to double check to make sure I wasn't being trolled. Taxpayer-funded sex changes in Guatemala? We don't even do that here. Now, you might be saying, shoo, this seems like some stupid anti-woke shit. And yeah, kind of. You got me. But I ask you, young naive liberal, why the f*** was John Bolton once the head of USAID? John Bolton, for those of you who are unaware, is an infamous neocon hack. He's literally criticized Trump for not being enough of a warmonger.
Why was he why was a guy the head of USAID when he was a neocon? You understand that, like, we had neocon presidents, right? Like, what does this even mean? What does that have to do with anything? Like, what?
Neocon hacks, for those same few of you who are unaware, are the people in our government responsible for meddling with other countries all around the world and getting us into wars for basically funsies. The people who suck the teat of Raytheon, Boeing, etc. The military-industrial complex's favorite Discord kittens. These guys come in shades of red and blue. So why was John Bolton, a red guy, in charge of these same...
I also love the, I love the obsession with anything having to do with foreign policy is always bad. In Iraq. It's like the same, it's the same talking points.
Program, USAID, that is sending American taxpayer money to foreign countries to have things like trans pride parades. The truth is that...
Yeah, what? He was in... Was it? Is that true? Somebody said he was in USAID in 1982. I'm too lazy to look it up. I'll just assume it's right.
The USAID thing goes a lot deeper than what a lot of Republican commentators are saying. It wasn't just a bunch of libtards in government wasting our money on stupid woke things. No, there's way...
Assistant Administrator of USAID for Program and Policy Coordination from 1982 to 1983 under Ronald Reagan. So it kind of makes sense that he would have been a neocon in a government when Reagan was a neocon when we were in the Cold War, but okay.
It wasn't just a bunch of libtards in government wasting our money on stupid woke things. No, there's way more than that. You see, it's current year and we can't just do old-fashioned imperialism anymore. The people don't like that. It's a new era, so we have to dress it up in glitter. and rainbows. To put it bluntly, USAID is nothing but another form of taxpayer-funded regime change, wearing an innocent mask of aid. Shut up, Shu! You dumb bimbo populist! You reactionary shitlord! You cry, tears running down your fat, retarded face. The United States is just giving foreign countries billions of dollars out of the kindness of their hearts! Oh yeah? I have a lovely bridge on sale down the road. Would you like to buy it? Listen, despite all its faults, I love America, and I love the American people. But if you believe the corrupt, greedy bureaucrats running the deep state of this country do anything out of the kindness of their hearts, you are a sweet, innocent—
Just, and again, as a heads up, because these people can't fathom a world where everybody's not an evil, horrible fucking piece of shit. Most of the people in government, like, work in government because they probably do have really strong feelings about like helping people and delivering it, because government jobs suck. They don't pay very well. Okay, everybody scrutinizes the fuck out of you. There's way more money to be made if you want to go work in private industry generally than there is, especially for a fucking bureaucratic job. Now, that's not to say that I'm sure there are some evil people that work in government, and I'm sure there are some bureaucratic people that work there because it was the only job they could get and they suck at, you know, whatever else. But like, most of these people are pretty passionately driven. Like, if you meet any of these people, you talk to them, and everybody that works in the military or any intelligence agency or whatever, all these people that have emailed me or talked to me or that I've ever come across more or less say the same thing, right? People are generally there because they feel a certain type of way about helping at their job or helping with the United States or whatever. These people are not evil henchmen that are, you know, like in the corner rubbing their hands together to find out what evil plots they can concoct against Americans next. It's such a ridiculously, delusionally weird point to make about your fellow Americans that work in government. It's just a weird perspective.
It's an angel.
Or it's not weird, it's just an uneducated and uninformed perspective. Like, there's, it's just from people that don't know anybody, I guess, ever that works in government.
Kindness of their hearts. You are a sweet, innocent angel, and you need to be protected at all.
Also, so hold on. Also, just checking. What is it that we don't like again? Do we not like it when NGOs get paid? Or do we not like it when deep state bureaucrats get paid? Like, is it just all of it is bad? Because earlier she was upset that contractors were getting paid to do work on behalf of the government. Now she seems upset when bureaucrats in the government are getting paid to do work in the government. Is it just, why not just make a video and do it for like 1 minute? Be like, hey guys, just want to let you know, I hate all government everything. Anything that has anything at all to do with the government or government funding, I hate all of it. Just say that. And then be like, okay, cool. Save us the time of like pretending to, like save us from the effort where you pretend to go through and audit some government program in good faith when really you just hate all government spending or all anything. Like, just do that. Like,
costs. I especially side-eye any leftist who has the nerve to run defense for USAID, especially those who call themselves socialists or commies, considering the fact that USAID was basically originally created to destroy communist countries all around the world. Established in 1961 by President John F. Kennedy under the noble guise of aiding developing nations, USAID was, in many respects, an instrument during the Cold War to counter Soviet influence and keep the Third World from crafting its own socioeconomic model. A year after President John Kennedy created USAID in 1961, he told its directors that, as we do not want to send American troops to a great many areas where freedom may be under attack, we send you. It wasn't long before the CIA spotted an opportunity to extend its reach. In 1962, USAID launched its Office of Public Safety to send agents around the world under the guise of training police officers. But as it turned out, the trainers were busy teaching enhanced interrogation techniques, a euphemism for torture. The scandal broke out in 1966, and although the office was finally shut down in 1974, the dark practices persisted within military and intelligence circles. By 1980, USAID Administrator John Gilligan was candid enough to describe the agency as nothing more than a graduate school for the CIA. At one time, many aid field offices were infiltrated from top to bottom with CIA people, he said. It was pretty well known in the agency who they were and what they were up to. The idea was to plant operatives in every kind of activity we had overseas, government, volunteer, religious, every kind. USAID was quickly nicknamed the CIA's little sister. Oh, and here's John Bolton holding a trophy given to him by USAID in the shape of a hand grenade. Yeah.
If these are your chief criticisms with USAID, that the CIA is using it to do evil things overseas, then why is it that all the examples, and also, first of all, this was during the fucking Cold War. Just as a quick heuristic, anybody that talks about history, at least recent history, and they'll talk about how bad something was pre-91, and they'll use it to explain about something post-91, usually it's somebody who's historically illiterate. It was a different time. The United States had a whole different foreign policy aim and objective, and we were in active confrontation in a lot of different areas with the Soviets, whether that was support. And if you want to say that some of the behavior of the United States at that point in time was bad or whatever, there's plenty of room for criticism. I'm not saying that all of it is excusable. I'm just saying that it's weird that somebody will say like, oh, well, in the 80s or 70s, we did this or that. It's like, yeah, we probably did a lot of not great shit, especially in South America in that time period. But we were also like actively contending with the Soviets doing the exact same in other parts of the world, or sometimes in the same parts of the world as well. This is why this was happening. If these are the programs that you have an issue with, then why not point out those programs? Why are you talking about trans athletes or trans dance classes or trans surgeries? Like, why not talk about these things? Like, what is your actual issue, you know?
Yeah, nothing to see
But maybe she'll, who knows, maybe she'll get to that.
here, folks. So let's talk about Zune Zaneo, shall we? Sit down. I love this story. Taken directly from Wikipedia, Zunzaneo was an online social networking and microblogging service created by the United States Agency for International Development, aka USAID, and marketed to Cuban users. It was covertly developed as a long-term strategy to encourage Cuban youths to revolt against the nation's government. The developers aimed to use non-controversial content, such as sports and music, to build up subscribers and then to slowly introduce political messages through social bots to encourage dissent in an astroturfing initiative. So basically, USAID created a fake-ass social media platform in Cuba with our tax dollars, flooded it with bot content about like sports and music and whatever, just to make it seem normal, then slowly started to manipulate the users and create political division on the app between Cuban citizens in order to create political chaos in this country and a potential uprising. So yeah, how dare we take money away from those—
Like, I'm pretty sure, my guess is most people at the time probably would have been okay with this. Because again, with this, we were fighting, it was the Cold War. We were actively fighting communism across the country. Like, there were worse things that the U.S. was doing within its own country in terms of accusing people of being communists and shit and fucking outing them from offices and everything. Like, yes.
Starving undercover agents. To make things even more sus, the money we spent on Zunzaneo was publicly documented as an unnamed project in Pakistan. Yes, this fake-ass social media psyop they created in Cuba was documented by our government as being a project in Pakistan. Now, think of all the other weird shit USAID was supposedly funding. Those sex changes in Guatemala. Were they really sex changes in Guatemala? Or were they some covert psyop being done somewhere else in the world? I guess we'll never know now. Using social media to divide—
Well, but couldn't we know? Wasn't that kind of like the whole goal of Doge, was to show us where these things were happening at? Oh, sorry, social media programs. My bad. I just mindfucked myself on the Cuban thing. Just kidding. Never mind. I didn't know she said social media. My bad. I thought she meant radio programs or something.
The masses and create political division. You don't think— No. They wouldn't do that. I mean, it's kind of weird they asked the former founder of Twitter—
Wait, which one of our departments or sub-departments or whatever did the vaccine misinfo shit? Was that a USAID thing or was that something different? I wonder if she would bring that up.
Twitter to help with this project, but no. They would only do social media psyops in other countries, right? Right? In March 2024, a document was exposed that revealed USAID was running covert psyops all around the internet in order to combat populist misinformation about the government on Twitch, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, and 4chan. Although its internal
They paid me for that, by the way. Just kidding.
justification was halting the flow of mis- and disinformation, it seemed particularly concerned with malinformation, a concept it defines as speech that is factually correct but misleading, i.e., bothersome truths the US government would prefer the public does not know. USAID suggests directing the public toward mainstream corporate sources of information and psychologically inoculating them against inconvenient facts that challenge US power by pre-bunking information before people see it. Pre-bunking includes discrediting the brand, the credibility, and reputation of those making false allegations. In other words—
Base. Just kidding. Actually, only Russia and Qatar and China should be doing this all over the world.
A state-directed—
This was in 2010.
attack against alternative media and critics of the US government. So basically, USAID was funding a bunch of dorks to go all around social media and be like, source? Every time someone criticizes the government. This is somehow more pathetic than when I used to use an alt account to defend myself on BreadTube subreddits. That is basically what our government was doing. Also, I like how this implies the people you called a Fed online might have actually been a Fed. There is a chance that you may have fought with a federal agent, a USAID federal agent on Twitter or 4chan. This also implies that like streamers and social media influencers may have been funded by USAID. But who? Who among us? Who would be willing to unquestionably, enthusiastically suck establishment cock that hard?
Me! For all the bad stuff America does around the world, USAID was just an organization that did a lot of nice things. Like, it put a lot of money into efforts to help people in a variety. By the way, I would like to say formally that there was only one group of people who were 100% confirmed to have been getting paid by another fucking country to do propaganda. And I don't know if I've heard Shuan had say anything about those people, but maybe she has and I missed that video or I missed those sets of tweets, but just want to say, a variety of ways, like both materially and culturally. What the fuck are Shu's politics? Is she like a MAGA communist? It's just another of the anti-establishment dipshits. Like, everything the government does and all of that is bad, and everything that alternative media says and produces is more or less good. It's just like a nice way for the United States to have a positive presence around the world.
For the record, I do not actually believe Destiny is being funded by USAID. I just thought that transition was funny. I fucking love that quote though. USAID was just a nice organization that did a lot of nice things, like culturally help people around the world. Culturally help people? Why are we in the business of cultural imperialism?
Because if we don't, somebody else will. Never mind. These it's like, it's so... Like, I feel like I'm explaining, it's like a first grader argument, right? Where a kid is like, I want to play with a toy all the time. And you're like, well, that's not good. And you're like, well, why not? And it's like, well, if you share with other people, okay? And it's like, I don't want to share with other people. But if you do, then they'll probably be nice to you as well in the future. Oh. So, like, not being a huge, massive fucking piece of shit to everybody actually benefits me? Yeah, that's right. That there are forms of influence that you can gain by helping other people that actually come around and benefit you at the end of the day, too. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that wild?
Why do we have to culturally enrich Latin America or the fucking Balkans? So not only are we the world police, but we are now the world HR department? No thank you. Why are we spending billions of dollars doing fuck-ass shit in other countries while ours crumbles? I don't care about teaching gender studies to Ugandans.
They'll always say this while ours crumbles, but they never want to spend any money here. You never notice that, right? We stopped spending in Ukraine, right? Did Trump finally kill that? So have we reallocated that money to stuff here yet? Has that happened? We cut USAID. What did we get for that? Are we spending that money here now? Is that happening? I feel like every single place I look at when conservatives use this argument, I just see Nigel Farage's bus going around talking about how much money the UK was sending to the European Union and how all of that money could have gone to the NIH instead, and it didn't. Would Shu talk to you? No, none of these people will debate, ever. None of these people will, okay? Don't ever, it'll never happen.
The pothole in front of my house hasn't been filled in 3 years. These are my taxes, and I believe my taxes should go to help people in my country. I don't think that's controversial to say. And I know many conservatives agree with me. I'll always hear them say, we can't be spending money in Ukraine. We have to take care of our own. And then they just don't take care of their own.
True.
Because that's socialism or communism or something. Listen, do you actually want to take care of your own? Do you actually want your taxes to go towards helping the poor and sick and families in this country? Are you actually America first, or are you corpos and foreign countries first? I'm more than happy to work with you on good things to fix this country. But I don't think the establishment GOP is.
You don't want able-bodied workers on a program that is intended.
I don't like her saying the establishment GOP. It's MAGA now. There is no more establishment GOP. I don't even know why she says establishment. It's not even the establishment right now that are the GOP. It's literally the MAGA cultists. I don't know where she gets establishment GOP from. I would say that the party that exists, whatever, right now, the cult Trump party has completely and totally eviscerated the entire Republican establishment, but okay.
For example, for single mothers with 2 small children who's just trying to make it. That's what Medicaid is for, not for 29-year-old males sitting on their couches playing video games. We're going to find those guys and we're going to send them back to work.
First of all, Medicaid is for anyone who needs it, period. And second of all, 29-year-old guys? You mean your fucking voter base? You mean the very demographic that is shifting the entire country in your direction? Those guys? Yeah, we're just wasting so much money helping young men. Those greedy gamers just gobbling up all the tax money. Not massive tax cuts to corporations and the rich. Not all the money to the bloated military-industrial complex. No. Gamers. Young men who can't find a job, can't afford a house, can't afford college. Young men who...
Like, why? I don't understand. Like, I'll be honest, I haven't seen who she supported for president, and maybe she actually did support Kamala. But I don't know why you would pretend to give a fuck about any of this when the Republicans have been very clear, and MAGA and Trump have been very clear about never expanding any of this shit, ever. Like, I don't know how you could pretend to care about this unless... I guess the arguments from them are always that the woke shit was always going to destroy the country or was going to go too far somehow, although they've never expressed how exactly that would work or whatever, yeah.
Can't build a family because of the society you created. Those guys, they need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and pay for their own Medicare. This care isn't for them, it's for women. What? Great to know both sides of the establishment fucking hate young men. Anyway, sorry, I popped off. Let's get back on topic. Now, USAID did do some good things. I won't deny that. But even some of the good things that USAID did were nothing but a bunch of fronts. Using Cuba as an example again, because these are some of the only ones that have been exposed so far, there was a USAID program called the Travelers Project that was said to be an HIV prevention workshop. But yet again, it was nothing but another covert regime change psyop. This was exposed in 2014 by the Associated Press. Young Venezuelans and Peruvians were deployed by USAID to Cuba's college campuses for $5.41 an hour. Really, USAID? Billions of dollars force feminizing mice and you can't even pay your spies a living wage? Sad. Anyway, they were used to recruit college students into political organizations with the goal of turning them against their government. The goal of, once again, creating political division. In the exposed memos about this, USAID called their HIV workshop the, quote, perfect excuse. Right. But we're totally funding DEI in Vietnam for pure humanitarian reasons, I'm sure. This was done so sloppily that even our boy John Bolton came out and disavowed it, but not without saying he thought it was a good idea in principle. Yes, it's a great idea to create taxpayer-funded secret psyops all over the world in order to f with other countries' politics. Just don't recruit teenagers to do it next time, okay? What? I honestly just think it's kind of funny we were funding anti-socialist agendas all around the world and disguising it as social progressivism. Don't think too hard about that one. Now, Cuba wasn't the only place USAID was culturally helping. On January 12, 2010, a 7.0 magnitude earthquake struck Haiti, killing 220,000 people, injuring another 300,000, and leaving 1.5 million more homeless. In the wake of the catastrophe, the United States provided $1.6 billion in reconstruction funding to Haiti, $651 million of which went to USAID. Rather than employing Haitian construction companies, USAID contracted out the rebuilding projects to international firms. For instance, Minnesota-based construction firm Thor was awarded $18 million in contracts, and Mexico-based firm Cemex received over $7 million. But by far the largest recipient of USAID funding in Haiti.
Not to besmirch the good name of Haiti, because I truly don't know anything about the situation. Is there a chance that the reason why they contracted international companies is because they were worried that if they would contract domestic companies, or that they didn't have the same track record and that money could just end up being embezzled or something? Is that... Like, I imagine in certain developing places that would be a legitimate concern to have, but...
Haiti was Washington, D.C. based contractor Chemonix International, who received over $200 million to carry out a total of 141 projects. In fact, USAID awarded more money to Chemonix than to the entire Haitian government in the wake of the earthquake. An audit conducted on Chemonix revealed that the company had a tendency to not finish jobs, evaluated its own project on arbitrary criteria not having to do anything with the project, and failed to set timelines, causing some projects to fall behind schedule. In one case, Chemonix was contracted to build Haiti's new parliament building, but what they constructed came out half-finished and unusable. The company only built the framework of the building, not even erecting interior walls to divide office spaces, nor did they bother to furnish the building. Left with this, the Haitian government was forced to draw $775,000 from its public treasury to complete the project. Despite these disastrous results, Chemonix to this day remains USAID's top contractor. The construction company was awarded $506.4 million in contracts in 2021 alone. In a leaked email exposed by WikiLeaks, they described this tragedy as a gold rush, ensuring that it would be great for international companies. Seems like the only thing they are culturally helping is their own wallets, am I right? And you know how you always hear about how poor people are in Venezuela and how the politicians are so rich and live in luxury? Yeah, part of that has to do with USAID. Billions of dollars of aid we sent to Venezuela just lined the pockets of US-backed politicians there. Only 2% of the aid we sent to Venezuela actually went to help Venezuelans. So at this point, the whole world was basically sick of USAID's bullshit. In 2013, Bolivian President Evo Morales expelled USAID officials from his country on the grounds that the agency had conspired against his government by allegedly manipulating social movements in the country. He also charged that a previous USAID program that sought to help cocoa farms switch to new crops was politically motivated. Russia expelled the agency in 2012 for similar reasons. Its foreign ministry argued in a statement that USAID attempts to influence political processes through its grants. And in February, Kenyan Cabinet Secretary Francis Kimimya claimed that his government had evidence that USAID had hired activists to organize anti-government protests in Nairobi in an effort.
The Evo Morales stuff was the whole of South America, I think, was upset about stuff going on in that country at that time. Not to say whether or not his claims were true or false. Russia is Russia. I don't know anything about this particular Kenyan claim.
To topple the government. Oh, and if you're wondering why so many news outlets and journalists were freaking out over the potential shutting down of USAID, yeah, it's probably because it's where their paychecks were coming from. Yeah, apparently USAID was funding about 6,200 journalists and 707 news outlets.
With how much money? How much of this money was going to it?
All across the world. Not even just America. For example, the editor-in-chief of a Ukrainian news outlet wrote that destroying USAID was a greater threat to Ukrainian journalism than the Russian invasion. What? There were independent outlets shutting down everywhere, including Russia after the USAID freeze. So we were apparently funding media in both Ukraine and Russia.
I'm playing both.
I don't think it's the same thing in both countries. I don't think the aid was the exact same in both countries, though. Also, keep in mind, too, like, most of the stuff is publicly available in terms of, like, contracts that are being written to companies. Now, I can't speak to this undercover CIA ops shit, but, like, if companies were being paid in Ukraine and they were getting that money from USAID, all of this is publicly available on these government websites. I guess one of my biggest issues is it's hard to tell what people's arguments are exactly when they talk about stuff like this. I'll give her credit. At least she's going into more than just the trans dance stuff, which is good. But it's like, should the argument be that the United States shouldn't help or do anything to help other countries around the world, right? Or is the argument that would be good, but the money was always going towards something else? Or is the argument that would be good, but we can't do that in conjunction with the operations? Because depending on what your argument is, it would demand a different course of action, right? So if you think that, I think that the USAID mission, stuff like PEPFAR, I think these are noble projects, but the CIA or other companies, or not companies, other intelligence services get involved too much and it bungles it up or it makes people not trust whatever. I think that's a legitimate position to have. I think that's probably more than a legitimate position to have. But then the solution to that would be to solve those problems, not to just completely and utterly destroy the organization, right? Or if your position is literally just we shouldn't be wasting money on anybody anywhere, okay, well then just say that, and why waste your time with the other arguments? Like, who cares if the CIA, or who cares if there are trans dance things or whatever? Don't waste your time with the other arguments. I feel like there's this weird bouncing between multiple positions that happens, rather than just people honestly saying like, we just shouldn't spend any money on it at all. Here's the arguments why, fuck it, you know?
Side so that I always come out on top.
Serbia, Moldova, all across Latin America, independent outlets shutting down everywhere. All because the little sister of the CIA can't pay no mo. So I have a question. Why the f were we funding media in all these other countries? Well, the CEO for the Center of Investigative Reporting, a USAID-supported Bosnian media organization, said it best. Quote, if you are funded by the US government, there are certain topics that you would simply not go after, because the US government has its interests that are above all else. Oh, I guess that answers my question. USAID is also ridden with other scandals, such as covering up a child sex abuse ring in Kenya, kidnapping and torturing people in Uruguay,
I think her issue is that the aid is not entirely altruistic, but it pretends to be, in her opinion anyway. Sure, I mean, like, there's always going to be there's going to be a benefit that comes back to you if you do a good thing for another country, right? And you would expect that benefit, or else you probably wouldn't do it. But if that's your only complaint, then why not just fix some of the issues? Why shutter the program completely? Because I'm pretty sure you could make this argument about basically every single private company, every single U.S. department. Like, you can make this argument about everything. Everything has had some level of corruption or abuse or malfeasance at some point in its history, especially if it's sufficiently large enough. Would we destroy anything that, like, you're in the government, you have both halves of Congress. Why not work on reforming some stuff, or keep the good stuff and try to get rid of the bad stuff? Because that would actually take effort and it would actually show competency in governance. But
sterilizing 300,000 Peruvian women, and the famous one you all know, funding drug production in Afghanistan. Oopsie poopsies, we did little fucky wuppies. Now think about all the other shit that hasn't been exposed. These aren't mistakes, these aren't flukes, these aren't little fucky wuckies. This is what this program was set out to do. This is why it was created. We were quite literally funding Globo Homo as a sneaky way to do regime change.
Like, if we don't Globo Homo, then everybody else does. I hate that Americans are gonna have to learn this the hard way, but people like her never will, because you're rich YouTubers. That, like, there is a world where instead of the US doing it, China and Russia are doing it more than us, and they have control over everybody's opinions, and they have control over what everybody thinks is right or wrong, and now we suffer as a result. But
change in American intervention. Or do you think we're spending $1 million in Nepal to promote atheism because Hinduism is such a threat? You're cute. The United States won't sleep until there's an ugly progress flag hanging on Starbucks on every corner of every street all over the world, from Latin America to the Middle East. Ah yes, the greatest American exports, butt sex and war. There are a shit ton of old left-wing articles you can find online spanning back to like 2010, even earlier, about how evil USAID is. Now suddenly liberals are acting like it's another fucking beacon of democracy that we have to cry and piss and shit about just because it's Trump getting rid of it. Frankly, I don't care. If they start dismantling things that I do care about, things that do actually help the American people, then I will care. Expose where the trillions of dollars we spent on the Iraq war went next, please. Or, you know,
like there are so many reports about the spending and everything that happened in Afghanistan and Iraq. There are huge reports written about it. There are huge, there have been articles and leaks about it. Like, what are you looking for here? Like, what?
Actually release the Epstein files. Do I think Doge cut USAID because they're our great comrade in arms, cutting off the tentacles of American imperialism? No. Trump probably just cut it because he thought it was a woke, gay waste of money, and it was. But as far as I'm concerned, every article written about how bad dismantling it was written by John Bolton himself. Like the president of Colombia said, take your money with you. It's poison. All the sources I use in this video and all the information I got for this video will be in links down below. Feel free to do your own research as always. And if you like this video, please consider subscribing. A lot of you aren't subscribed apparently. You just watch and fuck off. I will find you. Also, this video is most likely going to be demonetized, so if you can and if you want to, please donate to me on Patreon, link down below. It helps the channel so much, and I appreciate it. And I will see you next time with a...
Would you have an issue if Russia did the same? Why were you obsessed with calling Tim Pool a traitor then? It is Russian interests. Would you have an issue if Russia did the same? Russia is doing the same, and they will do the same no matter what. If we could all come to an agreement in the world where every country agrees not to influence any other country, then we can have that conversation, but Russia literally does the same. So I don't know what the point of that question was, but
a less serious.
Not to the same degree? Wait, like you think they do it significantly less or what?
My guest today is
The Emergency is Here Part 2. Wait, what is this?
After over 100 illegal gambling machines were seized in Etowah County, this news reporter asked a local man if he'd seen anything, but he wasn't snitching.
Did you know that there was an illegal gambling operation going on just down the street from where you live?
No. It was illegal. What that's that? I ain't heard nothing about that.
Okay.
is Asha Rangappa. Rangappa is a former FBI special agent and a senior lecturer at Yale University's Jackson School of Global Affairs. She's also the author of the Substack Freedom Academy.
Freedom Academy? It's got freedom right in the name.
Asha Rangappa, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, Ezra.
So I want to begin in the somewhat dark place that we're in. It looks to me that the administration is pretty directly disobeying Supreme Court orders in at least the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case. What recourse is available to the courts or to the system?
Well, I think this is why a lot of analysts are now saying we're officially in a constitutional crisis. So the normal recourse here would be to hold the administration in contempt. They can fine specific officials. If it were you and me and we were held in contempt, I mean, the ultimate penalty might be that we could be jailed, but I doubt that that's something that would ultimately happen to anyone in the administration, but that would be within the power of the court as well.
But Trump could just pardon you.
Ultimately, the executive branch has the enforcement power. The problem with getting to any point where there would have to be physical enforcement is, of course, that Trump maintains control over all of the enforcement agencies, including the Marshals Service. And so even if this goes all the way back up to the Supreme Court and you then have this face-off between the judiciary and the executive branch, it's not clear to me exactly what can be done to enforce an order ultimately, which kind of leaves the Trump administration with a trump card, no pun intended.
Well, the Trump administration's, I don't know the right word for it, is interpretation of the order, certainly their spin of the order, if you're listening to Stephen Miller, is this was a huge victory for us, because what the Supreme Court said is nobody can make us. That we maybe have to facilitate, but don't have to effectuate. There's a lot of hair splitting in that language going on. But their view is that the Supreme Court has created or has validated a fairly large zone of authority, which is foreign policy, for the executive for Donald Trump. And then if you read that order correctly, what the Supreme Court really said is that what they will do about it is nothing.
Well, first, Stephen Miller's interpretation of what the Supreme Court said is not entirely accurate. The Supreme Court did mention the deference that's given to the executive branch in foreign affairs, but it did uphold the lower court's order that the administration facilitate the return. They can't tell him what to do in terms of the negotiations and the dealings with the foreign power, but they need to do everything in their power to make it easier for this person to return. But I think to zoom out, this is by design. In all of these contexts, whether it's in these deportations, whether it's in the visa revocations, whether it's even in the tariff context, you hear these buzzwords: foreign affairs, terrorism, national security, national emergency. All of these are arenas that are core executive branch authorities that are given great deference by the courts. And so when they frame all of these issues in those terms, they're already carving out a huge swath of authority that they can essentially exercise without much oversight. And when you layer the court's absolute immunity ruling from last year on top of that, which again protects these core functions from any kind of liability, there is a large arena in which they can act with impunity if they can move fast enough, as they are in this case.
So when the president says it is about national security, that means it's not illegal, to twist the old Nixon line.
I wouldn't say that it's not illegal. It means that he's going to be given a lot of deference. He'll be given a lot of deference in terms of factual determinations, for example. Factual determinations that we're in a national emergency. Perhaps his factual determinations that we're being invaded, or that somebody's actions are intruding on his foreign policy prerogatives. All of these things are given great latitude. And this is discretion that's been afforded to the executive branch in all of these contexts so far with delegated authority from Congress. So these are actually Congress's authorities that it has given to the executive branch, with the understanding that there might be actual quick decision-making needed by the executive branch in certain circumstances to exercise this kind of authority. It presumes that somebody is going to be acting in the nation's interests and in good faith.
So before we move to Congress, I want to just make sure I understand what you were saying, and that the level of alarm rising in me as you say it is merited, which is what I hear you saying is that there is no check from the courts on this. They have told the administration to facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia, and to allow him the due process as if the original administrative error, quote unquote, had not been made. The Trump administration has been perfectly clear that they will not do that. You do not seem to me to expect that there's going to be some secondary round here from the Supreme Court that in some way forces them to do a thing that I don't think they want to do.
I don't know that in this specific case they can force him to do anything. If he says, look, I talked to President Bukele and he said he can't return them or he won't return them, and shrugs his shoulders, which he basically did in this press conference, then there's not much that the court can do in that situation. What's interesting to me, Ezra, is that this doesn't really help him in the big picture in terms of the policy. It's in his legal interest to bring Abrego Garcia back and say, look, this is not a big deal. We can correct errors. So we can move fast. We can round up all these people and do these summary deportations because if we make mistakes, we can bring them back. I actually think that would be a stronger legal argument. What's happening here is that this is about a power play and it's about defiance. So in some ways, the legal interests are working against what, this, I guess, the ego that the administration has. So they might be able to, for example, prohibit further deportations if it becomes clear that this is an irrevocable move and errors can't be corrected.
But even if it would be in their legal interest to do that in some other world, in the world we actually live in, where it's very likely this guy has been brutalized or tortured, where him coming back to the United States where his story could be heard would be politically devastating for the administration, then in practice it's not in there.
Our understanding right now is that he is alive for sure, right? The congressman talked to him and...
back. Because every one of those people, if they come back and it becomes clear the administration made not just a terrible mistake, but deported somebody into a hell for no reason at all, that it's actually a political imperative for them that that story cannot be told, that Bukele keeps them in CPOT functionally forever.
I think that's true. My only point is, yes, I think there would be a downside to bringing someone back, but I think if they were operating in a paradigm where they want to be in compliance with the court, they would do that.
So during the George W. Bush administration, there was famously the removal, the shipping of people who were deemed threats to black sites, to prisons in other places that were not bound by our laws. How similar is the theory and the powers of what we're seeing to what was being invoked and used there?
It's similar. I think that it's more similar to the Bush administration sending people to Guantanamo. So the black sites were instrumental. It was for extracting information that they believed that these detainees had, using methods that would be illegal under our law. I'm not excusing it, but I'm saying that there was I think they thought there was going to be some output that they were going to get that would be useful intelligence. But in terms of evading actual court authority, what the Bush administration did is that they looked at some World War II precedents that said that enemy combatants who were imprisoned in a location over which the U.S. had no control, that those people did not have the right to petition for habeas corpus. And the Bush administration thought, hey, that's great. We can put people in Guantanamo Bay because that's under the sovereign control of Cuba, and we can basically have this convenient location where we can house all these people, but it will be out of reach of the courts. And this led to a pretty robust jurisprudence after 9/11, where the courts didn't really like getting cut out of the equation. And so they began to have these decisions where they said, no, we actually do have the right to look at what you're doing there. And all of this results, by the way, Ezra, in this irony that Guantanamo detainees who were captured abroad, who never stepped foot on American soil, had the ability to petition for a writ of habeas corpus, due process rights, the ability to contest their enemy combatants.
That's one of the reasons why I've said this a million times, why I didn't like all the comparisons that people were making to Guantanamo Bay and stuff, because the people, my understanding is the people who in Guantanamo Bay did have some rights. They had more rights than the people that are being shipped to fucking immigrant detention centers or whatever the fuck, or shipped to El Salvador now, which is kind of wild to think about.
Status, and were protected by the Geneva Conventions. So what you're seeing now is that people who have literally been here for a decade aren't being afforded those same privileges and rights.
I mean, that's horrifying.
It's horrifying, and I think the administration, what I think is horrifying here is that they've been very legally savvy, right? Like they understand, whatever lawyers have studied this, understand the trajectory of what happened with the Bush administration, and they know, okay, for this to be a constitutional black hole, it has to be completely in another country. And not just to extract information, but they just need to be sent there and we throw away the key.
They've been very legally savvy. What I think something that is very important and telling about the individual cases here, which has been true across a lot of what the Trump administration has done in different domains, is that if they wanted to protect this power and expand it maximally, they would choose the people, the cases, the laws, the authorities very, very, very carefully. And what you see with the Abrego Garcia case, although not only him, is they're not doing that. They're choosing people, whether they intend to be doing this or not. It's very hard to know what is incompetence and what is intentional malice. Yeah. But they're choosing people whom it looks terrible for them to be doing this to. I mean, there's a reason people know his name. There's a reason this particular case is broken through. And certainly the decision they have made on the other side of that, whether or not they intended to be here or not, is that if they can win on that, then that truly does expand the power. If they don't have to choose who they are sending to Bukele's hellhole carefully, if it does not have to be the absolute worst, most bulletproof confirmation of this person is a horror who you do not want in the United States, if it can just be Donald Trump said so, then what you have is a disappearance power. Not just a national security power, the capability to remove almost any kind of person at any kind of time. And when he begins to then, on top of the criticism he is getting, have Bukele there in the Oval Office, yucking it up with him, tell him he's going to need to build more prisons, saying maybe the homegrowns are next. What do you think, American citizens are a special kind of people? Wasn't that what he said? Then it feels to me like we've tipped into another world. Whether being legally savvy, this is not the narrowly tailored test cases they're sticking to. These are, I mean, the kinds of cases that the Supreme Court is already telling them you can't do this. And functionally, the response is yes, we can.
When they talk about narrowly tailored cases, so if there's going to be some core constitutional or legal precept that you want to beat, that you think you have a really good argument for why the freedom of speech or, you know, something to do with habeas corpus or something that you think, like, I think that we should be able to fight this. I don't think this is what the law should look like. You look for these kind of like ideal cases where the facts are so overwhelmingly on your side and you can make the strongest version of your legal argument. These are the cases that you tend to look for. The thing that they're pointing out now is that it's kind of weird that it feels like the administration, like, let's say, for instance, you really wanted to be able to deport green card holders, and this is kind of a newish power, you know, that's being brought in, then you would imagine that you would choose the best and strongest cases where you have actual multi-gang rapists or multi-person gang rapists. You've got these homicidal pedophiles, like the worst people, because this is where you are at your zenith, making like a kind of a more moral argument, or at least a strong criminal argument. This is where, you know, you're picking people like, you really want the Democrats to come out and fight for, you know, even if he should have the right to have due process, to fight for the right of a child rapist, because nobody really wants to be on the other end of that. And it's a scary world to try to fight on some important, you know, legal doctrine that could get changed if the case that you're fighting on behalf of isn't the strongest case. Yeah. So it's weird that the Trump admin is like hanging their hat. Like he said, they could have very easily just said like, oh, deporting this dude was a mistake. Like, we'll bring him back. And then they're done with it. And they move on to a stronger case, but they're not doing that. And that's kind of scary in and of itself, I think.
Right. I was going to say, I think the only change I would make to what you said is, it's not if we can win on this, then we can do everything else. It's if we can defy this, then we're home free.
Yeah, I mean win not legally, but just in power.
Exactly,
terms.
in power. And this is the difference, I think, between what the Trump administration is doing and what the Bush administration was doing. The Bush administration didn't want the Supreme Court to end up ruling on something that wasn't going to go its way. So when they thought that maybe they did not have the best legal case, they would move the detainee out, or they would put them into criminal proceedings to avoid having the question actually answered, because it's sort of, then they're still sort of acting in some gray zone. The Trump administration is willing to take, as you mentioned, these bad cases. Bad cases make bad law, especially for the executive branch. But they seem to not care, and I think that is the scary part.
Wait, the PF Young guy just dropped a live stream where he's trying to say that Destiny is playing on his team enlightened centrism.
Because it does evince a predisposition to disregarding, as we're seeing it happen right now.
If you were to give me your big picture, we're somehow not even 100 days into this, but your big picture for the way the Trump administration wants to use the security and judicial apparatus of the state to accomplish its objectives, whatever those are, what is the framework that you're using now to make sense of it?
I think this is just a consolidation of power. This is arrogating authorities from Congress, which, as I mentioned before, it's already kind of seating on its own, and now arrogating powers from the judiciary. I mean, effectively what the Trump administration is doing is actually acting as a quasi-judiciary, right? They're rounding up people and effectively being judge, jury, and executioner. And they're just saying, look, trust us. We decided that this person is guilty, that this person is a terrorist, that this person violated the law. So it's a consolidation of power. It's an authoritarian move. And I think the challenge is, who's going to stop us? And if they do it fast enough and they can get people into this constitutional black hole, then they win.
So in theory, the power to stop them would be in Congress, if Congress wanted to.
I think the power to stop this in any systemic way is with Congress. So the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. I mean, this is, this is a delegation of Congress's war powers.
What is that act? Why don't we talk about that act for a minute?
Yeah. The Alien Enemies Act was passed in 1798 during the quasi-war with France. And it allows the president, during a declared war or an invasion by a foreign government, to remove alien enemies of the nation that is the enemy, that are 14 years or older, and basically remove them. And the idea being that in that kind of situation, people hold their allegiance to their country. And so there could be people who are spies and saboteurs, and in order to protect national security, the executive branch needs to have the ability to very quickly remove people. It has only been invoked 3 times before this year, in the War of 1812, in World War I, and World War II. In those contexts, in World War II, for example, people got individualized hearings, at least to determine whether they were, in fact, nationals of the country that was the enemy. But it's now being applied in this immigration context. Trump is claiming that illegal immigration constitutes an invasion, and specifically an invasion by Tren de Aragua. And therefore, people, men 14 years or older who are members of that group, fall under the purview of the Alien Enemies Act and can be removed.
And when you say it's an arrogation of power by the administration, which I agree it is this an arrogation of power because Donald Trump is truly so convinced that South American gangs are a threat to the U.S., or is this an arrogation of power in a more broad-based and fundamentally dictatorial fashion where there's a range of enemies to the state, to the leader, and they are pulling in any set of powers that they can to exert control?
Well, I think the latter, though I think right now they're testing it on this one group because it's something that most people wouldn't object to, right? There's gangs coming in. They're dangerous gangs. I mean, Tren de Aragua is an actual gang. It's a dangerous gang. So is MS-13. Let's apply this war framing here. And I think the idea is let's see how much we can get away with, and then we can push the envelope and keep expanding this group into broader and broader categories. And we've already heard Trump discussing with President Bukele yesterday that, hey, why not include homegrown criminals in this whole thing? So I think that this is kind of testing the waters to see how they can do it. But this is about summary removal. This is how can we get people out of here in as great numbers as possible, as quickly as possible. I think that's the goal. And then they'll start including other people into whatever category they deem as the enemy.
So we should say that when Trump was musing that he would like to send homegrown criminals to El Salvador, he does say, well, we'll have to look into the laws on that. What are the laws on that?
So I think sending U.S. citizens abroad to rot in a gulag would be
Probably not good.
unconstitutional. There is something called the Non-Detention Act, which says that no citizen can be imprisoned or otherwise detained except pursuant to an act of Congress.
But if you could just send people away on what even you admit is an administrative error.
So this is the thing. I think the thing is if we just whisk people off, then at that point, it's over. It's game over. And yes, listen, if they...
Yeah, I've heard that they're looking at they don't like this Jerome Powell business. They don't like this Fed chair guy. That's really scary. If they... I mean, I guess technically Trump has the right to get rid of him. He doesn't like it, but that gets so weird, dude.
Cut the judicial branch out of this, which is what the Bush administration tried to do. If you can't even get your foot in the door to have the executive branch justify the reason that they designated you as a terrorist, as an enemy, before they ship you out, then absolutely, we're in 1973 Chile. That's, from there to black vans showing up in the middle of the night and rounding you up and you get disappeared.
Is that where you think we are?
I don't think we're there yet.
Not the black vans, but 1970. I mean, Chile, what is between us and there?
Yeah, we're never quite there yet. Notice that we're never quite there yet. It's a little bit spooky that at some point, is it the frog in the boiling pot? Are we there? We just don't realize it, or
Presentation here, I have found nothing to hold on to. And I'm not asking you for something to hold on to because I think it's really important that, look, the thing I say in the intro to this conversation is it seems to me the emergency is here.
Yes.
Yeah, because I feel like the issue is that this administration has gone in such a short amount of time so far beyond what even the most deranged haters said they would do. Nobody expected the first 100 days to be this insane. And it always seems like, when people are like, oh, well, this is really bad, this administration hasn't shown a willingness to pump the brakes on basically anything, right? I don't think this administration is like, okay, fuck, we have to stop pushing at that angle. This was too far. They haven't even shown the slightest degree of giving a fuck about pushing the brakes or for pumping the brakes on any of the actions so far that they've been called out on. That's pretty spooky, I think.
The test is here.
Yes.
The question of whether or not they can defy the courts and do this is here. I think it is very inconvenient to face up to that. So if you think it isn't true, that's great. I would prefer to think it isn't true as well. But if you think it is true, then what does that imply? What are you supposed to do if you're standing on the abyss of 1973 era Chile?
Listen, our Constitution has one remedy for this, which is impeachment. I mean, this requires political will. It requires a certain consensus that this is unacceptable, that we are beyond the pale, that this is extra constitutional, that this person is abusing their power, that they are violating their oath, they're violating all kinds of laws. But I think to me, the constitutional crisis is the defiance of the judicial branch, but it is as much Congress's failure to act. in this situation, whether it's to step up and claw back some of these delegated authorities, to declare, to stop the national emergency that he's using for other things, or to take that final step and say this is a step too far. I mean, I think we are in impeachment territory right now. These are impeachable
been so far past impeachment territory, but
offenses. This is a deprivation of rights. In my opinion, what you saw between Trump and Bukele yesterday was a criminal conspiracy to deprive people of their rights. It's an agreement to commit a crime. It is a crime to deprive people of their rights under the Constitution or the laws of the United States under color of law. That's exactly what he was saying that he was going to do. We know that he can't be held criminally liable for that because he's doing these as official acts, and the Supreme Court has said that those are beyond the purview of Congress to criminalize. What's left?
The problem is impeachment in an era of nationalized, polarized political parties is a broken power.
It's a broken power if we no longer have shared values that transcend our partisan affiliation.
Which is to say it's a broken power.
Yeah. I mean, but that's the remedy, Ezra. I don't, if Trump defies the court has no independent enforcement mechanism.
Yep.
I don't want to drive people completely to despair, so let me...
I know, we're in let's wear sweatpants and stare at the ceiling territory now.
I mean, you can imagine a world where we sort of muddle along in these horrors for, a year and change. Democrats have a significant midterm victory. And I keep saying, and it's half a joke, but it's not a joke, that what might save American democracy is Donald Trump has the dumbest possible views on the global economy.
True.
And in absolutely wrecking 401ks and prices and the ability of small businesses to import, he is handing his opponents an incredible midterm opportunity. And then Democrats take the House. Senate is unlikely for them, but it's not completely impossible in a wave. And they're not going to have the power to impeach him. They would not have the numbers in the Senate to attain conviction. But they would all of a sudden have a lot of power. They could take money from all kinds of areas of the government. They could hold all kinds of members of the government in contempt. There is all of a sudden then not power to end this, but a huge amount of leverage. And that's, I think, the actual pathway that is open.
And I think I'm glad that you mentioned the appropriations authority, because one thing that remains very unclear in this is where the money is coming from to transport these prisoners. What was that money originally appropriated for? What are the terms of this agreement, by the way?
Because we're paying, I don't know, has any of that been made public beyond what they just said? Like, where did he even get the money for? Like, where was this appropriated from? That's a good question, because we're paying El Salvador to take these people. The fuck?
There's something called the Case Zablocki Act, which requires the executive branch, the Secretary of State, to actually notify Congress of executive agreements that it reaches with foreign nations. So this is something that technically they need to disclose. They're supposed to actually publish it on the Department of State website. But to your point about withholding funds, to go back again to 9/11, Congress actually prohibited the use of funds to transfer detainees from Guantanamo to the United States to be tried in criminal courts. So they were just stuck there. So it seems very clear to me that if Congress wanted to, they could prohibit the use of funds to send people to El Salvador.
They could also take a lot of things the Trump administration wants to keep away from them. So again, imagining the admittedly unlikely scenario of unified Democratic control of the House and the Senate. Democrats could simply decide, we're going to carve out more exemptions on the filibuster. And they could take the tariff power away from Donald Trump. They could take the tariff power back for Congress, which is originally where it sits. And all of a sudden, Donald Trump doesn't have his favorite tool of international economics. So everything then becomes a negotiation, right? There are a huge number of powers Trump is using right now that are working off of old pieces of legislation that were not built for today. Now, Congress does not like going back and revisiting old pieces of legislation ill-built for today because they have trouble legislating on anything. You don't get a lot of political victories for, going back and closing old loopholes and authorities, but they could. And in a world that becomes a showdown between the branches, it's not impeachment or nothing. It is leverage over functionally everything. I mean, the president of the United States does not have a magic wand that puts tariffs on other countries. It has to be enforced and done through U.S. law. That is power given to him by Congress. The things that DOJ has been doing, the efforts they're making over spending, that is all power that Congress is functionally granting them. They can take it all back.
Yes, absolutely. And I think, and in a bigger sense, it's reimagining the kind of person we imagine to be in the Oval Office. So you think about after Watergate, there were all these reforms that were done because all of a sudden we had to reimagine what do you do if you have a president who's going to push all these boundaries. And so we got the Ethics in Government Act of 1978. We get the Independent Counsel Statute. We get restrictions on how tax information can be used by the president because all of a sudden we had all these examples. I think, frankly, we've known this for a while. These things should have been done. That pendulum should have swung already. But that's, I think, the kind of reckoning that is going to have to happen in terms of you can't grant this much authority to the executive branch. And it's tough because you also don't want to tie the president's hands. The reason that all of these authorities are delegated, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act that Trump is using to impose the tariffs is really there as a surgical leverage tool if the president needs it, right? We want the president to have something like that if he needs to negotiate something with a specific foreign power, that we're facing a specific emergency. But I think we're no longer in that world, as you said. We're in a different world now, and I think Congress has to reckon with that.
I remember a political scientist I really respect said to me during Trump's first term, there's no design of a political system that works well for electing terrible people.
Fuck you. But this was my point. There are no checks and balances when somebody's decided that they want to break the entire fucking system. True.
That to design a political system under the theory that you elect terrible people is to make the system unmanageable because you are by nature tying their hands because they're terrible. But then if you elect if you elect leaders who have tyrannical impulses into a system that assumes a fundamental level of good faith on the part of the executive, then you've given an ill-motivated person a terrible amount of power.
And I would add to that, Ezra, that the landscape has changed, right? If you're also looking at two big assumptions that maybe existed back in Nixon and before, which is A, that the president is not above the law, and B, that Congress would be willing to use its ultimate weapon if it has to, which is impeachment. If both of those are off the table, then we're in a whole new landscape, and we have to accommodate that reality.
We've been talking here about things that we know the administration is doing. One of the reasons I wanted to talk to you, something that's worried me from the beginning here, is things that we don't know the administration is doing. When we go back,
I'm not as worried about that, thank God, because these people are so fucking stupid. I don't even know if this admin has like the capacity to do evil, horrible things and hide them from people. They're just so fucking inept. And they're also so like blatant with their evilness as well. Like all their scheming and everything is like so public and on display for everybody. I think it's like part of the plan is like we have to show people how much we can defy the government or defy the laws or defy, Congress or whatever. It feels like it. Although maybe that's a naive feeling on my part. I should think more carefully about that.
Back to the early days of nominations, the nominations of Kash Patel and then Dan Bongino to the FBI, a place he used to work, were astonishing to me. That even Senate Republicans agreed to this was frightening. And when I see the way this administration is working out in daylight, the FBI is a powerful organization that by its nature works in shadow. It is being run by people who would never run it aside from their loyalty to Donald Trump.
True.
What is your sense of both what might be happening here and what is possible here?
I'm glad that you mentioned that the FBI operates in the shadows. I mean, it does have this national security piece, which is literally the shadows, but also the nature of investigation is that a lot of it happens before it ever gets to a court. And I think what most people don't realize is the FBI does not operate under a legislative charter. It doesn't have laws, apart from the Constitution, that govern how that investigative power can be used. It is governed by something called Attorney General Guidelines, which are issued by the Attorney General. And these create the standards that you need to meet before you can initiate an investigation, what kinds of investigative techniques you can use for different kinds of investigations, what kind of approvals you need, et cetera, et cetera. Those can be changed, rescinded, not adhered to, all internally, and we would not know. One thing that we can do is look at what is actually happening or not happening. So, for example, after Signalgate, that is the kind of thing that the FBI would normally have done an investigation, or the Department of Justice the Attorney General would have appointed a special counsel, at least to look into it. We saw Merrick Garland do this with Joe Biden's possession of classified information or mishandling of it, right? That didn't happen. We have recently seen an executive order targeting...
Already posted, but how is they can't help but flaunt it any different than QAnon slop? Because when QAnon talked about them flaunting it, they said they were flaunting it by secretly communicating with themselves via weird hand symbols and satanic cult rituals to everybody in part of the media. When I say they communicate all that openly, I mean they literally just say it and do it out in the open. Donald Trump says they post executive orders saying that the Attorney General has the last say on what the law is, which is not true, and that's a defiance of how the Supreme Court is supposed to work. They openly say these things. That's what I mean. And I think it's part of they openly target and go after attorneys. They openly target and go after enemies of Donald Trump. It's not like secret symbols. The QAnon shit wasn't retarded necessarily because of the theories behind it. It was because of how they said the theories were happening. That's what made it fucking retarded.
Chris Krebs, who was the head of CISA, and demanding that...
Can you say what CISA is?
CISA is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. It's under DHS. It was created in 2018, and it oversees election security. And Chris Krebs, who was the first director, was one of the people who was very vocal in the 2020 election that the election was secure, reassuring people that our elections were proceeding properly, which obviously undercut the claims that they were rigged. But Trump has ordered DOJ to do an investigation. Again, this kind of tells me, unless there's evidence that I just don't know, that the Attorney General guidelines are in the dustbin. I mean, they can't possibly be following those to create an unsubstantiated investigation. An analyst who was working on the Russia investigation has been placed on leave. That was somebody who was mentioned in Kash Patel's book on his enemies list. So it is telling me that this is not an agency that is working the way...
Like what she's saying here, right? When we say out in the open, like Kash Patel wrote a book on a lot of crazy shit. Like, we see the stuff they're doing. It's not, QAnon's claims were always super secret, in the shadows, making weird hand symbol retarded shit. It's not the same.
That it did when I was there, just based on some of these outward things. And that can be very dangerous because there is a lot the FBI can do.
Let's go into what it can do. Here's my picture of the FBI, and you can tell me how much of this feels right to you. There is a highly professionalized bureaucracy there. That bureaucracy is a bureaucracy the Trump administration understands to be hostile, has treated as hostile. But of course, not everybody in it is hostile, right? There are going to be people who are there who Kash Patel believes are loyal, believes are on board, believes want to advance through Kash Patel's FBI. There are going to be people they hire into the FBI. And so while the entirety of the FBI would not be safe to turn into your private go after my enemies agency, there are certainly going to be dozens, hundreds of people who you could have on special teams who you were using in ways like this. In the past, under Hoover, the FBI has done a lot of digging up information on people and then using it to compromise them, to blackmail them, very famously with people like Martin Luther King Jr. And so if you imagine something that does not seem to me to be far-fetched, historically or in the present, which is you've named Patel and Bongino, who are intense loyalists to Donald Trump, to this position. They understand their work is serving Donald Trump's will, and they understand their tools being the FBI and loyal agents within the FBI or loyal people they can bring to the FBI. What could a group like that do?
They can do a lot. There's a long runway from when an investigation is started to when it might get a judicial check of some kind. So just as an example, they can surveil you physically. I mean, just as an intimidation tactic. We'll talk about black vans, right? They can park in front of your house and just watch you all the time. They can go interview people that you're working with and not make it clear what they're investigating, and that creates a lot of suspicion around you. They can go through your trash. They can find out all the numbers that you're calling. They can get your financial transactional data and find out how and where you're spending your money. All of those things they can do without getting, without having to show probable cause to a court. And that in and of itself, I think the danger is not so much you'll be charged with a crime and, that is specious, is that you actually will never be charged. It will be a Hoover type of operation where it's either done surreptitiously, as you said, to gather information and then to weaponize that, or as simply a way to harass you, to intimidate you, to make it expensive for you, that you have to hire a lawyer and you have to figure out what is going on. All of those things can happen, and it's why the Attorney General guidelines are there. If you listen to Kash Patel and Pam Bondi very carefully in their confirmation hearings, they said, we're going to follow the law.
Let's imagine that once again, President-elect Trump issues a directive or order to you or to the FBI director that is outside the boundaries of ethics or law. What will you do?
Senator, I will never speak on a hypothetical, especially one saying that the president would do something illegal. What I can tell you is my duty, if confirmed as the Attorney General, will be to the Constitution and the United States of America.
Director Wray quoting...
And again, remember this. I wonder if Ezra's picked up on this yet, or maybe they'll mention it. When they say, duty to the Constitution or whatever, that's always code for break the law, because the rationale is that the laws themselves are unconstitutional. So it's always a duty to the Constitution, because they hate the laws on the books, and they don't believe in the laws, and they think the laws are all bullshit anyway. Except for when the Supreme Court overturns them, then they agree with the Supreme Court's interpretation of the law.
Former Attorney General Bell said you should be willing to resign if necessary over conduct if you're pressed to engage in it that's unethical, illegal, or unconstitutional. If pressed by the president, would you resign?
Senator, my answer is simply I would never do anything unconstitutional or unlawful, and I never have in my 16 years of government service.
He said unlawful, at least. That's good.
Would you be willing to resign the post of FBI director if pressed and given no choice but to obey the order or resign?
Senator, I will always obey the law.
Well, the law to them is Article 2. It's the unitary executive theory. It's this idea that if the president does it, it's legal in terms of law enforcement, in terms of taking care that the law be faithfully executed. So there aren't guardrails. I mean, in their interpretation of the law, the president's will is essentially their command.
In their interpretation.
And again, this would be a thing where, where was that dipshit in chat? It was like, how is this any different than QAnon? In QAnon, we would say that the reason why we know this is how Biden and Hillary are interpreting the law is because in 1992, John Podesta bought a pizza and he said, ignore what's on the receipt. And the receipt is a code word for the Constitution. And he's telling them to ignore it because he wants them to do whatever. It would be like some crazy cockamamie thing. But for the Trump admin, it's literally... they're writing executive orders. Fuck, which one was it? What was the executive order that said the Attorney General has the final say on what is the law?
Order stating that only he and Attorney General Pam Bondi have the power to decide what the law means in the U.S. The order interprets...
Fuck, what was the letter of the order? Fuck me. Which one was it? here. Reigns in... Wait, was it just this? It was just this. Oh, it's interpret. I'm sorry. The president and the attorney... No, wait. This is not it. Fourth point. Will interpret the law for the executive branch instead of having separate agencies adopt conflicting interpretations. It wasn't this. It was... The wording was something along the lines of, like, the attorney general has the final say on what the law is or something. I don't remember if they specifically mention the courts, but they say something like that. Fuck! I wish I could remember what executive order it is. But, it's like, it's all out in the open. None of this is like secret or weird, although I can't find it right now, so maybe that one is secret. No,
interpretation of the law.
Somebody
it was
find it.
lawful to go to the SDNY and tell the career prosecutors there to lay off of Eric Adams because he had come to some kind of deal. I mean, accounts differ, but it's pretty clear, I would say, my opinion, what happened, that he had come to a deal with the Trump administration to basically do what it said.
Yep.
In return for their protection. That happened under Pam Bondi, this attorney general. That was, to me, the big signal in all this. Again, that happened relatively in the daylight. They sustained the effort, even after all
Oh,
these...
that too, yeah, relatively in the daylight. That wasn't relatively in the daylight. That was in the open daylight. Like, that was... You couldn't be more open. These were public letters that were being republished on fucking X and shit. Like, everybody could see what was going on there. All of this was super open.
Prosecutors resigned publicly, creating quite a lot of bad press and publicity for them. And they did it because... I mean, I think the through line of Donald Trump's view of the world and how to operate in it is leverage. What he wants on countries, what he wants on people, what he wants on business partners is leverage. He'll get it in kind of all different domains. Tariffs are leverage. Power in primaries is leverage.
Funding for universities.
Funding for universities is leverage. The fact that they can deport you on a green card is leverage. The fact that you're being investigated by the SDNY for political corruption is leverage. But then you think of the FBI and its capacity to find leverage on people. And if you hold the view of them that I just described, then the FBI specifically becomes a very frightening organization.
It becomes a weapon. It's important to understand that this idea of using power for leverage actually dovetails very nicely with the unitary executive theory, which doesn't see any independence between law enforcement and the president.
Can you say what the unitary executive theory is?
So it's this idea that the president, in his singular person, it embodies all of the executive power. Everyone under him, all the inferior officers under him, are essentially expressions of that power. This is really about being able to hire and fire everyone in the executive branch, but it's been extended to this idea that the president can control investigations because he is the chief law enforcement officer. And there's nothing in Article 2 of the Constitution that actually says that there has to be any independence. I mean, the Attorney General and FBI is not mentioned there either. These are all evolved from norms.
So then when you say there's a connection between unitary executive theory and using the FBI in this way, draw that out.
Basically, the unitary executive theory would support President Nixon's maxim that if the president does it, it's legal.
It's...
Okay, wait. I think this was the one I was thinking of, but this does say, I'm misremembering this. This is a unitary executive theory idea. This isn't necessarily interpreting it over the courts, because this says for the executive branch, I think. The president and attorney general, subject to the president's supervision and control, shall provide authoritative interpretations of law for the executive branch. So this is just saying for the executive branch. Okay, never mind on that one. Also, I thought the unitary executive theory wasn't saying that if the president does it, it's law. I thought it was saying that every single branch of the executive or part of the executive is just an extension of the president. Therefore, the president can have a direct control of all of them. I thought that was more a unitary executive theory than anything about breaking the law.
Theory and using the FBI in this way. Draw that out.
Basically, the unitary executive theory would support President Nixon's maxim that if the president does it, it's legal.
It's... When we talk through this, what you're left with is, at least for the next period until the midterms and the swearing in of another Congress, the boundaries on what they can do are what they decide to do. Well, first, is there anything wrong with that statement?
No, and you're more of a political analyst than I am, but my sense is there may be one other potential restraint is that even if this administration doesn't care about the court of law, they do seem to care about the court of public opinion.
See, I don't think they do.
You don't think they do? Because
well, but it's weird because it feels like he cares about the court of public opinion insofar as the public cares about him, but not necessarily other Republicans winning elections, I guess, which is weird, but...
I think mass protest, unpopularity, bad polls, I could potentially, and also the framing of things, for example, the idea that Trump can't bring back a person from an El Salvadoran gulag, from this country, suggests a lot of weakness. And, so I think there are ways to frame things in ways that put the administration on the defensive in terms of the popular narrative.
Let me think about how my own thinking on this has changed, because I would have said the same thing you're saying. And I'm not going to tell you that I think there is no level of mass protest.
Oh, fuck. Sorry, this was it. Okay, thank you. I thought I was going crazy for a second. Lastly, we have another executive order that President Trump signed relating to independent agencies. This executive order would establish important oversight functions in the Office of Management and Budget and its subsidiary office, OIRA, supervising independent agencies in many of their actions, and also reestablish the longstanding norm that only the President or the Attorney General can speak for the United States when stating an opinion as to what the law is. But maybe this can be interpreted as just having to do with executive agencies. Also, this isn't an EO. These were comments on an EO afterwards, so I think. Or lastly, we have an executive order that, oh yeah, like this was probably referring to that last executive order. I understand. Okay. For executive agencies.
Test. No level of public opinion loss that would move or unnerve them. And the thing about public opinion is he doesn't have to win re-election. And he's definitely not running the country in a way where he seems to care if House Republicans win re-election. Donald Trump has systematically traded away that popularity to do things that anybody anywhere in the world could have told him would be unpopular, like crash the global stock market, raise prices for everyday Americans. And it has been their relative immunity is too strong, but willingness to absorb that unpopularity and that backlash, it has made me rethink how sensitive they are to it. The only thing I have actually seen stop them is the beginnings of unravelings in the treasury bond market.
And the bonds. Oh, yeah.
I don't think they want to cause a genuine financial crisis. Beyond that, either because they think this stuff will be popular over time, I mean, Bukele is a very popular president in El Salvador, or because they think their tariffs will work over time, they are not vulnerable or sensitive to short-term whims of popular opinion. Mass protests, I actually find a quite unnerving prospect right now, because I think a lot about the moment in the first term when you had the George Floyd protests, and Trump said that he wanted to see the National Guard or someone deployed to shoot the protesters at least in the knees. And that order, if you want to call it an order, that suggestion was ignored. And Trump was surrounded by people in that term who saw part of their job as restraining his worst impulses. There are no breaks around him. There's no one left to say no.
True.
Watching his cabinet arrange itself to
Around
give him
Elon
this dear
Musk and
leader-like
everything.
encomiums, watching Doug Burgum prostrate himself before Donald Trump.
And
watching
Rubio.
Donald Trump's FCC nominee walk around with a golden Trump pin, a golden pin of
Rubio, who was like a traditional like neocon-esque figure, watching him just completely bow to everything that Trump has said and done, like, is wild.
Trump's head. Watching members of Congress put forward bills to make it possible for Trump to have a third term or be on Mount Rushmore. Watching Marco Rubio defend what is happening with Bukele is, aside from being horrific, very telling. Rubio is completely, at this point, clearly compromised, or has chosen to be. The address to the joint session of Congress, where Trump singled out Rubio for this public mocking, this public humiliation, where it was clear that Rubio was on thin ice in a way that other members of the administration weren't, was a very adroit play, a very adroit signal to everybody that Rubio was either going to get on board fast or he was going to get off-boarded fast. So I think they've chosen to ride this as hard as they can under the assumption it'll work out for them.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they have a lot of points of vulnerability until someone else holds actual power.
I trust your assessment. I do think that it is an assumption.
I would like to be wrong.
Yeah, and I think what you're pointing out is it's always a loyalty test.
Mm-hmm.
The ritual humiliation,
The crazy thing is just after this administration, assuming the world's still here and the country's still here, and we still have free elections, it's gonna be like watching all of the Republicans, all of the MAGA Republicans now trying to crawl back to the Republican establishment. It's gonna be so fucking weird. Or to see whatever like grows out of the smoldering corpse of the conservative movement next.
wanting people to bend the knee. But I do think for that reason, it's that much more important to have the acts of resistance, right? Like what Harvard is doing now is absolutely even changing their website. The law firms that are stepping up. I do think the protests, and if it gets to the point of we need to have our Tiananmen Square moment, then maybe that's what it needs to happen. I mean, we're kind of, sometimes the egregious things are what wake people up.
This I agree with. The thing I was saying that I don't think they're that vulnerable to now is public opinion. What I think they're vulnerable to is power. And there are lots of parts of society that hold power. Donald Trump does not have absolute power. It was essential that Harvard did what it did. And now the other universities behind them are going to start doing that too, because you don't want to go down in history as a university that didn't do what Harvard did. This is starting to become true for the law firms. The first set of them fell. And now I think you're seeing a number behind them realize what this moment is and stop and say no. Business leaders, I think, have power.
Yes.
I think there's a lot of power that the Trump administration understands is held elsewhere.
The problem is that power is decentralized, and you have to make a decision to step up and do something, knowing that you might take a fall for being the first one to do it, and then other people are join up afterwards, right? Like, I think one or two organizations stepping out and standing up for something encourages other people to do the same, but oof, it's a rough one.
And at the moment, that's why I was saying that I think it's very important that the Democrats win power in the midterms, because I think what the Trump administration respects ultimately is power. You can already see with the tariff exceptions and carve-outs that there are companies he does not want to be on the wrong side of. I do believe protests are important. I just think I expect we will actually get there. I just think that when we get there, it's going to be a very dangerous moment.
For sure. I expect him to invoke the Insurrection Act.
Yeah. Do you want to say a bit about what that would permit?
The Insurrection Act allows the president to use the military for domestic law enforcement. Essentially, we would see military personnel in the street, potentially arresting people or doing other law enforcement type activities, which I think normally the military has tried to not operate in that way domestically.
I'm also worried he'll invoke the Insurrection Act. And I think, again, going back to people he's appointed, the message of appointing Hegseth Patel, right? He put loyalists in charge of...
And firing the JAG officers.
Firing the JAG officers, firing generals we thought were disloyal, or trying to fire some of them at least. He has tried to take control of the security agencies, and I don't think that's for no reason.
Yeah, I think that's right. I just think that, as you mentioned, exercising all of those pockets of power regularly and systematically from now until the midterms. I mean, waiting until the midterms to me.
Yes,
like I
agree with you.
I mean, if we're here 100 days in, like I don't know where we're going to be.
Look, that's a point for me. The last thing I want to come off on in this shows it nihilist. But the point of, for me, this whole conversation is to say that if it is not stopped now, it is going to get much worse.
Yeah.
If people don't take where we are now, it feels so cliche to invoke the poem we are all taught. First they came for the communists, and I said nothing because I was not a communist. And they came for the trade unionists, and I said nothing because I was not a trade unionist.
Then they came for the
Then they
gamers.
Came for the Jews, and I said nothing because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to say anything. It's not that there be no one left. It's that by then people decide it is too dangerous to say anything, right? That you climb up the ladder of power every time you are able to exercise power against a weaker set of enemies in society, and nobody stops you. And that's why, to me, the Abrego Garcia case is not a small thing.
No.
If he can do this to some random Maryland father, 3 kids, nobody actually believes this guy's any threat to anybody, and then sit in the Oval Office.
Wait, there's no shot this is true.
A video that was critical of Ethan and other content creators when they're talking about Israel and Palestine.
I think that Ian is running defense for this by saying and framing it in that way. When the title of the video is the YouTubers that backed it. Like, I'll show you the video. This is the one that Hassan wanted me to... Hassan wanted to... How many subs was he going to give me if I watched this video? The whole thing on stream. It was like a huge amount, right? He really wanted me to watch this. And
wait, is this like a leak, or did Hassan say this publicly? It's like a joke? Was Hassan really offering him 500 subs, it says? Asmel says Hassan offered to give him 500 subs for him to watch Noah's video on stream.
The YouTubers who backed the genocide. 500 subs, yeah, there it was. And like, to say that a YouTuber backs a genocide, this is a pretty heavy accusation, right? This is a really heavy accusation. This isn't being critical of how they are talking about the Israel-Palestine conflict. This is someone saying that
that's wild.
Not only are you
Jesus
talking about it, but you are actively promoting the ethnic cleansing of a group of people.
Oh my God. Was this was like months and months ago before they were actively fighting? I told you Hassan and Asmongold didn't want to feud with each other. This was months ago, right? And Asmongold didn't say anything about it then, but he is saying something about it now because they are fighting. See, it was like the Red-Brown Alliance. See? They were. It was 100% the Red-Brown Alliance over there, okay? I'm not crazy when I say these things.
The accusation. This is so actively...
Hassan clip of him saying 500 subs.
Okay. I will gift 500 gifted subs in Asmongold's chat if he sits through this entire video. He doesn't need the money.
So
obviously,
cringe, dude.
But that's how much I know he will never million years watch this. I'm betting 500 gifted subs in Asmongold's chat that he will never watch the YouTubers who backed the genocide. It goes against his previous claims. He hinted he's gonna sue Noah for this. Yeah, good luck.
That video is relatively new. Okay, never mind. Maybe it wasn't long enough.
Mr. Litigation. That's the other sad state of affairs here. We'll
pretend it supported my theory anyway, though. Woo yeah.
So Bukele and say, I would like to do this to U.S. citizens too. And people just shrug their shoulders and move on. I mean, then what he has learned is he can do it.
Right. Yeah. Listen, power is freely given. I mean, all of these authoritarians, this is what Timothy Snyder says, right? That power is usually given to them and people obey in advance. And I think that it is important. It seems to me that we're definitely there in the red zone, but I think we're still early enough that there's still a lot that we can do. And just to go back to the Chilean example, just because I was a Latin American studies person, this is a country that 17 years in extricated itself. Okay. So you can always come out. It just gets harder and harder, as you mentioned with this poem. And so the time to do it is now. And I think there's a complacency that the courts are going to save us.
Yes.
And the courts have a role. They are, I think, mostly holding their institutional role here, but they're not going to save us. The other institutions, and I mean not just the co-equal branches, but yes, Congress, as you mentioned, businesses, the legal profession, universities, press, all the institutions have to be robust, and the people at this stage.
Look, I talk to Democrats in Congress all the time, and the biggest problem they face is that they actually just don't have a lot of good options. I'm not sympathetic in every respect to the decisions they have made, but unless they want to use the debt ceiling to crash the economy, there isn't a huge number of points of leverage. They can hold things up in the Senate, but the fact of the matter is the Trump administration doesn't have a huge legislative agenda at the moment. And Democrats are not in the majority in the Senate, and they have very, very little power in the House. I think people want them to have power they don't really have. But look, there's going to be another government shutdown question in less than a year. And depending on where we are, I think it's going to be much harder for Democrats, if this continues in the way it has been, to say on that one, well, we're just going to keep letting this ride. But that's where the rest of society is actually really important. And that's why I really am glad Harvard did what it did. I really was disgusted by these universities with massive endowments bending the knee that easily, by these law firms, by these business leaders who were so outspoken in Trump's first term and have just decided to buckle under in his second. Mark Zuckerberg is out there with Joe Rogan a couple months ago saying, it's so time for Facebook to return to its roots around free expression. Is all this not a threat to free expression? This thing where the kinds of people who work at Facebook can come back into the country on a green card, be pulled into a room and sent back out because somebody found something that was critical of Donald Trump on their phones? What is the free expression content of that policy? At what point is it imperative on these people who do have not just economic but cultural capital in this country to speak about what's going on? I mean, that stuff matters. Those signals are sent and then they're heeded by other people, right? Everybody is a node for social contagion.
Well, I mean, I'm not holding my breath for Mark Zuckerberg to take a stand on anything. But, to go back to the Democrats and people wanting them to do things that they don't have the power to do, fair enough. But this is also an information war. And to bring this back to Abrego Garcia, there are certain stories that can cut through the noise. And that can be the only story. I mean, Republicans are actually really good at this. They get a message. They're very good at distilling it into something very simple. They repeat it and they repeat it and they repeat it. Trump is a master information warrior, in my opinion. Learn from that, and this should be the story, I think, because it's something that people get for exactly the reason that you mentioned. I think people do understand, like, if the government can stop this guy who's been here for 10 years, get him out of a car, put him on a plane to El Salvador and wash their hands of him, that's us.
They put a face on their own lawlessness.
They have put a face on their lawlessness, and that is an opportunity to get people to wake up. And I think there are people who, I think even Jon Stewart said, yeah, you got me. I was not taking this seriously, and now I am. And I think there are people who will.
Can we get 3 books, please?
That's the place to end. Also, final question. What are 3 books you'd recommend to the audience?
3 books I'd recommend. I was in Tulsa, Oklahoma last fall, and I got a book called The Burning by Tim Madigan about the Tulsa Race Massacre, which was very eye-opening and astonishing that I did not learn that in history. I recently read Ben Mesrick's Breaking Twitter, which is basically how Musk broke Twitter, but it is an interesting playbook that you are seeing replicated now. So it was a good insight into his mind. And then Jason Stanley's Erasing History, How Fascists Rewrite the Past to Control the Future, which is very prescient in terms of what the Trump administration is trying to do.
Got that ideological reading list.
Asha Rangappa, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nobody wants a wild card, okay? It doesn't make any sense. We don't want a maniac in our group, but there's no benefit to it. I feel like you just agreed with me, but you weren't listening to what I was saying.
Yes. You pointed at me like I said something, but I didn't. Oh, good. Charlie, having somebody making wild decisions that make no sense, that benefits nobody. Oh, yes. Right, yes.
Is he listening to it? I can't tell.
He's listening. He's not understanding.
Yeah, he doesn't even, get us, man. We're talking about you. I mean...
Based? And true?
Hey guys, disembodied voice of Atrioc here. This is normally the part of the clip when a stupid chat message would whoosh on the screen and I would say something about stocks or treasury yields or bonds or how I don't have glizzy fingers. But today is a little bit different. We have just launched our Lemonade Stand podcast Patreon, the podcast I do with Doug, and Aiden. And our very first Patreon episode is up. It's an hour of bonus content recorded on a different day. And this first episode had a section that I really, really enjoyed. I enjoyed the discussion. I enjoyed especially what Aiden was saying. I resonated with it a lot. And I thought it'd be cool for everyone to see it. So I asked the guys and we can make it public. So I'm making this section public on the Big A channel. I hope you check it out. And if you like it, check out the full Patreon. A little bit of context going in. We had a episode covering the concept of abundance. It's a new book by Ezra Klein. And the idea of, building more housing and changing housing regulations so we can get more stuff built. And Doug, I think particularly got some feedback and he wanted to address a comment and it led to a much broader discussion about politics and labels and things I found very interesting. So here's the clip. Check it out. And if you like it, check out patreon.com/lemonadestand. Thanks, guys.
So I saw a comment that I thought was interesting, which is, I think it's very interesting how Doug's response to Democratic leadership is to declare himself a moderate, while other responses, including my own, were to declare themselves even further left to distance ourselves from the train wreck of a left-wing party we have in America. What is funny about this is I think objectively Doug and I would agree on most things, and then lists a number of interesting things.
Is Doug this other guy on the podcast?
So that caused me to reflect a little bit and just kind of consider that. Well, I think the Democratic Party.
Oh, that's the guy talking. Okay, this is Doug.
So
what's the guy on the right? What's his name?
Deeply unliked by basically everybody right now.
Very low approval rating right now.
So low approval rating. It kind of made me start to wonder, like, I don't think my values have changed anyway. I think it's just I become so grossed out by the particular people leading the supposed left-leaning party that maybe I'm not moving moderate, or, this person and I have had the same reactions, but we're just responding to it slightly differently. I thought that was very interesting. And that also clarified for me some of what I think when there was very impassioned responses in the comments, probably some of that was that of feeling like they also have that same frustration, but they're just seeing a different solution to it. I thought that was super interesting. I was curious if you guys had thoughts.
We had a discussion. You were talking about this, and this really stuck with me the way you phrased it. I'm trying to recreate it. And I've noticed this because I've talked about politically sensitive issues online for a while now. I think in a effort to have a mental shortcut or have some way of like saving yourself time. You ever seen that grid of the four political?
Yeah.
It's like authoritarian, libertarian, or like left and right or whatever. I feel like that line of thinking has ruined so many people's brains on having any idea where I think they're more worried about.
Fight me on vaccines for 10 minutes. What do you want?
Hi. Sorry. Okay. You keep saying the J&J vaccine is a traditional vaccine.
Yeah, and it's technically it's not. It's an adeno whatever virus or an attenuated virus, one or whatever, slightly different. What about it?
Yeah, it's not a traditional vaccine. Like I don't know. I feel like you've kept repeating this point of like, oh, like you think the genetic vaccines are weird, yet you won't take the genetic vaccine.
Well, it's not the same type of. It wasn't manufactured the same way that the Moderna and the Pfizer ones were, but nobody ever seems to care about that.
Yeah, it's not an mRNA vaccine, yes, but it is still a genetic vaccine.
Nobody knew that, and nobody cared about that. They just didn't like all of the vaccines. That was the point.
Okay, so like if a good faith conservative came to you and was like, "Oh, hey, I'm not into like a genetic vaccine," you would have just accepted that?
Sure. Then we would have had a more in-depth conversation there. I'd probably ask him about the AstraZeneca one next.
There wasn't, I'm not familiar with any non-genetic vaccines. Like, wasn't AstraZeneca also like a genetic vaccine? Like you're delivering genetic material to a cell to produce the spike protein and not actually doing an inoculation with the thing itself.
Okay. I'm not 100% sure on the AstraZeneca one. I just know that it also didn't use the Pfizer and the Moderna one. Maybe it was similar to the J&J one. If the only issue was this delivery, why has there been a resurgence in like not trusting like the measles vaccine? Like, do you legitimately think in good faith that the thing driving the majority of conservatives was the fact that this was a novel method for creating vaccines?
I mean, I'm not I'm not trying to comment on the.
Then I don't care. Okay, if you want to correct me on the
Okay.
fact that, yeah, then that is correct. Actually, the J&J one wasn't a traditional one, but no conservatives using this argument. There's a reason why you've heard me say this a million times, and nobody's called me out on this because no one has any fucking idea because nobody actually gives a fuck about any of this. It's just a whole bunch of anti-vaxxer talk.
Okay. Well then, yep. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Good one.
Where they fall in a category and then adopting all of the positions they think are in that color code rather than trying to figure out where they actually stand, where their values are on each issue. And the more I have developed my stances on each issue, the more I've researched or learned, the more I feel very constrained and frustrated with that line of thinking. But because it makes it really easy when you're writing a comment to be like, try and find out where someone stands so you can know whether you agree or not.
The idea that it is just a 2D line and you can only move left or right.
You're like targeting computer trying to figure out where they are, and then you can.
Somebody said that the fucking political compass meme test was made by some libertarian, because I feel like when you take that quiz, unless you answer the most unhinged way ever, you always come off as like some at least like moderate libertarian. No, the quadrant thing.
You can know whether you hate it or not. It's become more and more frustrating for me. You know, just for example, like of the candidates that are in America right now, the one I'm probably the most appealed to or like is like Bernie Sanders, because I feel like he's been consistent. And
oh no,
but he said something like
Atriarch,
when he talks about rent control. I personally have read a lot that makes me not believe in rent control.
Yeah.
So like that's just a stance I have that is totally opposite. I don't have any cognitive dissonance where I need to go like, well, Bernie likes it, that's in my category. I need it. So and I don't find that a lot from people that I think are really trying to save the time by just finding a group they can walk into.
It makes me wonder if my thinking of saying I feel that I am now more moderate is basically that. It's not that I'm actually becoming more moderate necessarily, but it's more just like I'm now feeling more of a sense that I can't just trust one half of the political spectrum to like tell me what is or is not the case. And now I feel like really on a case-by-case basis, I am going to individually analyze it and come to my own conclusions. And in that context, ironically, the term moderate feels like it fits that worldview the best, where you're trying to be open-minded to it, even if that is not actually what moderate means,
there's two kinds of moderate. Like there's a moderate where it's like almost wishy-washy, no stance, and it's like just trying to, well, both sides have a good point. And there's a moderate where it's like you have a lot of not well thought, but like serious points you believe in that kind of average out to a more.
Yeah.
It's an entirely different term of moderate. And I do find that all these words are like so constraining. All these words that people have relied on for like online political discussion are so limiting, and they're such minefields that it's very, very hard to even say one of them without giving the wrong. It's like a game of telephone where it hits somebody in the middle and they get the wrong neuron firing on what you're trying to say. Anyway, I sympathize with, I think, some of the, I don't know, frustration you might feel with getting some pushback. When I think you were mischaracterized by some comments in like a way that you shouldn't have, but because you hit some of these minefields. I'm not saying that there's nothing you can't like follow up on or add to, but I noticed that, and I wanted to say that like it's something I've had thoughts about.
Aiden, who do you vote for?
And why are they the best and why is everyone else the worst?
No, I appreciate that. Yeah.
Jill Stein. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, first of all, I think
you can simplify whatever you were thinking into one word, and you can pick the word.
We'll know if you're the right one.
A very short response to the thing you were saying at the beginning is that I do think in American political context, our Democratic Party is not actually that left. And if you look at it in a global political context,
no, not this take.
It is a pretty moderate party.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, while this is like kind of true, it's like a moderate left party. What he's saying actually is kind of true. But the thing to keep in mind is that, at least from my understanding, in European countries where they have legitimate socialist parties or legitimate far left parties, these are never, are there any European countries? These aren't the parties that have any of the political power. That most of the large parties that control huge swaths of European governments are generally also center-left parties. It's not like the socialist parties.
Beef, or maybe even anger, with some of the comments and the way that people talked about what you said and the way people engaged with the idea that we read abundance or this different idea of...
Also, is there no point in building walls? Do they always just step right over them? It's basically a waste of time, right?
You know, where you stand based on a label, depending on how they interpreted what you said, really illustrated a point for me of how I am done. I feel very done with political labels in this part of my life. I come at this from a perspective of I'm like a little younger than you guys. I think like 4 years.
You're way younger than Atrioc, but yeah.
Okay, fuck yourself and fuck yourself.
And I think
you're older than me. I always forget.
It's cool if I just go on the offensive. You usually forget.
Yeah, it's very impressive.
You usually don't realize.
Very well played. Very well played.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Every time somebody younger than me on any of the Twitch stream, like Squeaks turned like 30, 31, I was like, you are so fucking old. And nobody thinks to question how old I am when I say this.
What's fucked up is that you have taken, people call you bald. You're not bald.
Yeah.
You're not bald at all.
I know.
There's nothing bald about it, and you're taking bald pride. You're like, I'm balding.
From a
bro.
real,
I'm
genuine, yeah.
Me and Squeaks are out here suffering, and you're like, oh, bald. Don't call me bald.
To be fair to me, I truly don't want the joke to exist. I've not encouraged it in any way, I assure you.
No,
when people come out and say, oh, a podcast with 3 bald guys, if Doug's bald, it's over for me.
Yeah, exactly. 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 I'm not even at bald, but you're calling him bald? It's crazy.
When I was younger, particularly in college and coming up in the social media space of Twitter and maybe even the Smash community to an extent, I think just across the board, I exist in a heavily left-leaning social space. And I don't mean like, and I went to school in Seattle. So when I say left-leaning, I mean like a lot of my friends were like, Mao and Stalin were chill, and we should really move in that direction. Like I'm talking about dealing with like that spectrum of person, and I think having dealt with a lot of versions of leftists through my social life, have grew a little tired with some of the comments on that episode and the way that people came at you specifically, because depending on their perspective of what leftism is and what is like morally correct to do, they label things differently depending on whether they like it or not. The easiest demonstration of this is that I think a big chunk of abundance is talking about building housing so it is more widely available. And on one hand, a group of what I would call leftists, and I don't mean Democrats, because there is a group of leftists that will say, well, they're just like not left enough, or they're not left in the way I like. They will say that approach to housing, that you label yourself a moderate for liking Doug, come with us. That's what leftists actually think. You're actually a leftist because you think that. But then there's another group of leftists that are calling that solution neoliberal slop, and they don't.
The problem with a lot of Americans is that unless you spend time online, you don't realize that leftist doesn't mean liberal. It means something explicitly different. And now a lot of Americans have kind of adopted this vocabulary of saying leftist, but it doesn't. It means something way different than what most Americans think it means, which is annoying sometimes.
Like it. And I think terms like neoliberal, like left, like right, whatever. I think the problem with these things, it's not that they have no utility at all, and it's not that they don't actually have academic definitions that maybe we could agree and talk about things with. But the problem is these terms mean very different things to different groups of people. One demonstrated conversation I had was in the Yard Discord, and we were talking about abundance being too neoliberal, basically. I encountered this pushback a lot, which is, I didn't like that because I want you to explain to me what that means to you. And then this conversation diverged, and we started talking about like Nordic political and economic systems. And they were talking about how that is too neoliberal and exists within this like world order that like needs to be deconstructed. I think you can actually make arguments for those things. I think you can break it down and have long form discussions and validate your position
in the Yard Discord, which is like the Socrates round.
Okay, I want you guys to This is a quick tangent. This is actually really funny. Is unfortunately in the absence of a real lemonade stand Discord, there's a channel. There's a set of channels in the Yard Discord, which has a shit ton of channels.
Dude, we need a Discord and a Reddit because my Reddit's getting.
I know. In our Discord, there's 4 channels that are called Ludwig Zone, Nick Zone, Aiden Zone, Slime Zone, right? And the idea is you can talk about things either specifically related to us or for all the channels except Ludwig Zone, you can talk about with us directly.
I see. You get up in there.
Aiden Zone has unfortunately just turned into the Lemonade Stand Discord.
Lemonade Zone.
It's
Ooh.
a nightmare.
Do we need to make a new Discord then?
Yeah, let's do that one.
If you sign up for this Patreon, you get access to the Yards Aiden's
We're gonna
Discord.
backdoor you in, and we're gonna sell it for a discount.
But in this discussion,
we're transshipping.
This is to get around the Yard tariffs.
Patreons. We go through Thailand, and you can get.
To me, this was a very limited critique of that I have, because I've been in the spaces for so long, have noticed a lot of young leftists do, particularly young leftists who haven't actually read anything.
True.
They'll just say,
and always true.
So they'll just toss out a label and be like, I don't like the vibes of this, and then they'll call it like neoliberal as an example.
Right.
Which is frustrating because I was like, what specifically about the Nordic system do you not like? I understand that it might not be the end game, but I think like the examples I gave is like strong unionization, nationalization of some industries, like Norway, they nationalized oil, right?
Sure, yeah.
And one more thing, doesn't really matter. And I listed all of those off, and I was like, which one of these goals do you think is too neoliberal? And I'm like, unionization and nationalization of industry, what part of those things is like not left to you?
Right.
If we can't agree on that, where does this conversation even go from here? And the person kind of caved. They were like, actually, yeah, those are like, my frustration is because people interpret these labels in different ways and use them so inconsistently and is so imparted on what they personally believe is valid, it's just lazy. I'm tired of having conversations in the binary of like right and left. I want to have conversations about policy and goals and how we get there and how we change things, because I'm sick of getting watered down in the idea that I need to like ascribe to the label correctly to get you to fucking come along and have the conversation about housing.
Hell yeah.
It is so, it is, you do not care. And this is also why I got a little mad on like Doug's behalf, is think about the setting of how this conversation is coming up to begin with. Doug wants to have a conversation, like we all do, about how do we solve the housing crisis in America. The bar that we all start at is we don't want people to be homeless. People should be able to afford homes, and they should be able to live good, happy lives. So why, with that being the starting point, is your first instinct to be like, Doug is getting a little too right wing because he wants housing for people? Like, it's a delusional conversation that has nothing of value, creates no action, and it doesn't let us solve any sort of problem. And I say that as somebody who was this guy. I was trapped in this world of like trying to participate and like be morally correct and like display. And it doesn't mean these conversations are absent of values, but you need to understand how your values are attached to action. So that has been my thought about it, is like I'm sick of labels. I think they are not productive. I have a set of like morals and values that I want to fulfill, and I want the policies attached to them that fulfill them the best. And it doesn't matter if you're right or left. It's like those terms don't mean anything because they mean different things to different people.
Yeah. I think that is very well said.
Yeah, I really liked how he said that. I thought you were spitting. I think that's fire.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with using labels, and like it's just the issue. And I think we should all be sympathetic towards what he's saying. The issue is that it feels like sometimes people use these labels to obfuscate rather than to actually have a conversation, or they're just trying to like get you on something real quick, and they're not actually concerned with figuring out, what it is you think or believe, or where do you align on policy or not. I think is the issue, right?
One thing to add is like another minefield here that I have encountered is that sometimes, especially I feel like lately, I've seen politicians or public figures, and they've figured out an extra layer to this, which is like the snakeskin, where they can say a value that I agree with, and then their actions don't match it. Like, and one good example, I think you might have brought this up or talked about it, is like,
I am personally of the, I think it's almost anyone, if you ask me, do you want to make government more efficient? It's very simple. It's like an easy, everyone's like, yeah, I think government should be more effective. We should use our money effectively. And someone like an Elon Musk is tweeting like videos of economists that I agree with and stuff like that. But then in his actual actions are doing none of the things. Like, you can speak all the words you want. I mean, even
this is why that interview with Steve Bannon was so disgusting to me, because I genuinely, when you watch these interviews with Steve Bannon that have come up more recently, he's a really strong insight into the Trump campaign, why Trump makes the decisions that he does. And from Bannon's perspective, he's a strong working class perspective of why he wants to make the changes he wants to make. I want to again stress, I do not agree.
You fuck with Steve Bannon.
You're on the right.
Heavy. Yeah, he is. Yeah, heavily.
Maybe what bothers me even more is that even if Steve Bannon 100% believes what he says he's saying in these interviews, it is not backed by the administration or the people that are on board with it at all. If you truly believed what you're saying, Steve Bannon, you wouldn't stand behind the people that are in power right now. They don't even follow what you want.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any, it doesn't, exactly.
Yeah, I fucking agree so hard. And there's like a long history of this. I mean,
yeah,
you know, a classical example, and this is not something I agree with, but like Ronald Reagan was a guy that came into power saying, you know, the worst thing you can hear is the government is getting involved. We're gonna make small government. But in actuality, he drastically increased spending. He he drastically increased the military, cut taxes, blew out our deficit. He was like, we got to balance our budgets. We got to. He says these things, but in actions, there's none of it. There's nothing even close to whatever his ideal is. So I can't even get to the point where I'm like debating you on the ideal or like discussing the ideal because it's not happening. That is what's been to me the most. There's a lot of things to be bad, but to me the thing that irks me the most about this Trump administration is like there's nothing I can even ideologically talk about. There's no ideology there. It's all whatever his whims are. It's all loyalty to him. It's all one guy doing random shit. It's impossible for me to even find the thing that I'm talking about to break it down because it changes so dramatically. So that's a frustration I've been having with politics in general. It's like I just think these people don't even match up to what they say.
Now that we've both gone on two fiery
you want to
rants,
rant it up.
How
Dude.
do you feel like that engages with what you're talking about? Well, like what do you think about?
Yes. It was interesting. I think the use of labels was the flashpoint for people to respond with a lot of emotion. And I'm realizing, you know, again, like basically what we're saying is the same kind of transformation you've had of feeling like just being really tired of like everything needs to be categorized into these buckets in terms of like, let's just try to understand what's going on. That to me is so important. And my biggest frustration with politics and with political discourse is just that nobody seems to be able to talk with any kind of respect or acknowledgement of each.
If this guy genuinely believes this, then that's cool. But I do find that one of the frustrating things about the people who are like, why can nobody respect each other anymore? Oh, Asmongold, right, included. He kind of said this today, right? Why? It seems like everybody's so evil and so harsh and so mean. But then when you look and see like at the type of political rhetoric they support, it's like the harshest, evilest, meanest shit that you can find. And it's like, well, what exactly are you looking for here? Because I'm trying to see I'm trying to see like what it is you actually fucking care about, because it seems like you do want the mean shit, but maybe he doesn't.
It's all just, it's one side versus the other. It seems like it's maybe dissipating a little bit now, and that's why I'm glad we are doing this, because I feel like it's an effort to explicitly push back against that. And that's, it's interesting as I've attempted to put labels on myself to figure out where I am in this, that in this conversation in the past week or two, I'm like, oh yeah, kind of just the labels don't really make sense to me. I'm just trying to view things on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah.
Exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
I think the way, you know what, this is funny. I feel this way about my sexuality. I always talked about when I was growing up, because I've had a lot of people reach out to me I'm bisexual, and I figured out I was like bisexual when I was like pretty young.
You're a moderate.
So that means you're a moderate.
I sit on the fence.
You're like a Joe Biden.
Okay. You're not the first person to make that joke. But the thing when I was growing up, the way I looked at it was like, I just like who I like. I don't really think about it very much. I don't think I don't really care that I'm bisexual. I don't take a lot of like pride in it. It's just like, I just kind of like who I like. And that's it. And as I talk to other particularly men in my life who like were friends of mine and then came forward to me at some point and basically told me that they were like, how did you know? How did you figure that out? Because they were going through feelings of figuring that out in like their early to mid 20s. And I often told them that. I was like, just you don't need to get caught up. You don't need to like prove anything to anybody. I think this is weirdly similar to that in that I do ascribe myself as I'm left. I'll say it in a very general sense. I'm a left-leaning person. If you took most economic and social issues and you ascribe them to a basic spectrum that most people understand, I will probably be on the left side in almost everything you bring up. But the reason why I keep it vague and I say almost is I don't think that's important. We should talk about the like dynamism of each issue and talk about the way it interacts with other things and get to the bottom of like each specific thing.
Not much to be said there, but I fucking agree. I think I'm glad we said this. It's a good.
Yeah. Hey, another problem solved by lemonade stand.
To me, I'm hoping because I think the Patreon will be successful. We don't know yet, but I think this sets a good base, and the tone that I wanted coming into the show with you guys is I'm over that time in my life where I want to just make broad generalizations about things. I want to dig into problems and talk about them and present them in like as honest of a way as possible, and also be receptive when like new information or ideas are given to me, which I think is a general strength of mine. Is like my mind isn't set about these things. I want as much information as possible to make a better decision because I care about the problem being solved. I don't care about the idea of being on what side of the issue. If we came back to housing, I want people to have houses. Like, how do we get
brave?
Such a brave.
But it's not, right? It's not brave. It's like, why can't we all are starting from there?
No, I think you summed up in a more potent way. I think how I've been feeling, and verbalized it in a pretty good way because that's very much how I think about this. Yeah.
And if we could get back to roasting Doug, he said Brightline was high-speed rail. What a
dumbass alert!
Idiot, dude.
What?
What
Come
an
on!
Idiot.
What
He said it
a
was high
fucking
speed.
right-wing shill!
Wow, how cute. Very curious if you'd ever do a breakdown of ironic post-love podcast, Chapo, True, Anon, etc. Was an avid listener, still listening here and there, but grew concerned about their communication style. I've listened to some, and some of it's like kind of funny, but I just don't have I think the style of humor for me to care as much about that kind of stuff. So I don't think I would ever listen to much of it in like long form and be able to tell you like, if I agree or disagree with some of it. I don't know. Or think it's like too problematic or something. Maybe the Carney interview with Scott Galloway. We watched some of it. We watched enough of it. We get it. We figured him out. He's a neoliberal shill. They were all trying to get him on the Canadian debate stage. I think because they were kind of saw him as, I guess like the poll leader. Although supposedly, I don't know, when do polls close for all of this stuff or what? I feel like I saw people saying you need to vote ASAP. And supposedly the conservative duders are closing in, or it's very close, or they're slightly ahead on the 28th. Can you vote early or something? This weekend is advanced polling and the 20th is election day. Gotcha. Have you kept up on the DNC stuff? Do you have an opinion on David Hogg? Not a strong opinion, and no, I really haven't. He was the guy, was he the guy who made his like whole I'm not trying to sound mean, but like his whole identity is like anti-gun stuff? He was like a survivor of Sandy Hook or something? Yeah, okay. As an avid anti-gun person myself, I agree 100%. Okay. That needs to be the entire identity of the Democratic Party. Or not. Oh, Parkland, not Sandy Hook, sorry. Would you do a Canadian election stream? Maybe if I'll be here. I think I'll be here. Is JJ McCullough a little schizo? He seems to get very mad anytime Carney says anti-American stuff. I hear people say this a lot, and maybe it's a little true. He seems like a little bit of a marabou. He really, really, really loves America. Which, you know what? God bless him, because what a great country this is. Do you want to go through H3's reaction to the content cop, or is it too repetitive after watching yourself? Bro, I watched the whole thing. I don't think I want to. Do I need, like, is he going to go over anything brand new? I'm sure Awk will post the, or Yeet or Awk will post the good clips for whatever's necessary to go over. Is there, there's no way to build this shit on Novice, right? Like, if I've unlocked the higher tier dirt, can I put that down on Novice? Placeable anywhere in the red biome. Oh no, I can't. Cringe. Do you endorse what Dan said about Hassan being with a diddler? I mean, listen, if he partied with him, I mean, what are you gonna say? What is this?
Uh-oh. She's coming to give a punch.
Look right into this camera with me.
Uh-oh.
Say forgiveness.
That was good. That was good.
Okay.
You had me sweating, though, for a minute. What if she did it? What if she actually said it? That would have been so unexpected and crazy.
Kidding. What else can you do? Imagine being me. What else are you gonna do?
This moment specifically stands out to me. H3 is the only reason Tana was even in the same room as Ian. This wouldn't have happened without H3 facilitating. Is that true? Is that why they became friendly again? Yes, Logan Paul was there too.
Because of some, but the reality is that I'm just not like that. People know this. People watch my clips all the time. People watch my show all the time. They know it's not something that I do. And in fact, I even have to defend myself against if you don't like this person, you're hating because she's wearing a hijabi, bro. Please, brother. There is so much to hate on that person. It's hard to find things to like. Every clip I've seen of her is like atrocious.
True.
But she's unapologetically offensive, asking the world not to be offensive. When you pick and choose what groups, what style that people can be offensive to, you already lost in my mind. You don't get to do that. You either say, yo, Don't be offensive to this stuff. That's it. Don't be, well, white people aren't as, but these guys, but Jewish people.
Why he shave all your neck? I don't want to have a neck beard, bro. I look fine.
Oh, damn.
Oh, this lady's fat.
Oh, she's pregnant.
Oh, shit.
Oh, my God.
Have you seen any of the work from the guys at Theory Underground doing a podcast called Why Left? Really interesting content. You should talk to them. I'm sure it'd be a great intellectual conversation. Would love to see it. Maybe. We'll see, okay?
Thank you for the sub.
Pokelawls and Nimplol talk about Austin drama. Oh no, the drama queen, Pokelawls, has returned. Oh, sorry, I gotta delete every single clip, even though backups are made for everything. Okay.
Like, NB, I don't hate you, man, but like, can you see where I'm coming from, like, before? Like, I never told you, but Greek, when you were having problems with Greek came over, and just, his main goal was to feed me shit about you, and make me hate you. I think I told you, man. I feel you, man. Sorry for leaving you. Okay, I appreciate that, and I apologize for reacting like a baby, though. All right, I am an emotional person. I am. I wish I could fix how I react to things, and be stronger. You know what I mean? If you really mean that, I appreciate that a lot. Okay. Therapy? Yeah, I do want to get therapy. I actually do. I'm scared of it, really.
Any update on doing stuff with people from the Bulwark? My first one is, I think, Monday. And I will slowly infect the Bulwark until I get to be on a show. My dream is to be on a show with Kara and Scott at the same time, okay? That's my dream. That's my maximum dream, okay?
And your whole system is scrambled.
No, your brain is scrambled from getting punched in the face too many times because you don't understand the situation. I shouldn't make fun of the CTE thing. That's a real complication. Right. Although I didn't choose to get in the ring and keep getting punched in the head like Homer Simpson against Mike Tyson, which is essentially what happened. I rooted for you 2 times, man. And it's like you just get punched in the head. And I told you even last time you were on the podcast, I said, you got to stop fighting and try to make some money from this. And he's like, I'm going to get punched in the head more. And at a certain point, you...
Why do you point out so many times the way Asmongold talks about the fired people? Appealing to emotion while making hilarious but cruel jokes is cringe. It seems literally a debate tactic. My main issue with Asmongold are the policy positions that he supports. When he jokes about supporting those policy positions, I think the jokes are extra gross, but it's mainly because of the policy positions that he is supporting. Is that really that hard to understand? Like, I'm not really just mad about the mean jokes. Like, if he wants to make those same types of mean jokes to other people, he can knock himself out. It has to do with the positions that he's supporting. That's the bad thing.
You get punched in the head so many times, you don't know when to stop getting punched in the head. And it just runs, it's a runaway train.
And your whole system is scrambled.
No, your brain is...
He only did like 2 fights or something, right? There's no way that we can attribute anything that's happened with Ian to CTE, right? Not safe for work. Oh, okay, maybe not. Fox News did to our parents what everyone said video games and rap music was going to do to us. True. Based. Dear Dr. Psychology in Seattle. Dear Mister, I'm too good to call or write my fans. Just kidding. I have respect for you and your expertise and appreciate everything you've spoken about. However, I find your new video about me to be extremely unprofessional, especially without talking to me first. You're participating in a bad faith attack on my character as presented by one side who is currently engaging in that harassment campaign. You have one side of a story, but engage confidently in damaging speculation about my character. True. Wait, what? Kara and Scott aren't part of the Bulwark? Wait, is that true? All of these people are, in my mind, the Bulwark is this huge center-left thing that all these people are part of. That might not be true even remotely, so it's just coded in my head. I don't know the structure of any of these larger orgs, so that might not be true at all. I'm sorry. I blame Ian for putting you in the middle of a highly contentious dispute. That was extremely unfair of him. Did Ian ever once tell you that his friend that I'm upset with is literally responsible for CPS visiting my house, that she spread malicious lies about my children, eating dog shit and catching disease? Did he tell you that the majority of clips he used of me is from an episode entitled CPS Came to My House the Morning of the Visit? It's unfair that Ian put you in this position, but I also find your video to be irresponsible and unethical. Damn. Have you seen the new state-run media channel, Trump Admin just started? I have not seen it yet, but I heard they were starting one. H3 swastika sword discussion. Oh, that was kind of bad optics.
Why would they have that though? Like, I feel like you buy that, you take one look at it, you go, maybe not.
I got no clue. That
well, it's not actually a swastika. It just looks like a swastika.
Pretty damn close.
What does that mean? What? I mean, it's not like a swastika is like a real thing. In reality, like it's not a real swastika, it's just the image of a swastika. Or maybe he means it's not exactly a swastika, just kind of unintentionally looks like one, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's from
it's from an anime.
Can you send it?
Oh, it's from Bleach. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I have to bleach my mind of this video.
I'm not gonna say that they're most genocide.
Probably should have picked a different katana for the photo.
Ian posted this to Twitter, okay, with a katana. Not racist guy, not racist.
Listen, he's just embracing his new audience.
With the least anti-Semitic people on Twitch. Zoom in on the hilt. That is a fucking uncomfortable similarity to a swastika.
It's a warm welcome to his new audience, Ethan.
Wait, how is that not a swastika? That's almost like it's doing the whole motion.
It's from Bleach.
I guess it is a swastika. It's not like a Nazi swastika. Swastika's originally from Asia.
So what's the name of the sword? I want to see what it looks like in the cartoon.
Okay. Oh, I don't. It looks this. I can never get into Bleach.
I just want to see it for reference.
Fake weeb over here.
Bleach. I'll say Bleach Nazi sword.
Katana.
Bleach Nazi sword.
Whose sword is this? Is it Hassan's?
Yeah,
that's
so. Yeah,
the thing is, like, you can't own this and have it and like have it out without being like, this looks like a swastika.
Yeah, totally.
Or do you think that now that it's been pointed out that he should remove the photo at least? Take it down?
No, he's not going to.
It's just
that's a fucking swastika.
I'm her
Come on, dude.
If it's about the policy decisions, you would only mention them, not focus how he sounds. Is it really that hard to understand? What do you mean? I focus on both. What? If somebody supports a policy that I think is fucking disgusting, and then on top of that, they're making jokes to show off like their cruelty and inhumanity about their disgusting, horrible fucking policies, of course I'm going to point out both. What are you talking about?
It's very close.
I mean, I guess objectively it is the shape of a swastika, but I think the intent has nothing to do with Nazi Germany.
The Nazis have ruined that symbol. You can't just be like, oh, well,
let me ask you this. Is Hassan a huge fan of Bleach? Does he have a reason to have this?
Probably, right?
Okay. I mean, I've never heard talk about it in my entire life.
Well, how much you watching, you know?
Well, hold on. Let's see. Let's look.
And that is a very popular one. I could never get into it. I don't know.
I didn't like it.
I'm with you, Dan. It sucks.
It sucks, right?
Find one instance of him talking about the show Bleach.
Okay.
Is there any mention of the Jewish people in that?
I just don't know that you can.
I don't think
in the context of this people that talk about Israel and Palestine.
These people.
Somebody should have looked at the photo and been like, hey, maybe that is probably a bad call.
He's goofed around with the sword, right? He's goofed around the sword. He's seen it.
It's still up though, you guys. Like it's still up. He tweeted that and it's still up. It didn't, like it's been pointed out. Let's say he didn't know. Now he knows. It's still up. So what are we supposed to think about that?
Yeah,
I thought it was weird as fuck.
It is pretty startling to see.
Oh my god!
Not exactly the messaging you want to put forth. I wouldn't think.
Zengetsu is the name of the sword. Zengetsu.
Just find me one instance of Hassan talking about Bleach, and I'll absolve him of everything.
He most likely watches Bleach. He watches anime.
It's an extremely popular.
He talks about anime all the time. He's fucking. He doesn't know shit about anime. He fakes it.
Oh, that's the worst thing. That's actually slander. You're gonna get sued.
The only thing he's like, oh, One Piece is about revolutionary, so I'm gonna watch like a few hundred episodes and act like I'm a mega fan.
A few hundred episodes? That's not a good enough bar for you?
That's barely scratched the surface, bro. That's literally the show didn't even start. Like, how you gonna call yourself a fan of that show and have only watched like a
fake fan? I bet you've only watched 400 episodes of that show.
I watched it.
Sit down.
Wait, I'm by no means an anime fan. What is the one show that's super long that you're like?
One Piece.
One Piece.
That's the one.
Yeah. How many episodes are there?
At this point, it's like 1,300.
Thousands.
Jesus. What the fuck?
Yeah.
It really picks up at 400 though, Zach. So give it a shot.
Actually, I think the official consensus is that it really gets going.
I'm being told that Hassan does watch Bleach.
Find me an example. I want to see that man take Bleach.
It's one of the most popular animes in the world.
I'm sure it is. Mein Kampf is a very popular book too. It's a bestseller. Anyway, the point being, it's a little fucking like, wow, okay, interesting.
Bad form, dude.
Like that's the picture you're gonna stand with. Okay, let's get it. Let's get it. Certainly, you're not sending the wrong message to anybody on Twitter, right? Cool.
Oof.
Sensitive guy. I love leftist iDubbbz.
Idle behavior.
You got it?
I
says, laugh my ass off. You don't know about Bleach. This is startlingly recent.
March 19. He's up with Bleach. This was just sent to me. I guess this still doesn't actually prove anything, but it's him mentioning it
He might
recently.
be talking about cleaning.
Oh, true.
He might be saying like you want to stain out of your.
Somebody's showing off their clean laundry, and then
It's got a
he's
big stain on
noticing
it.
that there's a little bit of stain there.
Like
yeah.
you don't know about Bleach? Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Represents anything to do with them, okay? But what they are going to do is they're going to inexplicably link Israel and Jewishness
Here we
together.
go.
So when they're being criticized, all of a sudden...
Here we go. The expert on the conflict. Show me evidence of that, dude. You don't have any authority. You have no fucking knowledge. You have no expertise. You have no world experience. Tell me why you believe this. Go ahead.
Perfect defense. Oh, another thing I need to mention. There was a tier list. It was called the Who Can Say...
Bro, he actually like puts his whole chest up to defend this tier list.
A Habibi tier list.
I think he's anti-Semitic. I think he's like full-blown anti-Semitic. Watch how he defends this.
I was presented at TwitchCon...
I know people like to laugh and be like, oh, he just called... Items was made a video about him, so he just called him anti-Semitic. It's like, dude... I think he's just anti-Semitic. After that, and now he's defending this.
Like a panel that was just meant to be lighthearted and fun. And Ethan Klein saw that, and he decided that it was anti-Semitic.
I am not the only one that decided that. That was a huge story before I ever even talked about it, because people noticed it and said, what the fuck is this?
Also, I think you're kind of forced to answer, why did Twitch ban those streamers? Did Twitch agree that it was anti-Semitic, or was it APAC that made them ban the stream? Or like, what is the explanation they give for that? Do they give an explanation for that?
It was objectively insane to a vast majority of people, not just Jewish people.
Listen, we're going to need your help to discuss and figure out who can say Habibi and who can't. And also, we have tiers. We have Arab, Arab coded. They ask permission.
You got something?
Oh my God!
What happened?
I fucking hate when you're right, bro.
Me?
Yeah.
What?
Open what I just said.
Holy shit, dude. Everybody listen up. This is big.
S tier. Wait, I don't even know who that guy is. That's Isaac Bleach.
8 months ago. Oh, no. Well, maybe he just didn't recognize him.
This is big.
S tier. Wait, I don't even know who that guy is. That's Isaac Bleach. I don't watch Bleach. And
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
Stars?
I'll go back.
Okay, S tier. Wait, I don't even know who that guy is. That's Isaac Bleach. Oh, I don't watch Bleach. And I'm not caught up with Naruto.
This man, I gotta tell you, that's pretty
That's the
compelling
main
stuff.
villain. Okay, but sometimes people don't watch for the villains. They watch for the pro tags. Okay, I don't know any of the villains on any of the animes I watch.
Fan.
8 months ago, this was, and since then, he's become a big enough fan of this show to buy a tilt with it with a fucking swastika.
What if this was a wake-up call? What if this clip embarrassed him into starting to watch the show?
This does not help him. And actually, if anything, I was kidding when I thought they did it intentionally. I don't know anymore. I think Hassan might be collecting it because he thinks it's funny that it looks like a swastika.
He might have started watching it recently. Or
I
something.
feel like he's gonna say it was sent to him. Like a.
Okay, he didn't notice. He just put the, what the
That's just my
fuck?
gut
Someone
reaction.
sent me something that looked like a swastika. I'd probably notice.
If they all agree it's a problem, take down the photos, right? That's the least they can do.
I suppose that would be.
The man doesn't watch Bleach. He doesn't even recognize the main character. Is that the guy who wields this sword?
I don't
No,
think
that's
so.
not him. Ichigo's the one who wields it.
Okay, of course. My apologies.
Oh, you know about it, Nate?
I saw a little bit in middle school, but that sucked.
Okay. I did at one point watch a decent amount of Bleach when it was on fucking Adult Swim or whatever, and it was so boring, dude.
I agree.
So boring.
The weebs try to bully you into watching it, and I just refused.
It's one of those shows that it gets really good at episode 300. It's like,
Yeah.
no, dog, I'm not doing
Listen,
that. I'm not doing that.
you don't think that I want to watch a good anime?
Alcin is like the coolest main villain of shonen anime. I'm 36, my brother. Okay, by the time I got out of anime, there was no more of I was too old for any of this. I didn't watch any Naruto or Bleach. I was already in high school or graduated past that by the time this shit showed up on Cartoon Network. Okay, so I haven't watched any of those. My last animes were Dragon Ball Z. All right, and Cowboy Bebop.
Anime? You don't think that I'm desperate for something to watch? They'll be like, I tried. I don't like it. Leave me alone. Put on Housewives.
There we go.
Housewives of fucking New Jersey, season 200.
No swastikas in that show.
Hell no.
Certainly not.
to say Habibi, you know, like you got like a white guy, like, can I say it? Is it slurs? And then love Sabra, which is they're not Arab coded at all.
Now, when I first saw this tier list, I immediately knew what it was doing. I was like, oh, it's a play on the.
Does it get worse? Does it get worse? Oh God, is this even more recent?
It's much more recent.
This is no. This is from 4 months ago. No, what does he say?
Do you watch Bleach? I do not. I do not.
Oh no.
Well, I said show me an example of him talking about Bleach, and you did provide.
Oh no.
I didn't find these. These were sent to me.
Well, this is fantastic. Thank you guys. And I won't say this is from 4 months ago.
Wow.
Now think of how like horrible it is. Like, because nobody's talking about this. You guys think this is epic because he's owning Hassan or whatever. But like, think about how horrible it is that Ethan is applying so much Zionist pressure right now to Dan, because Ethan is so lost and mentally unhealthy because of all of the online fighting and his inability to have a healthy relationship with his family or his kids that need to be taken away from him, right? That Ethan is literally he's compelling his Arab employees to hunt down clips like this and air from him. I think it's really gross.
Well, maybe in the last 4 months he's become a dedicated fan.
It could be. We can't discount it. I need to know how and when he acquired that sword. Dude, wow. Just wow. I mean, wow.
I just realized.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was who has the N-word pass and who doesn't tier list.
I just realized. Oh no.
Granted, Habibi is very different than the N-word, but it is a cultural word amongst Arabic-speaking people and Muslim people. Like that is a word that's used. Habibi, it means my love. Oh no, don't do that, Habibi. Oh yes, Habibi. You're my Habibi. I'm your.
He's so culturally literate.
Not really
he
my
knows
love,
so much.
though, but sure.
Yeah, again, this characterization of this is so stupid. Everybody knows this.
More
Like
like
deeply
buddy.
racist. It's not about the Habibi. It's about the tier list. It's about having Sabra at the top and Arab at the top and Sabra at the bottom. Yeah, just like that and reverse it.
So yes, it's meant to be a fun way that these Arab content creators can express their Arab culture and be proud of it and happy about it.
I love that
If
Arabs
that's
can't
how
even
you
have
think
fun
expressing
anymore.
your Arab culture is, then I don't think you're being very gracious to Arabs. Again, he is too dumb to make this video. He has no idea what he's saying or doing.
Because it's not like they have massive representation on the platform.
I mean, one of the biggest streamers on the platform is Hassan.
And this is a panel.
He's not Arab, but yeah, you're right. Never mind.
This is a panel on Twitch.
But he does do like representation. He's not like he's not representing. And this is a panel.
We are looking at a representation.
This is the main stage panel. Where's the Jewish one?
Yeah, true.
Where's the Zionist panel?
Yeah.
Where we put let's say Jews on
wherever
the
this
top.
is. Okay, I see. I was like, wherever this is going.
It makes you feel uncomfortable even just to say it, right?
I know. That's why I'm just like, just don't even go there. Don't even go
and
there.
then defending it. Making a tier list based on race. And nobody has a fucking problem with that. Okay, you have a tier list based on race. Where's the Jewish panel? Where's the Jewish panel? This guy's so smart. He's so clever.
This guy's spitting, dude.
This guy really knows his shit. Where at the top it says Jewish. It's a tier list based on Arab to Jew. He's Arab, which is good. That's the best thing you can be on this. That's the best. This is racist.
I will say that conveying information through.
Now, clearly, if he's trying to make a serious video, he would at least show my explanation for why I think Love Sabra is anti-Semitic.
Of course.
Like, that's the least he could do, right, into making a good faith.
Well, actually,
well-reasoned video.
I think the least he could do is show that they put you at the bottom.
And with Ben Shapiro, who's not even in.
Because he doesn't even show that.
Well, let's see where he takes this.
Through a tier list is not the most effective thing, but Ethan should understand this principle. He did a white slurs tier list with Hassan.
Cracker. I mean, you know what my take is.
There's no one. First of all, there's no
That's
creators'
it.
names on this tier list. Okay,
True.
so like, just fucking stop being such a moron.
This is so
This whole
different.
comparison is so stupid.
What?
yeah.
They're actually putting people on the tier list
Yeah.
And
that are not Arab.
this is like clearly satirical, and the whole
Yeah.
point,
The
like,
point is that there's no slurs against white people that are
Right.
really offensive.
yeah, and we were sort of like,
Yeah.
you know what, whatever. It's not even worth explaining.
It was egging it.
It's just that's crazy that he would say that that's the same thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's really sad.
Pretty wacky.
We can't put this as an F. Cracker. I mean, that's got to be at least a D, right?
Okay.
Pale face motherfucker.
Pale face. I mean, again, I think that's an F.
Hog. So Hog is my favorite. I use it all the time.
Him and Hassan feel as though they're white guys, so they felt very comfortable talking about white slurs on their tier list.
I think I'm more white than
Hey,
you.
idiot! That's not what they were doing.
Right. All you have to say is there are no people on this tier list. We're not
Yeah.
rating people.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, exactly. We want.
And the other guys are rating other creators.
By the way, they immediately put me on the bottom, called me a Zionist, asked where's the guy for Zionist, next to, and in the thumbnail, put Ben Shapiro on the bottom with me, who, by the way, is not even in the video.
Pretty weird. Kind of strange, guys.
I think I'm white. Like, I'm super white.
Can you understand why Arabs might feel comfortable talking about Arab shit on their tier list, Ethan? You're the white guy. You think
I can't believe how confidently wrong he is about this.
So wrong.
Crazy.
He's talking about it as if they are just rating like Arab stuff. Like
Yeah, I mean,
this Arab is up here and this one is down here. Like that's not what they're doing.
he's also
wanna stay out of the
he's doing this
drama?
thing that like somehow he's like almost standing up for against like saying for white people. He's saying that anti-whiteness is the same as anti-Semitism, like held in the same way. But anti-whiteness, we all kind of joke about it because like whiteness isn't a real thing. There's tons of different classes of.
That was a big part of the discussion that day, and the whole point that sort of
just like a total social construct.
right.
It's
And
changed
the whole
throughout
point is
history.
that slurs against white people because they have privilege do not hit in nearly the same way as slurs. And we were
A Jew
satirizing that by just
telling
showing
us
that,
whites
you know,
that we're
it
not
bothers us
real?
a little that we can like rank them of which ones we think are
I don't know
funny
how I feel
or
about
whatever.
that
And
one,
that was
Chief.
explicitly discussed on the episode too. Just how, because at the time Twitch was banning people for saying cracker, which we all agreed was like goofy.
Well, actually, during that episode, I learned what it meant, and then I thought, oh man, that is actually really, really bad. It means like a slave driver cracking their whip.
Did he just hit the fucking button? Did he just crack the whip on Dan? Oh shit. Is that the button? Is that what this is?
It wasn't on camera. It wasn't on camera. You didn't even need to do it.
Like it was.
Food flew out of his mouth like a doofus. Oh, and people didn't hear me rip on you for eating on stream at all because it got butted.
Go ahead, say it again.
Well, let's just reenact the moment. Can you pick the burrito back up? Thank you. Now
You
take a
also
big
spit
bite.
it out.
No, I didn't do that.
Oh, I can't believe that Hassan is always eating on his stream, right? And then you spit the food out of your mouth.
Damn.
One time in 4 hours. That's pretty good.
Why do you get such a big burrito? I just got a tiny one.
How did
Oh,
you
what
get
did you
the
get?
one?
You omitted the eggs, didn't you?
Wait, what did you get here?
I took no eggs and cheese.
Dude, mine is like 10 times bigger than yours.
I figured they would replace the egg and cheese with yummies.
More shit. I agree with you.
Wait, what's yummy?
What's yummies?
Like
That's what
meat?
yummies is.
Like meat? Good shit. Yeah. You guys know. Don't
I got you.
fuck around.
I'm with
We got a new love sound, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Once again, like iDubbbz is just so unqualified to have this conversation. The confidence with which he discusses Jewish issues, dismisses anti-Semitism, seems to tell Jewish people, I know better than you about this, is stunning. Stunning.
True.
I think you're more white than Hassan.
I think I'm more white than you.
So, yeah.
Okay. Based. Listen, I might be back later tonight. Okay. Be careful. Hot Devil Golden Intro Class, Lab Bully, Sandy, Address, Dry, Cannabis, Lecture, James Bond, Talk, Chow, Vast, Speech. Wait, hold on. An address, a lecture, a talk, and a speech. Talking to a crowd. Spoken presentation. Things in school. Bullies, labs, intro classes, and chow for food? Wait, ways to describe the beach? Sandy, hot, dry, and vast? Oh, or desert. Okay. Oh, these are like dogs, I think. A lab, a golden retriever, a chow? Is that like a dog? I feel like it's a dog. A devil? Some kind of dog thing? Is a bully some kind of dog thing? Dog breeds and I don't know what a bully is. Like a bulldog? Do people call them bullies? Represented by 3-digit numbers. Holy shit, I would never get that in my entire fucking life. Cannabis is 420. The devil is 666. Intro class 101. James Bond 007. Holy fuck. Well, be careful. I love you guys. Don't die. Stay safe. I might be back later tonight.